All right, guys. Um, welcome. Happy New Year, of course, and welcome to Chapter 5 of Blades in the Dark, the Strangford Situation.
Woo!
It has been a little over a week since the Nighthawks made their first venture across the lightning barrier and out into the Deathlands. Today is the second day of the final week of Suron. The docks have become a bustle of activity as Leviathan hunters prepare their fleets for hunting season. It is to begin shortly in the first few days of Ulsavet, the region's stormy fall season, and time when the Leviathans are most active in the northern Void Sea. In Charter Hall, the vote to fill Lord Strangford's seat on the city council has been deadlocked, but Inkrakes report that the current frontrunner is Hester Vale, matriarch of the oldest farm family in Barrowclef and mother of the late Margaret Vale, the slain leader of the Foghounds.
Well, that's not good for us. We do not want this person on the council and powerful. Bad, bad.
The past week has been relatively quiet for the crew. Granted, Reese and Cole started a minor riot in Charter Hall, and Nebra made the mistake of inviting Arkash to the Aruvian consulate, where he spent the afternoon bragging about the crew's criminal exploits. However, Reese and Dr. Sawbones Sauter were able to patch Cole's injuries up, and the messenger's harassment of red sashes stopped rumors from spreading to any outside those who initially heard them. All things put to right, Cole's been able to spend his nights with Meliora and Nebra with her family as she begins to put the pieces of their history together at last. This past week saw Reese begin development on a personal lightning barrier, and along with Silas and Emeline indulge in the debauchery offered at the Centernalia Club. Since that night, Emeline has been absent as she works with the Dimmer sisters. Whatever they have her working on is taking longer than expected, and she's likely going to be with them for the remainder of this week as well. The Nighthawk spent time pursuing more information on Bezo Baz and learned that Baz is a member of a secret society called the Cult of the Empty Vessel, which his parents were investigating prior to their murder.
Dun, dun,
Since the
dun.
completion of the score last week, there have been no reprisals from the Spirit Wardens. Something from within their organization seems to have pulled away their attention. There has also still been no word from Bear, nor the Lampblacks who passed along the message. It's now a rainy duskfall evening, and those available have agreed to meet at the lair tomorrow to discuss what happens next. Until then, however, they find themselves free to enjoy the rest of their night. So, starting this session off today, I would like to um, look at Nebra and Virgil. You happen to be there as well. So, this past week, Silas has been bragging about dining at the Golden Plum, the legendary restaurant in Six Towers, where you need a reservation months in advance, and he talks about how exclusive it is, and it is the upper crust of the dining experience that Duskfall has to offer. And I won't put beliefs in other characters' mind, but some might think he's kind of been a pompous ass about it. Um, Now, you and Emmeline have become a bit more friendly over these past few weeks as you took her to the tea shop in Charter Hall, and you will remember that when working with the Dimmer sisters, they had a standing reservation for her to dine at the Golden Plum. They were granted bringing her meals back to the manor as she was working, but hearing about how insufferable Silas has been about it this past week, Emmeline invited you to dine there tonight along with her in a brief moment that she has free from the Dimmer sisters. So you're sitting there at a table, and to be fair to Silas, it is a beautiful establishment. Yeah, definitely kind of old and run down in the way that everything in Six Towers kind of is, but there is kind of that elegant air of what once was probably a very beautiful place. You know, kind of like going to um, the ruins of a once mighty city or empire, right? You can see the grandeur that once existed when Six Towers was a place of pride in the city. So you're sitting across from Emmeline, eating dinner, um, and tonight's special is a braised rabbit served over radiant greens with goat cheese and wild mushroom puff pastry amuse bouge, which you're enjoying with an Eruvian Malvasia, a wine whose grapes actually grow in the sands of the Eruvian desert. Um, Now, Virgil, in a booth to yourself, being of a noble line, this is a place you could get into with relative ease. As Virgil Caesarion, of course, not as your alter ego as the Nighthawk. And so you're sitting dining on the same braised rabbit, and see Nebra and Emeline at a table to your left.
Do
No.
we lock eyes at all, or
Well,
what's
I'm not
happening?
sure that we necessarily have met Virgil. We, of course, know the Nighthawk, but he is generally
Oh,
masked when he is on, endeavors with the crew.
Can I hear what
okay.
Can I hear what they're saying?
Yeah, Nebra, how about you take the lead on this? What are you and Emmeline talking about?
Um, I don't think they're talking too much. They're basically just enjoying the food. At least Nebra's enjoying the food because this is probably her first time tasting most of the main course, so to speak. And she is also enjoying the wine as well because it is Eruvian. Um, so she's just like, "Oh, this reminds me of home. This wine is spectacular. I miss it so much."
I'm glad you enjoy it. It's a little dry to my taste, but uh, I
Fair.
generally not a fan of all this fancy stuff. Like Emmeline says as she continues eating.
Yeah. No worries. I only know so much from the many dinners with my father being a diplomat and all. But other than that, I prefer not to get fussy
To
over such trivial things.
what type of cuisine do you often have with your fathers? Is it more uh, similar to what you'd have back at home at Aruvian, or is the consulate kind of adopted Akarosi uh, culture?
It really depends on who's the guest of honor. If it is Aruvian, then yes, definitely Aruvian cuisine. For anyone else, it there is some Peruvian dishes as a way to introduce the cuisine to people that may have not have had it before, but they also tried, or at least my mother tries to also cook other cuisines to make them feel more comfortable, especially if they're eating at my house.
Oh, wow, that's I I would very much love to try Aruvian cuisine at some point. Being off the coast, I imagine it's quite different from what we're used to here in Duskfall.
Yes, it can be. A lot less seafood than normal, but I've grown to love it. Love the seafood. Love the eels actually.
Yeah, uh, yeah, Emmeline kind of gives you a look of like, of all the things you could learn to love about Akarosi culture, the jellied eels maybe not the best, but to each their own. And Virgil, yeah, you overhear uh, this relatively mundane conversation about uh, f- food. Anything you're interested
Yeah.
in doing at this point?
I mean, I think I'll get up, just walk over and say, "Oh, uh, it's a Rubian accent. We don't hear too many of those around here the, these days."
Oh, oh, yes, yes, Aruvian, yes. Have
And
we met
and
before?
Yeah, remind us, Cameron. We're not familiar with
No,
Virgil,
you're
right?
not. Yeah. Well,
Yeah, so Emmeline's giving you kind of a mean look of like, get lost, fucko.
sorry. And let me introduce myself. Virgil Kasarian. Just couldn't over help. It's a lovely accent.
Oh, thank you. I raised my hand to shake hands, assuming Virgil's okay with that.
Yeah, yeah. He'll shake your hand.
Emmeline doesn't. She has no time for the nobility.
I definitely, if you have any chance, I recommend trying I'll point to another Aruvian wine on the menu that is probably like insanely expensive, but is
Mm-hmm.
also very nice. You should try this vintage. It's quite excellent.
Ooh, I've heard of this vintage, but I've never had the chance. I'll have to keep that in mind. Thank you.
It's interesting as Virgil and Nebra are kind of poring over the menu. Um, your kind of eyes look up from the menu at about the same time as you go to converse again, and you notice that there's another set of eyes that have fallen on your table. Over in the corner, uh, stepping out of the kitchen, seemingly kind of finishing up a conversation that happened behind those closed doors, you see a man uh, who looks over at you. Um, he's a bearded man, kind of salt and pepper beard. For those of you who may have seen it, think um, like an older version of the captain from Netflix's 1899. Definitely a salty old sea captain
Nice.
looking guy. Um, and this man really needs no introduction. You've seen his photograph in the papers many times before. This is Lord Strangford, the operator of one of the largest Leviathan hunter fleet, until recently a member of the city council, and one of the the oldest and wealthiest, most influential families in all of Duskfall. And being that he is kind of the scion of this family at this point, all of that power has um, befallen him. I mean, this guy's family is so tied to the history of Duskfall that uh, in Char Hollow there is a private island, and Char Hollow is a slum, right? This is where the Scovelanders live. There is a private island called Strangford Island that his manor resides on, and it's there because the original Duskfall was just coal ridge, right? It was an old coal mine that the Imperium annexed. That's how old his family was. That he didn't build his house in Six Towers. He built it right on where the settlement was. This guy is old, old money, and it seems like he has caught the eye of you, Virgil, and to a certain extent, Emeline, and whatever conversation he was having in the kitchen kind of dies down, and he kind of focuses in on you guys.
Is the entire restaurant quiet, or?
Uh, yeah, this is the type of place. Despite needing a reservation, it's not a lot of people come here. The majority of Duskfall is relatively poor, and those who are rich are generally willing to brave the haunted streets of Six Towers to come dine, right? So it's a very specific clientele that comes here. Like think kind of that mobster era kind of Italian restaurant, right? Where the people who are here are connected and tied, but it's not super busy.
I'll look over at him. Uh, is he like looking to talk to me? Is he coming this direction? Is he just watching?
At this point, it's uncertain. He hasn't said anything. He hasn't made uh, a move to cross over to you, but he is definitely staring at you. Like it's not like he was like overheard something you
Yeah.
said. He's eyeing you.
Okay. Well, I'll finish up with what I was going to say to at the table and say, yes, I recommend trying it. It'll keep you warm on these dark nights.
Oh, of course. Thank you. Is something the matter? Because I'm assuming at this point Nebra notices Virgil's gaze is elsewhere.
Oh, just uh, you know, uh, schmoozing a little.
Oh, I see. No, nobility stuff. I understand. Well, I don't quite understand, but I understand a little. If that makes
Pauline
sense.
scoffs, and at that,
You and me,
They're
I'm gonna laugh and be like, you know what? Sometimes I don't understand either.
and at that, it becomes clear there's no question about it. Lord Strangford is moving towards your table. It looks like he does want to have a few words with you, or you, or Nebra, or Emeline. We can assume you, just since you actually travel in similar circles as him on a very different scale.
at that
But
at that point, yeah, at that point, I'm gonna just continue the conversation. He's gonna have to interrupt us then.
yeah, go ahead, Virgil.
Uh, yeah. What brought you and your family to our fair city of Duskfall?
Oh, well, my father, he has a job at the Ruvian
Well,
consulate.
well,
Oh,
well.
oh,
Lord Strangford says as he walks up to the table. Pardon the intrusion. I couldn't help but notice Virgil over here. Virgil, it is. Is that correct?
Uh,
Kasarian.
yes. Well, uh, I wouldn't address him as Lord, would I?
Well, you damn well might. This is like,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I just want to make sure.
yeah,
Like, yeah. Like, what's the formality here? Like, okay. Ah,
like you both are nobles, right? But there's like a difference between like
he's a higher
a
rank.
guy who made money investing in Apple and like a Kennedy, right?
Right. Yeah. 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 I'm probably more the Apple guy. He's probably more the Kennedy. Yeah.
I'm not sure there is, but you get the you get the reference.
But like, my question
Paints
was,
the picture.
would I address him as Lord? I guess.
Well, that's up to you. I don't know how Virgil would. I think it'd be appropriate if you choose to,
Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
I
but you
think
don't
you.
need to.
I think if that would be the custom, I think Virgil would respect that. So that's yeah. So Lord, is his name Stranghorn?
Strangford.
Strangford. Ah, Lord Strangford. I don't think I've had the pleasure yet.
No, no. But I have been meaning to get to know you better. You are someone who has caught my interest as of late. Do you mind if I sit? And he looks at Nebra and Emeline. Uh,
oh, yeah. I think that's fine, Emily.
yeah, Emeline's kind of awestruck of like what's going on. Like too many people. What's happening? But yeah. And so he does sit down, and he kind of motions to Virgil to sit down.
I will sit down.
What are we having today? And he kind of looks at the ladies' plate, and Nebro, he'll look at yours, and you have one of these little mushroom goat cheese puff pastry balls, and he'll be like, "May I?"
Oh, of course.
And he tosses one into his mouth, and like, despite coming from money, right? This guy seems like he's uncouth, right? Like he seems like he would be better at home on a ship. He's an old whaling guy, right? Um, but he smiles and kind of rubs his belly and is like, "That is some good eats. This place does it right."
Very. I'm sorry. Should I call you Lord Strangford, or is it better if I call you Captain?
Whatever you'd prefer. I don't like to get into the particulars. I only make those who serve on my ships generally call me captain. But if you're comfortable with it, I am used to answering to that moniker.
Very well.
So, Mr. Kasarian, I'd love to talk to you about coin and how it's generated and where we invest it.
No, well, sure. I mean, I, I'm still learning my own family trade and business, but absolutely, always looking to hear some ideas or insights.
Well, your family trade is all well and good, and I have no doubt that A shrewd mind for business like your own will lead it to great success. That's not the investments I necessarily had in mind. There are rumors that circulate among the nobility, uh, rumors about you that I think you ought to be privy to, my good Lord Caesarion. That some of your money uh, goes to finance criminal elements in the city. And when he says that, he puts his hand on the back of Nebra's chair.
Holy shit. He knows more than we do.
No, that is outrageous. I would, of course, I can, of course, demand an audit of our finances. We only attempt to, we run a clean business.
Well, that is unfortunate. And if true, our business here can conclude. If, however, these slanderous rumors are correct, I have a proposition for you.
Well, my family wouldn't have gotten where we are if we weren't willing to hear a proposition every now and then.
It's that shrewd mind I just
So
mentioned.
non-committal.
Well, I just, it's more like, are you wearing a wire kind of thing of like, I would never do anything illegal. I have a proposition for you. I'll hear you out.
Yeah. Yeah, Lord Strangford, without removing his hand from the back of Nebra's chair, looks at you and says, I might have need of the services of such a crew like the one you purportedly finance. Were this true, and were you able to lend them to me for an evening? I could see that they make a lot of money, and if I understand the business practices of the underworld, which I'm not sure that I do, a good portion of that will be kicked back up to you.
Mm. Well, I have been, as you know, I have been traveling the city, seeing the sights. I have met many people. I have made connections. Let's say this, I were to know of some connection that I could um, uh, do this operation or do this work for you. What are the details of this?
Well, nothing too unseemly, I guarantee you. That won't come until I know your crew a little better and know that I can trust them. But they do have a reputation that makes me believe they're not ones to be trifled with, which is exactly the type of people I want for this particular job. Um, Lord Caesarion, assembled guests, can you keep a secret?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Emeline just nods. Um, the Leviathan hunters have known of a dark and horrible truth for the better part of a year.
Uh-oh.
The hunting grounds for Leviathans are coming up barren. The immortal creatures, once so reliable in their movements across the void sea, are gone. Maybe they've migrated elsewhere. Maybe we've hunted them to extinction. The point is, Lord Caesarion, new hunting grounds must be found before the surplus of Leviathan blood disappears, and with it, the lightning barriers and the very survival of the human race.
What is it that you need this crew to do? I would not. I don't. I mean, you're the one who finances ships. if you need more
Yes,
hunting.
forgive me. You don't have the look about you of a Leviathan hunter crew. I would never ask you to do something outside of your wheelhouse. What has come to my attention is another crew. Maybe yours knows of them, maybe they don't. They pulled a heist on a luxury brothel and night market, and in said heist, ended up taking a map book off of Leviathan Hunter. Now, this is next to worthless for them, but this map book has augured sites of secret Leviathan hunting grounds that I could use to secure what is needed this hunting season. Now, cards on the table, this will also make me and my crew a lot of money. This is worth a small fortune to a Leviathan hunter, you see. They have arranged to make a purchase or to sell it to me. But I do not think, I would not assume I am the only buyer. And all things being said, this map book was stolen from someone I probably know, someone I probably hold dear. And I don't want it known publicly that it is I who now have it. My job for your crew is this. I'm having a dinner party, a small gathering of, well, friends, perhaps, rivals. I think this dinner party will show who exactly they are to me. But the sale of this book will happen at this party that I'm hosting at my house. I want your crew there to make the the purchase on my behalf. Um, I would prefer if it is done by the books above board, um, as I don't want anyone to have an excuse to come looking for it. But your crew has a reputation. If you think you can steal it and make anyone else who comes looking for it disappear, I will leave that to your crew's discretion. But here is what I have to offer. And he, from his pea coat that he's wearing, pulls out just a stack of money, of coin, and it's almost hard to believe how this man was able to walk around without hunched over, because he sets a bag of 10 coin down on the
Ooh.
table and says, I will give you this, make the purchase, whatever is left is you and your crews.
All right, I will. Talk to my contact.
Good. I will make sure that you have an invitation to my estate tomorrow evening for said party. About how many should I expect? How many should I have drafted up? Invitations.
At least 6.
6, I can do that. I'll have them delivered to your.
Oh, see, that's correct, right? I'm just trying to think.
We
I
have
think,
6 players here today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would say 7. I would probably say 7 actually, because I'll say 7.
Sure. I'll have them delivered to your manor post haste. Now I've just put a large sum of money on the table here, Lord Kassarian, and I hope you understand what trust I am placing in you, allowing you to leave here with my money on the good faith that you honor your end of the bargain. Because I do know, according to what I've heard from some smuggler friends of mine, you don't always honor your word. Not you, of course, Lord Kassarian, and he grips Nebra's chair a little tighter, but that of your crew. If you screw me, Lord Kassarian, and his voice is rising, and like people are putting their like heads into their meals as to not, we didn't hear anything, we don't want to witness anything. If you screw me, I will not come for you. I will come for the hive. I will make it so difficult for them that you become a liability they can no longer afford to harbor. Do I make myself clear, Lord Kassarian?
I think I understand what you're saying. But of
Well then,
course, I would never trust anyone who wasn't a professional at this. So, as it seems you would.
I haven't made as much money as I have in my time in this world by being stupid or careless. But I've taken up far too much of your time, and he releases Nebra's chair. Please enjoy your meal, Lord Kassarian, Lady Pharos. And he gets up and leaves.
I'll apologize to Nebra and Emily and say, well, sorry about that business there. I guess I better get going, and I'll I'll get up to leave.
Yeah. Uh,
I must go now. My
yeah.
people need me.
Well played. Emmeline's looking at you. There's some connections that are being made in her head. She's not ready to call you out on anything, but there's like, wait a second. How do
Yeah.
you know us, right?
And like it's like go to the bathroom and then like the Nighthawk's waiting outside.
Oh, but you could do that. Or you know what you could do? You could turn to them and say, look, I think there's been a misunderstanding. And I don't know what's going on here, but it's clear you guys do. So if you could, set me up with your crew that you obviously have because of how he's treating you, then, we can make this work.
I know this guy. I have a friend. I've helped him out before. The Nighthawk. Have you heard of him? No.
No. Well, you can do that. I'm just saying, like, what I was pitching was you play like you just stumbled into something and someone assumed you had too much power or more than you had.
Yeah.
But these people at the table,
Right.
they must be criminals because of how this guy's talking about them.
Oof.
But anyway, do what you're
Yeah.
going to do.
You
I
could-
just
you
wanted
could
to make my
actually-
pitch clear.
I like
I-
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Pal, and I also think you could look to them and be like, "Do I know you? Are you guys criminals?"
Yeah. Oh, that was
You know what that
intense.
guy was talking about?
Dare you?
Yeah.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
like, was he for you? Because that wasn't for me.
I don't know why he was like saying those things. Have you heard of the activities of some of these criminal gangs? I mean,
Emmeline now looks confused. You've thrown a wrench in her inner workings there as she's trying to puzzle out the caper here. And she'll kind of look to Nebra of like, what should we tell this guy? Who is this guy? What is happening?
Cameron, I think you should ask. You should lean in and be like, "Who is the Hive?"
is the Hive a criminal organization or like some? I've never heard of them.
I thought the hive is where the bees sleep. Am
That's
I
what
wrong?
I thought too.
Ladies, what you have at your table is a mark. Take him for all he's worth.
Maybe you should hold on to this money. No.
Snatch.
Well, and Emmeline actually kind of will jump in. It seemed like he was. It seems like this was for us, and she's actually going to make a move for the money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have some resources and contacts, but
I don't think that'll be necessary.
oh, tell me more, Miss.
She's just dead eyeing you. What exactly do you want to know? And she puts a hand under the table.
Do you
Let's see what type of weapons I could pull.
do you know people who could do a job like this?
Maybe.
Well, that sounds incredibly useful in this situation. I definitely. It seems like I am in need of services like that right now.
Well, it seems like if we include you in this, whatever we need to split of this 10 coin increases by 1.
Oh well, I'm already pretty well set. I'm not sure. Um, I think the favor that uh, the Lord over there would owe me for this would be far more valuable than any coin.
Okay. So you give us all 10 coin. We make the purchase. And you get your favor with Lord Strangford.
However,
And
I would request I have a friend that I request that would be part of your operation, that just to ensure my mind is held up.
we generally don't take ride-alongs when we do crimes, Lord Caesarian.
Uh, perhaps not. I don't know if you've heard of him. I've worked with him before. Someone called the Nighthawk.
Nebra spits her wine.
You didn't need to, man. He was already gonna be on it.
I know.
Yeah,
Oh,
His
he was.
crew.
Okay, he was. Okay.
Either
His
that
crew, man.
or he could just not show up. And I actually kind of dig the idea narratively, and I don't want to interrupt what you're doing, but Lord Caesarian could go on a mission and be a bumbling idiot, and but be like the face of this. Like he hired these people for something, kind of thing.
Yeah,
You
so
know?
it sounds like there's 2 ways this could go for you, Cameron, and
Yeah, yeah.
we'll see how the other members of the crew end up handling it. But it sounds like by the end of the evening we're going to end up, or end of the session we're going to end up at Strangford's estate. You could be there with the crew as the Nighthawk doing a thing, or you could be there as Virgil doing another thing, and both have their uses. It just a matter of what you want to do and what you think
Yeah,
suits.
just don't try to be too Mrs. Doubtfire about it.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like, if I were there as Virgil, I would want the coin. If I were there as right, Virgil. If it's just the Nighthawk, then Virgil doesn't care about the coin.
Well, I mean, Virgil already said he doesn't care about the coin, so
Right.
he doesn't care about the coin either way. I don't know. Personally, I don't love the concept of Virgil being like, "Hey, take my friend," that I know nothing about, and
Yeah.
don't know that he actually owns this organization or whatever. Like
All right.
that
Yeah.
feels a little too kind of too Mrs. Doubtfire about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's the thing, like Virgil, or sorry, the Nighthawk's going to be there if he
Right,
wants
right.
to be there regardless. You are a member of the crew. The crew's pulling a thing.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, if you wanted to, if you were committed to that option, you could be like, "Hey, could you take my butler or something," and have a third masked person show up that if you really wanted to go clown shoes, just silly about it.
the Spider Hawk. No.
You're right.
Oh my goodness.
Something
Just
stupid, right?
keep getting different. No, this one has to not be a hawk at all. It's just
Yeah, it's
like
not a hawk.
the night dog or something like that. Instead of keeping the hawk part, it keeps the other part. The night dog? Are you connected to the Nighthawk?
Ghost.
Are you trying to be the Nighthawk? Are you a Nighthawk fanboy?
Right.
And this time he's kind of more bumbling because he's pretending he's the Nighthawk pretending to not be the Nighthawk.
I mean, it's an option, but I think Virgil showing up and just being Virgil is neat too.
Yeah,
Like, there's a lot of different ways to be funny about this one.
Narratively, I really like that because I also think that it could be cool if like Virgil loves the Nighthawk, like has heard of the Nighthawk, who's a vigilante justice seeker, kind of thing, and like is essentially a Nighthawk fanboy. But
Yeah. Sure. I
up to
mean,
you.
yeah. I think I'd be willing to help with this if you have the right people. It sounds like you might. Let me know where I could meet you at some point, so we can discuss this maybe more discreetly.
You think you can help us?
I mean, if you would have me, it sounds like I'm, going to be. I've been roped into this regardless. Might be exciting. It might be fun.
Emeline will look to Nebra and be like, well, it seems that Lord Strangford knows of this guy, and having a noble able to pull their weight there might not be a bad idea. But Nebra, and she's gonna slide the sack of 10 coin over to you and be like, the call's on you. I'm not gonna be there.
Oh, you're going to your other job. Is that what's happening? Ugh, okay. Well, at the very least, Lord Kasarian, you have the funds and presumably the contacts. I don't see why you couldn't help us, but just know it's just for this job alone.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And if word of this gets to the papers, or somehow names are thrown out, or the blue coats come knocking on our doors,
No, please. The head of the papers is an old friend of mine. We drink every Thursday.
that doesn't make me feel any better, my lord.
Of course not.
Just know we've seen your face, we know your name, we can find out where you live. If you screw us, and she just like slams a large knife that was under the table onto her plate, just
Oh.
don't screw us.
Emeline, you need to teach me how you hide that thing. That thing's huge.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to ask them if they would donate my share to Justice of the Night, to the Nighthawks.
You already gave up your share.
I know. I'm not.
You,
I'm
you,
not.
you can't ask them to do something with it if they've said they don't want to bring you on if that costs them your share.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of balls in
Virgil
the air.
might not get a share, but there is a level that the Nighthawk might, right? Like,
Yeah. So like the
he's
way I
still
see
crew.
this, the way I see this is that the Nighthawk, not to get like too meta about the like whole narrative flow, but we're doing this. Virgil's here. Clearly, at the end during the score, Virgil will be there. During the intermediate period, it might be the Nighthawk doing groundwork, legwork, whatever, to get us there. Being like, yes, I can't be there that night, but I can help out, set up some things or whatever.
Yeah, because remember, it is stated that the plan, right, is tomorrow morning. Those who are available are meeting at the hideout tomorrow because we're kind of at an impasse. We don't know the deal with Bear. We don't know what the Hive's going to ask of us. We, to the best of the rest of the crew's knowledge, we don't have work right now, right? So we're meeting up to talk. The Nighthawk's going to be there for that, not Virgil, right? So he might be
Yeah.
like, what,
All right. I'm gonna put my hand in the sack of coin and say, well, my reputation and it is in your hands as well. I hope we can trust each other. And I'll give her like a very squinty glare.
Yeah, she returns it. What? So as much as Lord Strangford said that you financed a crew and that you would be helpful for whatever schemes he has going, the crew he was mentioning was mine. And she's gonna throw that out to kind of shield people like Silas or the Nighthawk or any other founders, in case you go like public, like state's witness or state's evidence,
Right,
right?
right, right,
Like
right.
I acted alone. This is all mine. And she's gonna be like, "What have you heard of the Nighthawks?"
I've heard some rumors of a Nighthawk.
That's
And
neither here nor there. Rumors, masked phantoms in the night. No better than the ghosts that haunt these city streets. The Nighthawks are very much real. You've seen our writings on the wall. You've heard of our deeds. You know us as war dogs.
yes, indeed,
Yeah.
they have quite a reputation.
Lord Strangford was right. in that putting us on this means no one's going to come after us looking. And if they do, they had damn well better come ready. Because we have a fleet of ships armed to the teeth with guns.
I love how like close this gets to being true.
Yeah. Well then, I like your spirit.
We'll make sure this goes down without a hitch. Or we'll make sure it goes down without a hitch. But
And I will
you
try.
just play the role that's been assigned to you. Keep quiet when we need you quiet. And say nothing to anyone ever about what happens that night at that party.
He nods. That I can do.
Nebra, I think I should be getting back. You should probably get back to the others as well. And she'll flag down a waiter and be like, dinner's on him.
Yeah, no, but before you do that, I'm gonna also ask the waiter to bring that one bottle of wine I requested, and give it to you to go.
Is that Nebra?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
Of course, we're working together.
Touching. Let's go.
I will leave as well.
Yeah, as you get out, this is in the white cobble neighborhood of Six Towers, and the Dimmer Sisters Manor is just up north. And of course, Emmeline's been working there for the past week. And unfortunately, I think as much as she'd like to be there with you, especially because of this new complication, you you kind of know from the conversations you've had with her, she's not the one writing the schedule when it comes to her work with the Dimmer Sisters. But she is going to kind of pull you aside and be like, hey, just be careful with this. I don't like the idea of a civilian coming on this operation. Keep an eye on him, and if things look out of sorts, get you and the crew out of there.
Well, I mean, we're all civilians in a way. How's that any different?
People like you, like me, like Cole, Silas, the messenger to a larger degree, understand the world as it is. We see opportunities for ourselves, for our people. We understand what has to be done. These nobles, and you kind of get the impression she's speaking a lot from experience and kind of from her own stuff. Like, they've had it spoon fed to them their entire life. They've never had to work a day. 10 coin to someone like him is a drop in the bucket. That they are not fighting for survival. They're not fighting for their next meal. I'm ultimately, I trust your judgment. I trust the judgment of the other members of the crew, but know that to him we are nothing.
Reach it, sister.
Very well.
And with that, she kind of heads back up to the Dimmer Sisters. You go about your evening, as does Virgil. With that explosive opportunity, let's check in on some of the other characters this evening on their free night on the town. Who would like to go next?
I will.
Oh,
Or
go
go
ahead.
ahead.
So Cole or the messenger, either one.
So we learned last time that we should not be eating, right? We got that
was
warning.
a message that Baz gave to who was it? Cole and the Nighthawk, wasn't it? Or no, Silas and the Nighthawk.
Okay, we were
And
warned.
I think they did relay that.
That we were warned, don't eat. And we know about the connection between the Barrowclef people and food, and the Barrowclef people and having a beef with us.
Mm-hmm.
The Nighthawk. Now you've got me doing this. The
We're
messenger.
all like, I'm the Nighthawk.
Yes, absolutely. The messenger will be out hunting.
Hunting for
I-
food.
I would like to be scavenging, scrounging, killing food enough to feed the crew.
Excellent.
I feel like that's a hunt roll, but I'd like to know my position and result. Not result. What scale? What's the other one called?
Effect.
Effect. Position and effect.
Cool. Well, how about you tell me, the messenger, whereabout are you hunting?
So there's more in the wastes than ghosts, right? There's wildlife out there.
There,
So
there is it is few and far between because, like, you're right, they're not just ghosts there, but there are also things far worse. Like the majority of animals are uh like produced in Duskfall proper, through like farming or goat
sure.
breeding programs and stuff like that. There's very few like wild animals out there. There probably are some, but
I mean, there's some kind of ecosystem. Something is feeding the eels, and so forth. So, why do I want to try spearfishing through the lightning barrier? Like stalk along the edge of it until something stalks back? No, we're probably just hunting around the city. All right, so catching eels. I'm working with Redress on this as well, and this is so I'll be leading a group action there. But yeah, catching eels, hunting rats around the city, stealing some food, sure, absolutely, as long as it's old. Like
Mhm.
I need the food to not be something that has been made since we pissed off people in Barrowclef. So like maybe a little bit of bargain hunting as well, but for the most part, this is actually killing meat and making it safe for the crew.
cool. And what district are you stalking?
Oh, I think it's definitely appropriate to stay in the hunting grounds
In the night market area?
in the night market area so that I think that bumps my effect up, does it? Or
Um,
gives me a better position? I don't remember which staying to your hunting grounds does for you.
yeah, I think specifically when doing smuggling actions.
Well, no, I
Though
mean all crews, their hunting grounds, they get some sort of advantage while working there.
yeah, I think on whatever their crew type is. So like assassin better in their hunting ground. That being said, I think it's kind of a moot point because I think your position is controlled. I think and I think your effect is going to be normal. I think the position is controlled. I mean, because redress, the understanding I have is this animal is a hunting animal, right? Like it will track down rats. Um, uh, it can catch eels.
Yeah.
We know that it has survives dragging you through eel infested waters with minimal injuries. So I think you will find food. I think there might not be a lot of food because everyone's on some level hunting the ecosystem of the city, which is why I'm saying probably a normal effect. Um, but controlled position on the hunt roll.
Controlled position on the hunt roll. Um, all right. I can push myself to improve the effect.
Yeah.
Let's do that. All right. So I am leading a group action, so I will roll redress first. I'm not even actually certain how this is going to work. I don't know. Have I rolled redress before? Let's see what happens. Okay, redress should have had 2 dice because this is a situation where the expert thing comes in. Do you mind if I just roll again? I guess I
Go
should
ahead.
have specified a bonus die. I thought there was going to be another question. But nonetheless,
Okay, we'll take the
redress was
4.
successful. And we're doing controlled. Good.
A crit. Nice. Um, So yeah, I think redress definitely catches some eels. You catch some rat, the odd cat, that was stalking the rat. Redress comes back in its soft mouth. Um, Not only that though, with that crit, I'll say, you were looking for old food, food that came from like the times before you uh pissed off the people of Barrowclef. Um, with that crit, it's understood that a good majority of food is actually imported through the Ministry of Preservation through Gaddock Rail Station. And so, following some guards, as they went off to break, you were actually able to break open a crate and steal some like new food from outside the city, and some high quality, these are like portable goods. So like some canned uh, beans or meats of some types, but also breads, jams, things like that. Um, so yeah, you've set up that you can feed the crew uh, for the remainder of the week, and not only the crew but also your cohort that you now have too. You probably have enough to feed the Skovlander refugees that Silas hired, should you choose to do so. Um, and not only do you have food, but you have good food. They're going to be eating. Uh, Nowhere near the dinner that Nebra just had, but they're going to be eating good by Duskfall standards over this next week. Um, with the 4 from Redress, though, Redress encounters a little bit of a complication in that.
Oh, I thought I just had to pay stress if they failed when you're
Oh,
leading a
right,
group action.
leading a group action. Yeah, that is that is fine, and they didn't fail, which is all good. Um, so yeah, as you're at this point you're walking away from Gaddock Rail Station with bags of food for the crew.
Looking like a cartoon shopping trip with like the trailing sausage links and
Yeah.
yeah. So my intention is to bring that back to the either to the lair or to wherever the cohort is working, since they are operating a boat. If they happen to be closer, I've probably been basing some of my travels out from them,
Hmm.
like as they move around doing work. But in this
Yeah,
case, I
yeah.
might
So
be going all the way back to the grotto, whatever's appropriate.
yeah, so let's say that while they were kind of out doing their own thing, probably given a job by Silas or the Nighthawk or whatever. But let's say they were kind of in the trade water that kind of runs between Night Market and Coleridge, kind of where Gaddock Rail Station fit. Yeah, so probably Gaddock Bridge. They're probably under there, maybe doing uh some work in Coleridge and the Nalford neighborhood, and you're able to kind of uh, meet up with them and put your gains onto your boat, which they've been using, and they can ferry that away back to the grotto. Um, and while you're loading up, still in Night Market, a primary hunting ground for you and your crew, you encounter a Night Market local, someone you know quite well. Uh, this time it is not your buddy, the fellow Tekarosi, but it is Sarah, the arms dealer, who supplies weapons to the Skovlander refugees and was instrumental in securing the Nighthawk's relationship with the Hive. Um, and you don't know how long she's kind of been tracking you, but you get the sense that she was looking for you or another member of the crew around Night Market, and is kind of standing under a gas powered lamp so that the light is just kind of shining on her, and you kind of just get the front of her silhouette standing out of an alleyway, and she's like, and kind of motions you over.
Hey, Sarah, how have you been?
I've been doing all right. It looks like you had a good haul today.
Oh, shopping.
Everyone's got to eat.
Seems to be the way.
Here, and she kind of motions you further in the alley away from the
Sure.
the cohort, which she hasn't really met uh, yet, and doesn't know their level of trust. And she's like, I've been talking with Maha. Has she or any of her people got in touch with you?
I mean, a number of times about a number of reasons, but not in the past day, not in the past couple of days.
Okay. Things are moving forward with that next project she was sure that you would be aware of.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh, she's not ready to pull the proverbial trigger on it yet. There are still some things that need to happen to make sure um, our involvement remains obfuscated from those who might try to look deeper into what is about to happen. But
That's
um,
fair.
the crow will fall in about a week's time, and she wants you and yours to be ready.
All right. We appreciate the heads up. Is there anything else I should know, or do you have any questions for me?
I think for my safety and for yours, the less I know about what's going to happen is the better in case I get nabbed by the bluecoats, uh, or in case whatever happens does not go to plan and I need to make myself distant from you and your organization. Um, but Maha will have word when she's ready to move on it. She just wants to let you know it's coming.
All right. Noted. Hey, I don't actually know exactly how far the mark has spread, but we've upset someone, and they might be upset with you. I don't think they'll be upset with the hive. Just be careful what you get, where you get your food from for a little while.
Who did you piss off?
Barrel clef.
All of it? Wow. Oh, wow. Well, it seems like you guys are making a name for yourself, huh? I remember when you needed people like me to introduce you to players. Now you've pissed off an entire district. I'm both concerned and impressed.
Thanks.
Hey, thank you for the heads up. Um, well,
Just be careful. You know, we want our friends to look out for themselves too, and we look out for each other. And you'd let us know if anything was coming down on us.
of course, I'm a little disappointed that such information hadn't come to me yet. I guess I've been a little bit preoccupied with, you know, the revolution, the refugees.
The revolution.
Yeah. Oh man, that's a shame. Here, let me get you started. I'm going to give her the equivalent of, a grocery bag of tins and stuff. Nothing, not enough to like really dent our ability to feed ourselves, but we do need to look out for our friends and contacts.
Yeah, she appreciates it, and when she kind of notices, like, you
And
know,
like, this isn't just a gift, right? I'm selling her food that I know is good. It's just not coin level of transaction, right? It's
yeah, yeah,
just
yeah,
this stuff is from out of town. I got it at da 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 rate, whatever. Here,
yeah,
move along.
and she will let you know because some of these tins are marked with like Ministry of Preservation seals, right? Because they manage who this food goes to, right? And she is like, thank you, careful who sees you with this.
I appreciate that. Good to know.
Cool. So we can assume that the food gets back to the grotto, no problem. Anything else you want to do on your free evening?
Oh, I always end these parts of the sessions going, "Oh, there was this other thing I needed to do, but I don't know right now." So I let concede
Fair
the
enough. We'll
floor to
move
the
on.
next
If
player.
something does pop up before we move back to the cruise lair tomorrow morning, feel free to jump in. So Cole, it sounded like you were next up on deck.
Yeah. Um, and forgive me if I'm mistaken. Did I arrange for a meeting with Bear?
Yeah. So here is what happened is you and the Nighthawk, or you, Silas, and the Nighthawk, or somehow talked to Pickett and to Bezo Baz because you had heard that Bear was going to them for protection or to try to join the Lampblacks or something of that nature, and Bezos was kind of turning him away every time. And you were like, next time he comes, give him this offer. Be like, come talk to me. Everything's okay. I won't kill you, but let's talk. Let's get things settled. And it was Pickett actually who said, "Yeah, we'll pass along the message next time we see him. Um, we can't guarantee anything." Now that was about a week's time ago, and you haven't heard back from the Lampblacks or from Bear.
Uh, was Bear popular at all amongst the refugees?
Um, he's probably someone who was known. Was he popular?
Or did he
Not
know
to
anybody, I
any
guess?
great extent, I don't think.
Mhm.
I think like Bear found his kind of found family, and that wasn't the Skovelander refugees, right? So I think he was known, but the majority of his time, the majority of his close relations were with the Foghounds, which no longer uh, exist. Um, I will say there are other Skovlander gangs that may have been tight with him and his relation with the Foghounds. So people like the Grinders come to mind. So there are elements, criminal elements within the refugees that uh, where he was probably more popular, but among like the non-criminal, like actual Skovelander citizenry, yeah, he was forgettable.
Okay. So I think I'm going about my normal kind of day to day, you know, spending time with Meliora, spending time with Rocket, the lounge singer, like doing a bunch of different things. I think that I'm still going to seek out Bear if I haven't heard back from him, or gotten some sort of message or anything like that. I think I'll try to like work. I'll go hang out at the local haunts where Skovelander refugees kind of tend to be.
Hmm.
I'll mingle a bit. I'll consort. Maybe I'll command a couple. But basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to find that intersection of, you know, kind of Skovelander, because there's the dock workers also, I assume, have a little bit of relation to, um, the dockers have a relation to the Leviathan hunters, and then uh, I'll go out there and try to um, basically put some connections together, right? Like see if anyone's seen him, see if anyone's heard of him, um, you know, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Um, Go ahead and roll me that. Uh, you're in a controlled position, I think, because you have become quite popular among the Skovelander refugees. Having bled for them in the Charter Hall riot. Um, it's going to be a limited effect, though.
Okay. Um, so can I make a devil's bargain where I will push myself for a better effect? It would be a standard effect, but my bargain would be uh, that it becomes that I am not making. This is not subtle at all, right? I am clearly buying people drinks. Like I'm out talking in groups with these things. So people that like Bear, people that hate Bear, or inadvertently other gangs, etc., know that I'm out doing this.
Mhm.
And I do it for a couple of nights even, to where, like, if, for example, there was another group that didn't like us, they would know where I was.
Cool. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Cool. So we'll take the 6, a standard effect. So you don't find Bear himself, but you do find someone who might know what's going on with him. And indeed, that someone is Pickett herself. She is not Scovelander, but uh, whether like you're crossing into the docks from Crow's Foot or like you just happen to be at a bar where she's drinking, you run in to her.
Yeah, so I'll buy Pickett a couple of drinks, get Pickett drunk, maybe, and see what we can come up with.
Uh, yeah, so you guys kind of down a few things of the Scovelander whiskey that's affordable, and she does kind of get to talking. She's a woman who can handle her alcohol very, very well, but she also seems like she has little to hide. And as soon as you mention that you're still looking for Bear, what's going on, um, she'll be like, "Hey, that shit's not on us. We passed along the message like you asked. I saw Baz do it himself. If you want my read on the situation, I think Bear's scared. Uh, you know, rumor has gotten back to the Lamp Blacks of how terms were handled with the Foghounds. I think Bear is very concerned that as much as you've said no harm will come to him and you just want to talk, that it's going to end the same way it did for Marquette. But there's more to it than just that. Um, we found out uh, Margette's family, the Vales. You know them; they're kind of a big deal in Barrowclef. They're the ones who were sheltering Bear, and they do not like you in the least. And even if Bear were to suddenly, uh, against his better judgment, come find you, apologize, whatever the fuck needs to happen to make this whole thing go away, it seems like they're not letting him. They're ready to take this as far as it needs to go until they feel satisfied that their daughter's death, their sister's death, their whatever has been properly avenged. Now, you guys have a reputation, which I admire, by the way. If it came to all-out war, you might have a chance to beat them. They're just farmers after all, but I don't think this battle would be happening on the canals or in the fields. I think this will happen on the dinner table in the courtrooms.
Oh yeah, no, I understand. All of a sudden, night market just doesn't receive as much food as perhaps it once did. People start dying. Maybe all the Scovelanders get left out in the cold for what scraps there were.
Guys aren't 100% shit out of luck, though. You do have some friends in high places, if the rumors are to be believed. Uh, Moving against you is one thing. I think the Vales have no problem with that. Moving against the Hive is something different. Because the Hive is backed by the Ministry, and The ministry moves the Veil's, well, product.
Right. So what? I mean, you've survived how many decades in this shithole?
What are you trying to say?
That I don't know if I'll ever make it to where my hair is as gray as yours and still be kicking. But I'm wondering, what makes us square? What do the Veils want, right? If it's me, I'm simple. I'm a Scovelander. Uh, you know, they kill one of my friends. I get pissed about it. Either I do something about it, they pay me off. What happens then? Or that's the end of it. These are these fuckers. They, like you said, they run they run the societies, right? They run the farms. They run the Ministry of Preservation.
But they don't run the ministry. Don't get it twisted.
Sure.
The ministry moves their product.
Right.
If they lost that connection to the ministry, or if that connection became strained, it would be bad for the financial longevity of the Veils and their business. Now, I I'm not sure that you completely understand the scope of the Ministry of Preservation.
I'm not sure
You
I
and
do
your
either.
crew deal a lot with the organizations around Duskfall. The Ministry is an imperial organization, but um, what I God, and she takes another swig of the drink. Like, I don't know what to tell you, Cole. Do they want you dead? Probably. That would probably ease some of their pain. But I've I've known people like the Vales for a long time. These old farm families. These aren't like the nobles of Brightstone. They don't just want an eye for an eye. They want this cut to run deeper than the cut you gave them. This is, I don't know. I can keep trying with Bear. I
No, it's fine. I appreciate the work you did for me in trying to get Bear. I was trying to make it right with him because Scovelander to Scovelander, in a battle, in a war, I can feel it, right? I understand that.
Well,
This
here's
shit,
the thing, Cole. I think Bear wants to bury the hatchet. From what he told Baz, he's been trying to rebuild his crew, but no one's coming to join the Foghounds rank. Not after what happened to them in the canals. You all have a reputation, and it's a pretty damn brutal one. If you can remove him in some way from the Veils, if you can get him separated somehow, I think he will entreat with you. I don't think he'll come hands up, guns down, but I there's pressure on him from both sides, and I don't know which one he's more scared of.
how can I get to him?
I mean, unless you want to sneak into Barrowclef, I don't have a good answer for that. I can try to track his movements. I could have some lamp blacks on him, see where he goes,
Well,
try to get you
he met
one-on-one.
with Baz, right?
Yeah, several times.
When's the next time?
He just shows up. It's not something on Baz's books.
I mean, I'll give you my word. If you want to give it to him, I'm happy to meet with him. If you think the Lamp Blacks could guarantee it, I'll come in. You can make sure I'm unarmed, etc.
Yeah. This will take some time and effort on my part, but there's a place. Uh, there's a place that this could go down. Have you heard of Tangletown? I don't know how much time you spend in Crow's Foot.
I try not to be too involved in your territory, yeah?
Yeah. It's a collection of old junks, all roped up, tied together, off Taffeta Bridge between Crow's Foot and Silk Shore. In Crow's Foot, the gangs there,
Hmm.
including hated enemies like the Red Sashes and the Lamp Blacks, have for generations used Tangletown as a safe haven, a place to parlay. You come there, and if you draw arms, you're the asshole, and you are dealt with by the other gangs, right? Oftentimes, including your own. I could probably set a meeting there, guaranteed by the Lamp Blacks. Maybe get the Crows involved, since technically they do administer the territory. Bear might feel more comfortable in a place like that, where if you do make a move against him, I mean, I'm growing to like you, Cole, but I'll put you down if I have to.
I'm listen, what happened with Margit, not good business. I understand it. The reputation aside, he kind of opens his like lapel and has like he has his little touchstone what is it, anti-ghost thing.
Oh yeah. Spirit Bane Charm.
He has a spirit bane charm, but next to it he has a rage essence vial. He's like, I only have two. Like, I got three modes, right? I sit. He points to the spirit bane charm. I fuck off, or I fuck up. So, I mean, I don't get to control what happens then. You don't always get to control what happens in war. If I could go back and do it again, I wouldn't have killed Margit, but I didn't get a chance to make that choice. And at the time, Bear was trying to shoot me with a Gatling gun.
Well, for what it's worth, I think there are a lot of gangs out there who saw what happened with the Foghounds, and well, not just say you did a number for the reputation of your gang, both to not fuck with you because you mean business, but also that you're willing to do what others might not be willing to do to succeed. And that goes a long way. The fact that you wiped out, I mean, damn near wiped out the Foghounds in one fell swoop, made other gangs who may have seen your operation as a startup, something that they could assimilate, uh, question that line of reasoning, which I think was a good place for you to be in this early in the game. And as you identified, I've been around the block a couple times. I've seen gangs come and go. It's the ones who can pull something like that, which make it as big as the Lamp Blacks in this territory.
Cole downs the rest of his drink and kind of slams the glass back on the table a little bit extra hard, and he says, "Not to mention, I don't know if you've heard in the story, we chose to let Bear leave. Him in that other boat, we were holding their fucking sticks of dynamite. We threw them in the water. We didn't throw them back over onto their ship and kill the rest of them."
Well, the next time you fight rival smugglers on the canals, my advice would be to chuck it on the boat.
Oh,
God
don't
damn
worry.
it.
Done with it.
Anytime somebody comes at us, they'll be having to deal with renegade war dogs who might be a little ambitious, might be a little brutal.
A touch of both, from what I've heard. I'll
Set the meeting.
I will. It won't be quick, but you'll
I know.
get word from me when it's set up.
Yeah. If you can guarantee his safety, guarantee my safety. I can agree to this.
It'll be done. I'll have word. And she reaches out a hand to
He
shake.
takes it. He just spits in his hand and
Mhm.
does that.
Scovelander thing.
Yeah.
never quite got it. She kind of wipes it off on her trousers.
It's history. It's culture shit. I don't know. The only time I've seen my homeland was when I was invading for the Funking Empire.
Oh, that was a rough business. I do not envy you or those who the Imperium conquered in pursuit of progress and state building and all
Right.
that bullshit that doesn't trickle down to the streets.
Actually, that reminds me. Isn't one of the Veils up for being some fucking council position?
Down in Crowsfoot, we rarely follow the politics, but I mean, maybe.
I have a certain invested interest in it nowadays.
I can look into it for you. I mean, normally those seats go to the upper crust of nobility. We're talking like names so old they came with the town. Uh, but I mean, Vale, she is making a name for herself, and she's making a lot of money producing the one thing this city desperately needs. For your sake, I hope not, because that makes things a whole lot different.
Exactly. All right. He pats her on the shoulder as he stands up and kind of heads on his way.
All right, sounds good. Reese, are you ready to touch base with what you're up to? You have a free evening meeting tomorrow with the crew to talk about what comes next for the Nighthawks. You're kind of sweeping up the shop as Datsia is kind of huddled over the cauldron, and she's dressed in period appropriate apothecary outfit and looks almost more uh like you would expect like a nurse to look like in terms of garb, but huddled over this kind of boiling and smoking cauldron, she almost has this air of uh, uh the picture of a stereotypical witch, with wild hair kind of dropping things into the cauldron, and seeing you uh, sweep in, she kind of puts out a hand and motions you. It's like, Reese, over here, over here. Oh, just watch, observe, take in what is happening here. This is a draft for the Lady Dalmore's son, thick with some form of consumption. With one drop, and she kind of goes to her stacks of alchemical supplies, and she kind of pulls a vial. With one drop of uh, viper essence, the concoction becomes a potent medicine, will cure him of his coughing fits. And she goes to make a pour and then immediately puts the stopper in. More than one drop, the concoction becomes toxic, deadly to any who might consume. The venom attacks the passageways in the body, and like you're a medical doctor, and you have kind of, you're coming from a different level of kind of the hearth wisdom of this apothecary, but she's like, it expands the passageways in the body to allow the fluids to flow through more quickly. With this, the sickness that infects his lungs will soon pass. It seems like she, medicine, has, because if you think like we're like 1890s, 1910, our world. So medicine has kind of come a
Mhm.
long way, and there are, like, doctors are like a legit profession and have some understanding of germ theory and stuff like that. But like, having not been trained as a doctor, like, this is someone who uses like alternative medicine that, like, but actually like works, which we see in some cultures too, of like, we do this and this and this, and like a doctor will be like, well, that's actually the root of this medicine we actually use in curing this, so this actually makes sense. But she doesn't have that medical background to connect those dots, so it's all like, you add this root and this root has the properties to do this. And
Okay,
to
interesting.
your mind, with your background in medicine, you might be like, oh, okay, yeah, that's, yeah, you might have some
Connecting the
better knowledge.
proverbial dots, as it were.
Lancing sores on milkmaids and then lancing children to get smallpox immunity, right?
Yeah,
Seems like a weird thing to do, but
it works.
works.
Very cool. So Reese will sort of take in the color change of the liquid when the venom was placed in there, and he just kind of just goes, "Oh."
But never, never ever more than the one, unless it is death that you are seeking in the end of it.
It's a good thing to know. Dangerous shite you got there.
Yes, it is a dangerous business curing the living. But I hear you are now more interested in the dead.
Well, since the war, you know.
Yes, a lot of spirits were made in the conflict.
And I saw too few of them go through that vein myself.
I wonder, you've been over the seas, you've seen Scoveland. Do they have to deal with the rising spirits the same way we do? Did the gates of death that broke in the cataclysm affect them nearly as hard as it did us over here?
Like, as Reese sort of travels back to that time in his memory, you see like a sort of lamenting sort of visage come across his face. Um, as it's clear like he's remembering something he was quite fond of at the time, and he says, "Well, it's tough to say. Those years during and after the war, bit of a blur, as you know of my affliction." And he sort of he almost whispers the affliction part. It's almost like he's ashamed of his addiction.
Don't ever shy away from what you seek or feel shame for what must be done in order to accomplish it. Indeed, even though it is frowned upon, whispers have a place in our society for a reason. The dead have just as much to say as the living, sometimes more so. Perhaps you were not born with the powers of a whisper. Perhaps you need to use substances to mimic them.
Now that piques his interest a little bit. He says, "Substances. I thought I was only aware of the one."
Oh, the world is a large place. There are many spirito-psychoactive substances out there. Not all of them need be ingested. Some, when they come in contact with the skin, have certain effects that can mimic certain whisper abilities that we have come to appreciate or condone.
Again, further piquing his interest. Would these substances happen to have a name?
Well, one, for instance, is I believe the scientific name is something along the line of phasmacite or phasmalith, or in in my circles we call it spirit stone, and
Mm.
that has served our purposes just fine.
So it's mineral based.
Yes, yes, it is a rock, and there are legends about this. You know, some clearly is poetry, some might be fact. They say that the gates of the dead that were broken during the cataclysm were made of this phasmosite, this spirit stone. And when the gates cracked in the great cataclysm, these spirit stones rained upon our world like fiery rain. And, well, that stone was put to use. I mean, we've seen structures made of this stuff, both the ancient spirit gates and the spirit wells. Um, Ghosts are attracted to it, and some say, especially in terms of the ancient spirit gates, allow those like us, the living, to move through their realm in a way to transverse space in ways that are not possible by carriage or by boat or even by foot. To walk through the land of the dead, to bridge spaces far off. All of this is possible using the right tools that the universe has provided us.
Ooh, that's a lot of information there. It's a lot of very interesting information. I want to come back to that sort of travel-based information, the information about transportation. But I do have one question for you.
Yes.
If you were, say, looking for a specific spirit, are there ways to go about finding them?
Yes. With objects that were personal and meaningful to the deceased in their lives. Or, if possible, the body of the deceased, something that they were found intimately personal while they were alive. Uh, Highly trained whispers can target specific spirits.
Hmm.
Indeed, this is how spirit traffickers and ghost bounty hunters go about their trade. Um, it's something that isn't often done in polite society here in Duskfall, though the there are members who were appointed by the Emperor to keep spirits in bottles whose uh, knowledge was deemed irreplaceable by the immortal Emperor, and so are kept in the sacred archive of the Echoes in Charter Hall, so that
Hmm.
their knowledge might be used. Um, Also, on a less authorized arena,
So now you're speaking my language.
there is a group who I know can pull this off. Uh, they have done this specifically to track down very specific deceased individuals so that they could be dealt with. Um, but they're a group I don't think you want to get too involved with. They're a rough and tumble crew.
Well, I'll make that decision myself if you don't mind. Do you have a name?
Yeah, you can recognize them by their rings they wear, made of silver nails.
I think she said enough. Um, I do appreciate the information.
Definitely the hive.
Um, Reese will sort of back away from Stasia and go back to cleaning up the laboratory while he could like tries to sort of make sure he pockets away as much of that information in his brain as he can. He's going over the details specifically about Spirit Stone, which is something interesting he wants to look into. The connection with of course the Silver Nails, and then also the information about what whispers can do with finding a specific ghost. Those are all things he will put to deep memory.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Reese, my boy, would you like to make a coin?
This is Stasia speaking.
Mm.
I'm always out to make a little bit of cash. What can I do for you?
And you see her kind of bottle up the concoction she was working on in the cauldron. I still have plenty more to brew. Could you deliver this to Lady Dalbor for her son?
Yeah, of course I can. What brew are you looking for?
Oh, well, she'll probably be in her manor in Brightstone.
All right, I'll do it for you. And he'll wrap the bottle in a cloth and place it in his front pocket.
And she'll slide you over a coin.
Huh.
For your trouble.
He flicks it in the air. He's like, "So boys back home would be happy to see this." Remembering he owes the Scotlanders a coin after losing a bet.
100%.
So he will finish the sweeping job very quickly. He didn't have much left to do, and make his way towards Brightstone. Would I possibly be able to stop by and drop the coin off with my Scotlander buddies at their sort of job site? Because I doubt they're down in the lair right now. I think they're probably either drinking in the pub
they weren't Scotlanders, the crew. They were specifically
oh,
not
yeah,
Scotlanders.
yeah. These are the not Scotlander crew, yeah.
And yeah, they you know that they're Silas had him pulling some job that he was a bit cagey about on the details. You know, perhaps Nate will be able to enlighten us next time he's around.
Okay, so they're out and about then.
Oh, they're working in the trade water between Night Market and Coleridge.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna leave them be. I'm not gonna, I don't want to go getting in their way a little bit. But Reese will. He'll take a walk. He'll go through the, across the bridges over to Brightstone, and enjoy the evening air.
Cool. Yeah. So you make your way through, and like the difference between the environments from like, so I imagine you're kind of Night Market through Six Towers up into Brightstone, and just the difference is you know impressive, I guess, is a word that might come to mind. I mean, because walking through Six Towers, there were broad stone avenues that were cracked and broken. Most of it was dark without power, overgrown and neglected. Bits of trash were blown by cold winds, and shuttered doors of abandoned buildings moaned and creaked, and like you could never be sure if it was the living or the dead making the sounds in the shadows. And then you cross over into Brightstone, and these are broad, clean, well lit avenues. By law, there aren't allowed to be any street vendors in Brightstone, so the roads here um, are huge by comparison to the rest of Duskfall. Here you see sites that are much more rare in the rest of the districts, you see electroplasmic carriages,
Hmm.
what we might view as like early automobiles, driving alongside, goat-pulled buggies. Um, Also here though along the pale stone mansions and each this is how Brightstone kind of gets its name, is these white mansions, but like each one also has a personal lightning barrier that protects their own manor, in case the outside worlds fail. um
Hmm.
but you've seen blue coats patrol. It happens in night market as well, but the blue coats here are a caliber above what you've seen in other districts. These are the elite of elite. They're arrayed in fine armor, uh, like gilded armor, and have gun pikes. Uh, uh, and the wealthy citizens like go about like crime doesn't happen in the city, under the auspices of these guards. The uh I mean, granted, you've come here with Emeline and Silas to the Centralia Club, but you haven't kind of come deep into the city, um or deep into the district. The Sanctorium Grand Cathedral kind of raises up over the Unity Square, um, with its fountains and monuments dedicated to the unity that the Imperium has brought uh, to Scotland. Um, you pass by Guildcrest Avenue, walking past the cathedral, and the Dalmores live in the far uh, northwest in Knight's Head.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay, so
along,
they're quite a ways into the district then.
oh yeah, and not only that, Lady Dalmore's manor is probably the biggest, one of the biggest in this neighborhood. Um, and it is a gated manor. And you can kind of understand why Stazia maybe didn't want to make the delivery herself, because as soon as you approach uh, some blue coats who look like they're very clearly wearing the same armor and armaments of the blue coats, but their uniform is slightly different. Like these are like personal attaches, um,
Mm-hmm.
to this family. Um, Kind of stop you at the gate. Gun pikes crossed. Who goes there?
Uh, oh, I'm just making a delivery for from the apothecary. I'm just helping out today.
Uh, you see, kind of gives a nod to someone at the guard tower at the gate, who kind of flips through a ledger. Which apothecary?
The one owned by Stazia.
All right, hand it here. We'll deliver it.
No, I take my job pretty seriously, as you fellas do as well. How am I to know you're actually gonna get this delivered to the boy? From what I've heard, he's quite ill. How am I assured that you're not gonna,
What
ditch this on the way in?
are you accusing us of killing a little boy?
Oh, I'm just saying I
For
want
what
to do.
reason? Why why would we do such a thing, pray tell?
You didn't trust me enough to deliver it myself, and I'm just saying I don't
Oh
trust you to
no, no,
deliver it
no. You
either.
get it all wrong. It's not that we distrust you. I see, and he kind of looks to his buddy. We came off on the wrong foot here.
Hmm.
It's that the Dalmores don't want your filth mucking up their private yards. You're not good enough to pass through this gate. You'll never will be good enough to pass through this gate. So you hand the package to us, and we make sure the Dalmores don't need to bother themselves with your existence.
Well, if we're just gonna go about complimenting one another, and I'll just hand the bottle over to him. And I'll turn to the other one, and say, well, I hope the boy gets better soon. And he spits in his hand and holds it out to the cop. Old Scotlander, handshake.
The guard just spits on the ground. Be like, I thought we brushed off those customs in the war.
Oh no, see we're all over the place. And he'll turn around and leave.
Cool. Right. So, it is now the next morning after all of those events took place. Now, uh, telling time here in Duskfall is kind of a moot point because it's just as black, dreary, and rainy as it was during the evening. But you all head back to the grotto to meet and discuss next steps, what you've learned. Notably, Emeline is absent, which you knew. She's been very above board about her work with the Dimmer sisters and how what she's working on right now is taking longer than expected, and she's going to be stuck there for the foreseeable future. Um, a little bit more surprising is the absence of Silas, who you weren't uh, thinking would be gone. He's been a bit cagey about what he's been up to lately, but clearly it has something to do with what um, the cohort was doing in the trade water. And when Nate rejoins us, he can regale us of the tales of what they were up to. But as of now, it is still a mystery. But in whatever order you all choose, you arrive at the grotto.
All right. I think the messenger is probably already there because, like, he's basically been working out of the grotto, moving. Have been working out of the grotto, moving the food in for everyone. So, yeah,
I
probably
should say
already
that.
there, sitting on top of crates and barrels.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you guys notice, where previously, you followed Silas's advice of don't eat anything. So it's been like eels, rats, fish, the meat that you'd rather just call meat. Um, but like this is the first time like there's barrels, there's bags, there's actually a nice spread of food, uh, kind of ready for you that morning, a nice hearty breakfast.
Hmm.
Will members of our cohort be there as well, or is it just the main members?
Yeah, I think our cohort can be here because Reese has to pay him a coin.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay. I guess next
So yeah,
question.
Fleta. At the very least, we've got Fleta, Arcash, and was it Elena? I
Alicia?
have. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
yeah, Alesha.
Alesha. Okay. Yeah. And I guess next question for Cameron. Are you coming as
Oh yeah, as the Nighthawk.
Virgil? Oh, as the Nighthawk. Okay.
Yeah, the Nighthawk's gonna show up.
Okay.
Try not to let on this time.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you wanted to show up as Virgil, because Nebra would probably blindfold Virgil before going into the lair so that he doesn't
I
know how to get in and out, but that's fine.
think we'll find a way to. Yeah, we'll contact Virgil
Uh-huh.
secondarily.
Sure.
I imagine Cole is actually asleep in the grotto. He actually keeps his quarters there, so that's where he returns most nights.
Oh, this is the morning.
Mhm.
Sorry, I thought you were asking why the order we returned in because we were returning that night. I follow now.
I mean, in terms of like the invites to that party, right? Like that's what Virgil's going to be bringing, right? Like, so you're going to have to talk to him at some point.
Right.
Right,
Mhm.
but we can arrange a meeting place that isn't the secret grotto, though.
Right, exactly. But so in the meantime, the Nighthawk will show up though to the secret grotto.
Sounds good. All
This
right.
is only just.
I think
Yeah.
Reese will probably saunter in at probably a little later than usual. Looking a little bit shaky, but he's come down by now.
Yeah, I think at this point too, Nebra will join in because she'll have had breakfast with the family, so she'll be a little bit late too.
And he'll go straight for the cohort. All right, boys. All right,
Reese.
boys. Don't say I'm one who never pays his debts, and I'll flick the coin to him.
Cool. You flick it, or Cash catches it.
Sure.
He's like, my man,
I always pay my debts.
this guy. You should have seen him last time. Woo! He made this dome, and he's like talking to the others about how you guys crossed the lightning barriers.
Nice.
Unreliable was
Or Kesh, then mouth of yours. Remember what happened last time?
Oh yeah, no, sorry, that's my bad.
That's
I
fine.
apologize.
It was a cool dome, though. Electrifying, even.
Yeah, Cole like stretches out and like walks out into the thing. Yeah, I think it only worked. It worked mostly. He only got a little burned.
Well, when you're working on the fly like that, that's just kind of how it works sometimes.
So I know Emeline is gone, but where's Silas? Do we know?
I'm sure he's off scheming somewhere.
Yeah, when Silas is mentioned, the cohort kind of hush up. A rare moment of silence for our Cash. He's like, we don't know anything, saw nothing.
Hmm.
We'll let him talk about it.
He seems to be occupied then. All right.
I'm sure it still aligns with the interests of the crew.
Well,
Oh, sure.
with his interests within the crew.
It'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
So hey, I've got plenty of safe food. We should be good for a bit. Even your countrymen, currently under contract, can be provided for. What else I've learned recently is we should be getting that opportunity to make an awful lot of money, upsetting an awful lot of people in the Crows within a week for Jerry Maha's personal favor and money.
Oh, but not
mean-
right now. Okay.
Nope. They
Yes.
need to make sure that they can pull this off in a way that doesn't come back on them, which is understandable.
In a week.
That's
Mhm.
fair.
She said about a week.
Okay.
That's from Sarah. By the way, why did no
well.
one tell Sarah not to eat food?
I
Normally
figured Silas would pass that along.
Yeah. All right. Well, okay. Well, something to talk with Silas about.
Unless I need a weapon, I don't really talk to Sarah that much.
Fair enough. But like, if we've got trouble coming down on us, and it might land on people known to associate with us, we kind of ought to give them a heads up. We'd want them to do the same for us.
I agree. Yeah.
Well,
All right,
has
fair
anybody
enough.
seen her in the last 24 hours?
Oh yeah, I spoke with Sarah.
So why didn't you tell her?
I did. That's when I found out no one had told her yet.
Oh, well,
It's
all
been
right
a week.
then. Good job on you.
Well, in a week's time, it sounds like I also will maybe have a meeting with Bear.
Oh, really?
Oh, where's he hanging out?
Oh, just swing that one.
He's hanging out in Barrowcleft.
Oh, that makes sense.
He's really okay.
Yeah, he's apparently tight with the Veils right now. Well, he's being held tight by the Veils.
What
So
you
if we
say,
burn
don't
down the
say.
Vales Manor, we could actually solve at least 2 problems while creating maybe as few as 5 others.
So it sounds like Bear wants to treat. He wants to, go to peace on this.
Does he really know?
I mean, he's scared. No one wants to join him.
So that's
He can't-
I call that bullshit then.
Nah, he can't even wrestle up the 2 other thugs. The 3 other mooks that he had that were on his rowboat or whatever, they bailed him as soon as they got to shore.
Huh.
They delivered him to the Vales and then they were fucking gone.
So he's got nobody backing him now.
No.
Damn shame.
Yeah.
Problem is, even if they're done backing him, the Vales are still going to be a problem.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But we're not alone in this. My friends were saying that, the Vales, while they're powerful, have to deal with the Ministry of Preservation.
Oh, speaking of which, don't let anyone see you eating the goods with the Ministry of Preservation stamps. Those are they fell off a boat.
Oh, okay.
You can say they're smuggled. We're smugglers.
They were
I mean,
received.
absolutely smuggled.
Yeah,
They're received in the normal way.
right. But it sounds like, something we may want to do is try to drive a wedge in between the ministry and the Vales, because at the end of the day, the Vales are just farmers, popular because they grow food, but just farmers.
Or did the Vales try to get on the city council?
They
That's
are
what I
on
heard,
the
yeah.
city council, aren't they?
No.
No. The votes have been deadlocked, but they are a front runner according to newspaper reportings.
Well, it'd be real sad if they lost their election there, wouldn't it be?
Yeah, but are we doing electioneering now?
I mean,
Is that like murder?
it would be a lot harder to do anything against them if all of a sudden they have a vote on the council. We might be seeing a lot more, watch members, bluecoats hanging around in the canals, or a lot more patrols.
Yeah,
All right.
having your
Don't like
enemies in
that.
high up government is it's bad for business.
Indeed.
It
So
doesn't
we'll have
sound
to
like
do
we
something
can
about that.
do anything right away with that. If it's government based, it'll take a while. I think we're good for now.
Nebra has a good point.
Well,
I mean, they're in the
no,
middle. They're deadlocked. They're in the middle of voting.
the votes could like wrap up at any time though. Then too.
Yep.
So
Just some optimism right there.
Well, I do have possibly a more pressing matter. I do have a job, actually.
What would you find?
yes.
Yes.
The Nighthawk perks up.
It was with
What
Emeline
would
at
be?
the Golden Plum of all places, and we were approached by
Oof.
Lord Strangford himself.
Who the fuck is Lord Strangford?
Is that somebody I would know?
He
I
was
think most people. If you don't want to know him, that's fine. I think most people would. He's like, it would be like running into like Jeff Bezos in Seattle, right? Like, he's
Sure. So
in all the
he's
papers.
It's more like old money. He's like Rockefeller, right? Or yeah. Like,
Yeah, well, just to use an example that's local to where we're at. Yeah.
Oh, I've had that happen before. All right.
So you ran into Strangford. Does he want you to change the votes?
No, it has nothing to do with votes. He's out. He's been out.
How is he
It,
out?
he's out of the council. He's been voted out, or he got. I forget if it was like
Yeah, it was a vote.
it was a vote. Okay.
Oh, he's been voted out. Now he's coming to us. What's he want?
You can vote someone out and you just don't just kill them then? Like clearly they're going to be a problem.
Maybe it's not his style. I don't know. I can only speculate at this point.
what did he want?
He said he has a. So did he? Okay, out of character. So he acquired a map book that's very valuable, but he's
No, he
trying.
hasn't yet. So
Oh, he hasn't yet.
another
Okay.
crew has it, and they're willing to sell it to him, and he wants to buy it, but he doesn't want other people to know it's going to him because it's coming from someone who's probably his friend or otherwise companion, being another Leviathan hunter, right?
Okay, so he's scheduling this auction basically to cover that part up.
No. Holy shit. Are you talking about Lord fucking Admiral Strangleford?
Yes.
That's his fucking name? Said he fucking
Yes.
strangled all of his fucking competition?
Well, that. I
A very
guess.
same, it seems.
Mhm.
Yeah, I know. His name is Strangford for sure. His family fucking strangles everything.
Well, luckily he didn't strangle any of us, so I think we're good
Not
for
yet,
now.
anyway.
Right.
What's
But
he want done?
So there's this valuable map book of spots for Leviathan hunting that he wants. Another crew got it, but they're willing to sell it to him. But he also doesn't want people to know that he's buying it, so he's making this auction thing up to
It's a
make
dinner
it seem
party.
a dinner party where it can be sold or auctioned or something like that. Frivolous. But anyways, in any event, he wants us to be there and to buy the MacBook, this book for him, and he gave us money to do so.
He gave us money,
Yes,
just like that. He just gave how much money?
10 coins.
He just
Why
handed you
don't-
10 coin.
How much is the
Yeah,
book?
Lord Strangleford, Lord
Yeah.
Strangle fucking Ford gave us 10 coin so we can buy something for him.
yes.
Of course, he's just carrying that around because it's a Tuesday or some shit.
What? Is that not fishy? That's fishy, right? That's fishy.
Wait,
telling you,
so
this
hold on. Who
motherfucker-
pays up front?
Apparently Lord Strangford does.
Sounds
That's a lot of trust to put
this
in
is
people,
real fishy.
in people he doesn't
Oh,
know.
there's another person named Virgil Caesarian who I guess they know each other somehow. It's a noble thing, I don't know. But he basically vouched for us and said that we're good people for it. And he also wants to join in on the job.
Okay, so Rich Boy wants to slum it on a job.
You should have seen Emmeline's face. It was great.
Are you saying?
He
Are you
wants
saying?
a piece of this 10 coin?
No,
we-
no, he does not want the coin.
Are you saying that Lord Strangford, that this fucking captain, he's putting one of his men with us on this job? Is that what this is?
Here,
He's putting this
Virgil's just
Caesarian in there.
a young playboy, rich noble. He's probably just trying to get his kicks off before reality sets in for him.
Well, if he's
You
just
kn-
trying to get his kicks off,
What do you
then
know
fuck
about him,
no.
Nighthawk?
Yeah, do you know him?
Only
mean,
what the
look,
papers
what-
say.
One rich fuck is much the same as the others.
You're not
This guy
wrong.
Caesarian is just, well, he could still be useful.
I was
You
going to
still want
say.
someone, if for nothing else, it'd be nice to have someone else to take the fall.
Well, he also has money. He's a noble. And presumably has connections that could probably help us.
So tell me again about the sale. So how are
So
we
it's a
supposed to
ticket-
buy this thing?
So
What
it's a dinner party. And we're all going to be invited to this dinner party. And I think during the parties where they sell the book and people bid on it, I don't know the details too much.
What if we just stole the book and kept the money? And
Lord Strangford basically said not to do that, or else there would be
we can-
very
we can give him the book.
lot of consequences.
We can give him the book, but we keep the money.
Wait, he wants us to book, but
just
he
wants the
doesn't want
book.
us to do the best thing we do, which is smuggle shit. He'd rather just buy it. I need to,
No,
Why can't he buy it?
We'll keep the money. That's fine. We'll keep the money and we'll steal the book and we'll give him the book, and that'll be fine.
Well, the money is there for a decoy. It's the money that we're using to buy the book.
Right. We could just keep that if we steal the book.
Right.
Strangford could be a strong ally.
Oh
I
no,
don't
he's not the
know.
fucking
Well, the
strong
more
ally.
reason not to
He's a
piss him
fucking
off.
ruthless fucking murderer is what he is. Like, you don't understand. Lord Admiral Strangford? Okay, excuse me, sorry. We call him Strangleford because he fucking strangles everything, right? So this motherfucker, he owns the Leviathan Hunters. He is the guy, right? We're talking Imperial fucking Navy bullshit here, right? This guy fucks, and he is not to be fucked with. I'm not even sure I want to be there for this.
what has me real interested is he's well known for hunting leviathans, and why does he not want anybody to know he's buying a book about hunting leviathans? Does that sound like weird to any of you?
It's like
That's
a
good
map.
question.
It's like what is it? It's almost like a treasure map, except it's spots where you can get all the leviathans.
Okay, but why
It's
wouldn't
like
he
a
want to
trade
buy it
secret thing.
himself?
Wouldn't he already know this?
Well,
I
maybe.
mean, maybe
Yeah,
he's
why
trying
is-
to keep it out of
I'm
the
agreeing
hands of
with you.
competitors, right? You know, but he could try to keep it out of his competitors' hands. I mean, if anyone else got this, I'm sure his fucking shit would be fucked because like everybody wants to fuck this guy, right? That's why he's got a fucking stranglehold.
He doesn't, though. He doesn't anymore. Someone is moving against him. They kicked him off the council. and now he's turning to people like us
I
and
don't
whoever
like it,
Virgil
yeah.
Cancerian is. So he's desperate. We just need to make sure we deliver. Where's the money, by the way?
I have it.
We already have the money.
Are you gonna pull out a big sack of cash
Like,
with a dollar sign?
sure, I'll
Nice.
yeah.
We already have the money. If you're worried about upsetting him, we're already on track to upsetting him if we don't get that book.
I'm not worried about upsetting him. What I'm worried about is that this motherfucker has his own private army, right? He has the Leviathan hunters. All the fucking Leviathan hunters are ex-imperial naval fucks, right? And they're the fucks that still want to go out there and fucking hunt fucking giant beasts, right? We're not talking normal, like we're talking every single one of them is fucking bear. Every single one of those motherfuckers, right? And he's got ships of them, right? So like, what does he want? What does he want with this? This is like us saying, "Hey, fucking, you don't like the Skovelander refugees? Hey, fucking, here's 6 Skovelander refugees. Go fuck the like Imperial Princess or some shit. Here's 10 coin. I don't know how we got it, but
Yeah,
I don't know,
would
man.
it be suspicious if we're throwing 10 coin after a book?
I
We
mean,
have to pay people to fuck princesses?
Where I come from, yeah.
you got a point. They must be desperate. I mean, as powerful as they are, they keep the lights on around here.
I'm just
And I
concerned
point
that
to the lightning barrier directions.
I'm honestly just concerned. Sorry, I know I'm getting upset, but I'm honestly just concerned that what he's got us here for is because we're expendable. Like he's got us in this, and he can burn us at any moment. And like, cause he's got a fucking army. He can just put blue coats on them, and they're fucking blue coats right away. He's got the money and the power. It doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah,
Somewhere
Yeah.
in the Dimmer Sisters manner, Emmeline's like, wow, Cole's making a damn good point right now.
And actually, you see that Cole is scared. Like this
Mhm.
is not a thing he wants to do.
Right, but we already have the money. We're a thing's gonna happen.
If we
Yeah.
don't, if we don't
have-
do this,
Oh no,
beware.
I agree. We're fucking fucked already. Somehow we already got this job and we already got paid because without any of the crew getting to decide on that, I already took that in my mind and I'm gonna fucking bring it up later. But for right now, I'm just trying to fucking figure out what I'm gonna do about it.
Well, okay, so you've got a couple choices.
Silas
One of
picked a
them?
good time to be gone. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Silas picked a fucking. I think Silas fucking is just off on vacation or some shit.
Oh,
This
okay.
Maybe he set this up. That makes a lot more sense than him just walking up to you.
It would.
Than Strangford just walking up to you.
Yeah.
So, all right, Strang,
Strangford.
he wants you to go buy this thing, and we
Mhm.
can't just go see if we can buy it. But if someone bids more than 10, we're in trouble.
True.
So if we try to buy it, we need some kind of mitigation to keep someone else from buying it. If we try to buy it and fail, that's a problem. If we steal it, then we don't have to worry about any of that. But we would be stealing it from where?
Yeah, we need to know who.
there's a
has
third
it.
option. We let someone else buy it and we steal it from them.
Well, is that the third? I thought the third was killing Strangford.
You could try that all you like. Don't know how well
Yeah.
that's going to work for you, bud.
Are you sure?
Okay.
Oh, I thought I was
Let's-
reckless.
Let's minimize the killing for now.
Well, I'm not saying we're going to minimize the killing, but I am saying that we have the best option possible right now, okay? Which is, at the end of the day, we know where the book is going to be, right? We're
mhm.
going to, and it sounds like however we're going to do it, we'll be able to already be inside the building or the compound where the book is going to be. Those are the two things that are the hardest things to get out of this, right? Because to know where our asset is and to already have an entrance.
I
Oh.
I think getting away clean might be the hardest thing, but you're not wrong.
That's the next
not
hardest thing.
wrong.
Because I'm saying if we don't get those two things done, then we don't even have a job to begin with, right? Normally, if we're planning out a thing. So the next one, yeah, is obviously getting the book and then getting away clean. It sounds like this Caesarian fuck Chucklefuck is going to be our bidder, right? If there's a bid thing,
Hmm.
he's gonna maybe make contact. He's gonna do the things, while the rest of us are maybe figuring out where the fuck the book is and then getting our exit plan.
Yeah. Oh, Nebra turns to Arkesh. Arkesh, you know about the Leviathan hunters, right? What are these map books? How common are they? Is it
Oh,
easy to get one?
I mean, every crew has uh their own map books and their own preferred hunting grounds. You know that out in the void sea, these the hunters essentially stake claim to a plot of the ocean. You know that, and they will go to war to protect their claim. Um, a map book itself isn't any. I mean, so what? I don't. I guess I don't get why Strangford would care. He probably has his own, and if he were to move into someone else's claim, uh, it would be seen as an act of war, which I'm not sure he'd want, unless there's no claim staked in these places yet. But it's not like, you
These
know.
I think
secret
he
claims.
hints that these are spots that have not been taken yet. I want to say. Well, and out of character, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle.
No, yeah, you're right. So essentially, what Strangford said is he had so leviathans, as we talk about them poetically as beasts and kind of equate them to whales in our world, but at the end of the day, these are megalithic demons of the void sea. So someone used a demonologist to tap into the minds of these beasts and find out where they are. And if what Strangford was saying is true, and that their normal claims are coming up empty of leviathans, they're either hunted to extinction or moving elsewhere. If someone has knowledge of where they're going to be, that is an extraordinarily valuable piece of information to a hunter.
Thank you. I don't think I was able to explain that properly.
Do you explain that to us?
But you should. If you
Yeah,
are
I'll
you?
try. Or at least Arkesh helps with that part, since Nebra doesn't have too much knowledge
Sure.
on that.
Yeah, because we'll recall that Arkesh served on an Eruvian Leviathan hunter crew as like a crew member, not as a captain, right? So he kind of explains the ins and the outs
Yeah.
of stuff.
So
So what you're saying is that these are virgin claims then?
Yes.
These are like
so
new.
so he
These
told
Yes.
you.
could expand their territory and that shit.
So he
So
told. Go ahead.
Strangford's fucked. His grounds are running dry.
That's what this sounds like.
He just gets more and more desperate by the minute. It sounds like this thing is pretty valuable then. More than 10 coin, I would say.
If Strangford is this desperate, can we just fuck him over?
Yeah.
But he's got a lot of friends.
Not
You
anymore.
want the Imperials on your ass, sure.
No, he
Yeah.
still has a lot of friends. He might be. He might think about it. You know, this wasn't. He lost a position, right? This wasn't a street brawl. This wasn't us killing 2 members of his crew and going on it. We're not talking that this is a sit up little fucking I punch you, you punch me in the face kind of fight. This was a move and counter move. This is some other shit. This is a deeper war that I mean we're not part of. I don't want to be part of it.
Ah, yes. Noble Game of Thrones.
You fucking stupid sounding
Mm.
bullshit.
Arkesh, question: you wouldn't happen to have an old, outdated map book around, do you?
No, 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 no. That's something the captains and their chartists keep. The crew members, we man the boats, we hunt the beasts, but we're not given access to that. That's above our pay grade.
How difficult would it be to make one up?
You want a forged map book?
Yes, and maybe do like a switcheroo.
Wow.
All right, so
Arkesh is like slack jawed of like, I mean, I know the seas pretty well.
We
I
wouldn't
don't
necessarily
trust
have.
my ability to forge something that will fool a seasoned
Well,
captain, but
Well,
I'd
but
give it a
I mean,
try if that's what's
well-
asked of me.
well,
but-
you could just give me all the coordinates and the map and stuff, and I can try to put together a book that looks
Well-
convincing.
we might not have to, because like if you think about it, if we have a blank and we take the real one and we like copy in a bunch of the things and we just maybe move things off, change up some
you're
details.
talking about doing the forgery in the middle of the heist. Maybe we bring 2 books.
This is the Jerry Bruckheimer
I
shit
was
we're
going to
talking
suggest
about
2
right now.
books.
1 blank, and we can do this whack ass shit, and the other actually ready. Okay, so we can get blank map books though, right? Can we?
Well, I'm sure every captain has their own type from what I've known. Like my Ankasset captain used ancient scrolls that their family has kept for generation. Some of the some of your folk I know just do books they buy off the shelves. Some might have ledgers that have been passed down from their families. I mean, Leviathan hunting as a trade. I mean that's what has built all this, right? It's been going on for generations.
Right. Okay.
Is this fella going to be at the party?
Lord Strangford?
Yes.
Yeah,
As
he's hosting the party. That's right, Kyle.
Yep.
Yep.
That was the impression he gave.
So one would say he's
He
pretty.
gave very little information about a lot of things.
One would say he's probably pretty intimate with the thing he wants us to buy.
It sounds
So
like we should get some
forging
more
it would be quite
information.
difficult.
Well, I'm not saying we're not saying we fuck him over. Listen, I'm actually saying we do the opposite. I don't want to fuck him over. I want to I want to give him the book and fucking disappear for a while. Cause this motherfucker, I assume, as soon as anything happens, there's going to be fucking. He just found you? Like, was he following you? Were you followed here? Like, what the
No.
fuck happened?
He was in the Golden Plum at the same time as us.
Okay. And Emily's with the dimmers?
Yes.
All right. So
And
she's fine.
Silas is no fuckware.
This motherfucker. I assume Silas is fucking is being fucking held up in some fucking place. Like, he set this up, I'm sure. He's fucking sitting in Strangleford's fucking mansion right now. This fucking happened again.
Eating
These
steak,
motherfuckers.
sipping wine.
Look, as soon as he finds out that I went to the Golden Plum and he didn't, he's going to have a fit.
Cole goes over to the food and just starts not
Rage
he's like
eating?
yeah, kind of rage eating a thing, and like he pulls out what's left of a bottle of booze and just starts drinking. He's like, "This is fucked. You're all fucked. We're all gonna die. This is."
Yeah,
Okay.
I will tip my hat to Strangford. Essentially, paying you up front and making it no way to get out.
Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why he is who he is, right?
Yeah.
It's difficult to argue with 10 coin dropped on the table.
He's like, here's a
Yeah.
shitload of money. Now don't fuck me over.
All right.
What?
So
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just gonna I'll talk out of character since I can't do the voice for too long. So the idea I have is to basically somehow forge the map book, either on site or do like a switcheroo where you put a fake one in place of the real one. I'm good with either option, but either way, in the event that Strangford or we get outbidded on the book, we'll still have the real book, and then whoever wins gets the fake book.
Well, the question is, what are we going to do with the book once we have it? Sell it?
Strangford.
Yeah.
Yes. So it sounds like if I were to summarize, it sounds like there's a book out there. He's desperate. He wants to some way to regain his footing. Maybe that's why he lost his seat, right? His territory is dried up and he needs new grounds. He needs to strike new ground. Otherwise, he's not going to be able to maintain his position in the way he wants. We'll not be joking here. This guy is so fucking rich and so fucking good that he could fucking retire right now and live the rest of his fucking great grandchildren could live the rest of their lives and never have to fucking worry about it. But they wouldn't be in charge. They wouldn't be telling where they wouldn't be able to choose all the shit that they want to do, right? They might have to let someone else do that for them. So this motherfucker still wants to be the top dog. And so he needs this to do that, to make it happen, right? It sounds like he's got enough friends that he can hold his own right now, but to actually become back on top, he needs this. That could be good for us. But I'll be honest, I'm very, very fucking concerned that what's going to happen is that we're going to do this job and then we're on a fucking way home. We're going to run into 3 fucking Leviathan Hunter ships in the middle of the fucking canals or some shit, and they're just going to blow the shit out of us because it's not going to be a board, it's not going to be a whatever. We're going to hand over the book and we're all fucking dead. So like That's my concern right now. That being aside,
You
I'm
have an
all
additional concern now.
right. All about what I'm all about though is we get the book. I would love to steal it because I don't want to pay fucking 10 coin, but we put it all on fucking Kassarian's name. Fuck that guy, right? He gets to go be the guy that does this. While we're there, we get the book, we get the fuck out, we get the book to Strangford, and we just fucking lay low.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Nebra would like to ask Arkesh if he can acquire one blank map book, and then, or actually 2 blank white map books, and then one of them can make up a map with coordinates and stuff. That could be the decoy.
Sure,
Is
go
that
ahead and
something
roll me
possible?
something for this
Okay.
to see what
Um.
Arkesh can
I think
acquire.
Arkesh. Well, if you're not rolling this cohort.
You could roll his quality and then do like that could be acquire asset. Right?
Okay, you're
You
going
could.
to
It
have.
might, depending on your skills, it might be better to roll something like command.
Mm.
I don't know
Right.
your character sheet as well as you do, so up to you.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
'Cause
I
he's
don't.
getting what? He's getting a die right now.
Okay.
He only gets a die if it's a rover thing. Now, I think this is a rover thing.
I could command
It's
him.
an acquire an asset thing. Yeah, I could see.
Yeah, I think that's a rover thing.
Are you sure you want to? I'm kind of looking at Cole. It's like, are you sure you want to blame this on this Virgil guy? Like,
It's a lot fucking better than it being blamed on us. Because Strangford doesn't want to get blamed, right? Which means it's probably pretty fucking serious.
What it comes down to is someone's gonna get blamed, and we have the ability to shield ourselves. If Virgil has the ability to shield himself, good on him. But we need to make sure that he's not using us as his shield.
Yeah. Listen, I care about the people here, the people that are part of the crew. I don't want to coming down on you, Nighthawk. I don't want to coming down on Emeline or Nebra or the Messenger or Silas or any fuck of us, right? I don't like none of these folks. But fuck Virgil Kassarian. I don't know him. I never heard his name before tonight.
but if he does a job with us, is he not somewhat part of the crew in a way?
Fuck no. He
No more
hired
than-
us, as far as I'm concerned.
No more than Sarah.
No.
We can
care
warn
about
him
Sarah.
about the.
You
We can
blame
warn him
Sarah.
about the food too.
Yeah, because I've worked with Sarah for a while. Do you care about Basil Bass? We did a job with him.
Fuck Beto Baz.
Well, he's part of the crew now, according to you. So fix your fucking brain.
Okay. So I want to make an argument that this is sort of a study rule, because one, Arkesh is obtaining books, and two, he's going to either need to study or look up like previous coordinates that either his crew has used or he's heard of or something like that to pull together a map.
Fine.
You're leading a group action
Yeah.
with the cohort.
Oh, what was that? Sorry.
Yep, that sounds good. So you roll your study. I'll roll a die for him, and we'll take the best result. The position is going to be, let's get you some XP, Nebra. We're going to call it desperate because I think
Oh,
you guys
great.
hit the nail on the head. He probably knows what this book looks like, and the effect is going to be limited.
Um.
All right. Can I help
So-
out with this?
Well, sorry. Go ahead. You go first.
I have a question. Could I help out with this role?
How do you think you can help out? Come to the table with a thing.
This is a study role, right?
Yes.
A study group action.
And we are. Who's making the role?
I am.
Nebra and Arkesh.
And the goal was just what again?
To acquire 2 map books, 1 blank, and then, or 2 blank map books, and then one of them's going to eventually get forged with a fake map.
Oh, okay. I thought we were talking about getting information about who might have the current map book.
How about this? Can I set up the cohort by giving them kind of this detailed, like I'm telling them what I know about the Leviathan hunters, what like how the Imperial Navy does this thing. You know, I've dealt with some of their I've seen their log books, that kind of thing. It's very personal, like that kind of thing.
No,
So-
it's the cup of a carpenter type of thing.
Essentially,
Mm,
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So I will
that
take a
would move it
stress.
from limited to standard effect.
Well, if you're helping, you
Or
take a
sorry, a
stress and
position
they get a
from
die.
desperate to risky, right?
Yeah, you're right. I actually don't take a stress, right?
You don't, but you make a roll to help to
Yes.
set someone up.
Yeah.
And then were you wanted to move the position from desperate to risky, or did you want to move the result from limited to good?
I think result.
Okay, so
Not result, effect. Excuse me.
yeah,
Or
so
effect, yeah.
limited to standard.
Because I think standard, we want something more than just a limited effect. But I'm okay getting Nebra some XP. I don't want to ruin her XP gain here.
All right.
Thanks.
So roll something to
I
set
think
him up.
I think
So,
I'll also take a stress to push myself, if that's all right,
Mhm.
and take an extra die.
am I desperate as well in this for setup?
For setup, I think
I think I'm
yours is
controlled.
risky or controlled because you're not gonna face. There's a lot less consequences to this than like
Yeah.
actually finding a forged map book, right? Yeah, and Reese is right. 2 stress to push yourself.
So it's
Okay, we
a
take the 6. So, yeah, you see our cash probably grabbed the wrong book. Like, no. Like, we do things differently here in Akaros than Aruvia. This is the book.
Yeah, like it clearly grabbed the wrong book with the 1, and then he's like, "Nah, this is the right book right here. This is the exact one you need."
All right, and then Nebra.
Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out this.
No worries.
Or is it 2 stress to push myself? Sorry. Thanks.
2
Thanks,
stress. Yeah.
Thanks, Peter. So desperate. So desperate position. Sorry. Standard or is it limited? Sorry.
A standard effect because of
Standard.
Cole's assistance or setup.
Okay.
And then 1 die for the pushing yourself.
Then 1 bonus die. Okay.
116. Here's our cash. Okay, so you take an additional stress because our cash failed.
Okay.
But we take the 6, which is a success. So we have 2 map books that granted we've never seen the legitimate one, but as to the best of all of our combined knowledge, these are books that could pass as Leviathan Hunter maps.
Could we say that what we've set up is we've set up essentially, like we can use the actual book to like give it the final touches that would let it do the thing? Like we've set up all the materials we needed or whatever to
Mhm.
make it.
So at
And
this
also,
point,
like while in score, to remember you can still flash back and stuff like that to things.
Yeah.
So yeah, but we'll
So-
have
oh, sorry.
documents to be able to pull, which can be these books that we can use during the score.
So at this point, are the books both books blank?
Yes, if so long as that's what you wanted.
Okay. Well, I do want one to be blank. The other one, if possible, I would like to possibly roll to maybe forge an actual map in the map
We'll
book.
roll that in with the study. So you have what
Oh,
looks
okay.
like a passable forged copy, which our cache has been on the seas. Like
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Now to figure out how to do the switcheroo.
Well, that's something we can do during the score here. So
Right.
it sounds like we're gonna meet up with Kassarian at some point to get the invitations to this party. But it sounds like we are doing this score. So let's go ahead and jump into engagement and anything else we need to do, we can always flash back to cover. So what I need to know from you guys is the type of engagement we're going to pull today. So we could do an assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, or transport.
My vote's deception.
Yeah.
That makes the most sense, yeah.
That's mine too. Wait, what was? Wait, can you listen to me in real quick? There was one more.
Yeah, assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, and transport.
Wait, I think stealth or deception would be my choices. I like deception though.
I don't know how stealthy we're being. Yeah, I think either deception or social.
I actually do. I could be sold on social. Like it's not something we've never done, but this is technically a social engagement,
Yeah.
and the connection is essentially Virgil Kassarian.
It's like the heist part itself like isn't about deception. Like we are clearly actually buying this thing.
Are we? No, we're stealing it.
Oh, we are.
No.
Okay.
Well, we're
Oh,
going
yeah.
to steal it, but we're also at first we're going to buy it and say it's for Strangford, and then the decoy is a fallback in case someone else gets it.
Why would we put money up there anyway? Yeah,
Yeah,
let's make the fallback plan buying it and make the main plan stealing it. Because, like,
Deception
preferably we
sounds
get the
better
book
there.
and the coin.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Messenger and
Kyle.
I are on the same page.
Sorry, Kyle, to clarify, the money is that for us to keep, or is that meant to be used towards buying the book?
So if things were to go to Strangford's plan, that money is to buy the book, and anything not used to buy the book, because he didn't tell you a price,
Uh-huh.
would go to you for your services.
Okay.
That's how
Quick-
Strangford wants it to play out, but this
He's-
is Duskfall.
Quick
He's
question,
like,
Kyle.
I'm paying you to do a job. Here's 10 coin. That should more than cover it.
Mhm. Yeah.
And if,
Quick-
and I'm assuming you're a savvy crew who can know how to cut costs where you need to.
Quick question, Kyle. So we've been talking about this as if it was an auction type thing, or there was a competitive bid happening at this party. Because I doubt it's like a stand-up auction. Is that was that actually a thing that we learned, or because I
No,
don't
so
remember it that being
again,
there.
so Strangford was very light on the actual details of everything.
Yeah.
All he said is that another crew reached out to him to buy this book, and he doesn't want it known that he is buying it because it probably came from someone he's close to, and he doesn't want to burn bridges. Is
Mhm.
his story. He is making this purchase at the party. So as far as we know, it's we just need to go up to whoever's selling it, who we don't know, and be like, "Hey, we're here for Lord Strangford. How much is it?"
Okay, so my proposal is that we have a decoy book, right? Because our actual plan should be, and we can get into flashbacks after this, and once we get in the score, but our plan should be the money is our key into the conversation, right? That is how we're getting into the conversation of we want to buy your book. Then we have a negotiation. We decide to walk from the negotiation. We take our money and leave. But in the meantime, we've swapped books, and so we leave them with a decoy shitty book that doesn't reel, and we get the actual book that we hand to Strangford.
Oh.
That depends on these books being indistinguishable from each other. I don't think we can take the book out of their hand and swap like that. Like,
It depends on where the book's located.
Yeah, and then also,
Flash? No.
yeah, and also like that we're also assuming that they're gonna have the book on them at that time. This
Or
very
on
well could
display
be
somewhere.
yeah, this very well could
Sounds
be like
like
a
uh, uh, we kind of narrowed it down to two that we are either deception or social.
mhm.
So here's the thing. Either we do a heist in which we do a job, or we walk up and we try to bid them down on a certain amount of money, in which case I don't know why there's 5 of us, right? Like which is fine. That's okay. We'll find out what'll happen. But that's my point, is either we have a plan. Either our plan is we're doing a heist, or our plan is we're just going to go there and offer them money.
Okay. Yeah. Well, Virgil's the one that said, "Hey, can you give 7 invites to invite everyone?" So that's why everyone's able to go.
No, I know that from like the
Oh, okay.
mechanical perspective.
Okay.
What Cole is saying is I don't know why we would be doing that, or why what Charles is saying is that I don't know why this Strangford guy would need the intermediary of a whole fucking gang, right? If all he needs is a random patsy, he could have just gotten Kassarian to do it himself. You can hand any mook 10 gold and say, or 10 coin and say, go buy me a book, right? Why does he need a fucking brutal, ambitious war dog renegade gang to come in and do this for him?
You don't pat
Unless
yourself on the back or nothing.
he probably fully expects something to go down at some
Right.
point, so that's why he needs the backup.
He wants the plausible deniability.
Or he's just looking for a scapegoat.
I mean, that's what Virgil's for.
It sounds like, yeah, Virgil's the scapegoat no matter what, because he brought him into this. So like
Right.
at the end of the day, like it basically it comes down to if we want to send a person in with Virgil, and like I guess it depends on how much effort do we want to go do this, right? Do we want to just fucking go forward, march in step, and do what Strangford says, which is we panned over money, we retrieve book, we hand book to Strangford, we go home and probably die, or do we want to do a thing in which case we actually try to then figure out where the book is, who has it, right? We could steal it, we could blame it on someone else, we can do. There's lots of things we can do. And I'm sensitive to the fact that we don't know what the book looks like. We're trying if we try to do it in the heist, it's a fucking Jeremy Bruckheimer shit where it's fucked up and hard. But
Well, another thing as well is we could even if we do give the book over to this Strangford fella, we can always make sure that we can take a copy of it, and that's our assurance.
What do you think the extra book's for?
Well, if he ever comes after us, then we could say, well, maybe your competition will find this book too.
All of this we can also address.
Yeah.
Once we're
Yeah.
in score through.
Yeah, we
flashbacks
really
and
just
back.
need to decide, is this deception or what?
And
Deception.
I
Well, I think
think,
Deception.
and I'm thinking how are we initially going in? We know we do have invitations, which like social that might lend itself to social, but deception could be a thing where,
Socials. Yeah, actually, what's the difference between social and deception? Like,
so with a deception, I need to know the method of deception going to be used, which it sounds like, to be fair, we're switching the books, right? That's a method of deception. With social, I need to know what's the social connection, which we do have too, Caesarian and a bunch of invitations.
because my pitch was going to be that I don't actually want to go on invitation. I don't want to be tied to this. I was going to go. Ideally, I would arrange with Caesarian to have me added to the staff, like the wait staff for the evening, and I
Mhm.
would go in a white coat or whatever and do
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, we're all going to be attached to this, because if no one else knows, Strangford knows.
I don't want to be a guest, is what I'm saying. I would like to be able to, because you're aware, Messenger, that people that are wearing servants' attire get to move throughout buildings much more easily than those that are wearing tuxedos and the shit.
Oh, put me on that list then.
Okay, so I guess the question is how many wants to go to the party and how many don't want to.
And we're
I
also
do not.
out our lurk. Like, this is a very lurk job, the way
Yeah.
we're looking at it.
Well, yeah,
No,
Nebra's
we have
going
that
no
lurk.
matter what,
Nebra's
so
Oh,
Norma's
I
a
would like to.
spider.
I don't want to be part of this. I'll go scout out ahead, though, and get some.
I'm sorry, did I
information.
mix them up? Which one is?
Yeah, he's
No,
the
She's a
Nebra is
whisper.
our lurk. Nebra,
Mhm.
we're out our whisper. Oh yeah,
And our
that's
s-
fine then. Okay.
and our
with the
spider.
whisper and the spider.
Mm-hmm.
We're blaming the spider for his absence.
So-
'cause this
so
is
maybe
definitely a
this
job
should-
where we could use him. But we've
Yeah.
got the lurk. That's the
Yeah,
important
maybe
part.
it should be deception because we don't have our social spider guy.
I'm fucking telling you, I'm pretty sure that fucking Silas is fucking sitting up and he's being surrounded by a couple of guards drinking nice brandy up in
Probably is. yeah.
fucking Strangford's mansion there.
So it sounds like deception is the one we're kind of deciding on. So method of deception here, you may mention that some people are going to infiltrate the wait staff. I love
Mhm.
that idea. So who's going to be going as guests and who's going to be going as wait staff?
Nebra's gonna go as a guest, and then Virgil. I don't know how to reach Virgil at this point. I'm
So-
assuming we figured that part out, but
The Nighthawk. The Nighthawk.
Don't create connections. We already have an arrangement to meet.
Yeah,
Virgil.
no. I'm trying to connect. What I'm trying to say is the Nighthawk wants to do some scouting, and that's what he's going to do. He's not going to be. He's
At
not
the
going to
party?
Go, yeah,
That's great.
he'll,
Okay.
he'll be outside as backup or something in case something goes wrong.
That sounds great. Silas, what do you want to do?
Silas.
Not Silas, sorry.
So, but Cameron,
Reese.
Virgil will go as a guest.
Yes, Virgil will go as a guest. Yes.
Okay.
Reese will also go as a guest.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
you two as wait staff.
I
Yeah.
think if I can, I would like to be part of like the household guard or something like that, if they have
That
such a thing.
would
but-
be
little
wait
too
staff
much?
and doable. Guard
Okay.
is more difficult because these are
Okay.
like Strangford's personal.
Yeah, you'd probably be like
Dudes.
vetted and all that sort of shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait staff is easy though.
Would it be
Alright.
possible to replace those who are not going with like the cohort members so that there's still
Yeah,
some
so
number
there's
of
the
people
same number.
attending. Yeah.
You want
So
to get Arkesh in trouble again?
Yeah, we can bring more of our.
As long as he keeps his mouth
Oh,
shut,
let's bring the
Actually-
then he
Scoblanders.
won't get in trouble.
I'll note that we also had, I don't know, maybe this is with Silas, but we had the Scovelander group as well.
yeah, I'd like to keep the Scoblander group available for Nate when he's back for the
Sounds
next
great.
score.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But our
that's fine.
cohort we could definitely use.
Well, I was gonna
So
say, if the cohort wanted to also be in the wait staff, we could basically be like part of the catering staff that was hired extra for this thing.
Yeah,
well, it sounds like so just so I'm aware, because Nebra wanted them to actually fill out the invitations that were given, so it looks like
Oh,
we have a
gotcha.
full crew. And you're talking about having them in the wait staff as backup. Where would you like to split?
Either way, I guess it doesn't matter. I was just thinking that it's so well. So in my brain, right? Strangford works within circles. Him inviting a handful of people, like 3 or 4 people, extra to this party, could be a normal thing. Inviting 7 additional people that like only one of those people is known, because like I assume Nebra is going as yourself, like you're the daughter of the consulate person.
Yes.
So like that, maybe you're like not Virgil's date or something, right? Like I don't know.
+1, it's fine. Yeah.
+1, yeah, exactly.
He
but
did
like
buy me wine, so
yeah,
possible.
I don't know what the rest of, but I don't know how you explain the other 5 people as part of that in myself normally, you know. But that's not my job either. That could be something you guys have to do in the score. So I'm going as waitstaff.
yeah.
Yeah, I never could probably come up with something for at least the 2 Aruvians. Be like, they're like distant cousins or something like
Cool.
that.
So you're
That
gonna
would be
bring specifically Arkash and Alessia to round out the party guests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sounds
cool.
good to me.
Nice.
Actually,
Oh.
if there's room for Fleda too, I don't know how many. Should we bring all 6 or 7 if
Do
we're
what you
able
wanna do.
to? Or
Let's do it all,
Uh,
man. Let's go. Let's go
Cole-
eat
Do it
all
all?
their food.
Cole actually looks over and says, "Nebra, this is your score. You're in charge of this one.
I didn't
So-
want to be a. Oh god. Okay.
You brought the score. This is you."
Yeah.
Let's see how
Yeah.
many
Choose.
murders we can get done this time.
All right, everyone, come along. No.
Let the bells ring.
All right. We probably need the extra people. Who knows?
We
All
could
right.
also have a couple of them outside in the canals in the Emerald, waiting.
I really hope those 2 cops that made fun of me were there. Are there?
Say, let's pull that unreliable string, being that we know that they're doing something on Silas's orders, that the Aruvians you can get with you, but Fleda and the rest of the cohort are absent
Okay.
for the score.
Okay.
That's fine. That works.
I like it.
Figures.
Question: Is the Emerald absent?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna do an engagement roll, deception. The roll is gonna be a fortune roll coming from Emeline. So we take 1d for sheer luck. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lord Strangford. All right.
Yeah.
Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability or hit the target where they're weakest?
Yeah. Stranglethorn's like whaling operation, right?
Well, but we're
It's
not
like his
affecting
literal
that.
bottom line.
This is the bottom line of the power for the city, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Right, but we're not
that's against
hitting
him.
Stim.
Yeah.
Oh, who's the target? Who is the target?
The other crew that has the book.
Yeah,
We don't
and
even
that's
know who they are. I don't think we can say we're hitting them
Can
where
we
they're
get that
vulnerable.
information actually?
No.
Unless
Maybe
you
in
want
a
to argue we're going to his house.
Maybe in a
or-
flashback. Well, wait, they are vulnerable there because it's his house.
So
Yeah.
3. Can any friends or
Good call.
contact provide aid or insight for this operation?
Yes.
I think
What
my
kind of-
spy could. But if someone else has a better one, Valeris as a spy will have information about Strangleford's house that Strangleford maybe doesn't want us to have.
Do we have anyone who can get information about like what other gang would have this map?
Well, we can do that in a flashback. We can do a gather information in a flashback.
Or her or the other potential buyers could be. Is that where you're?
Yeah, or potential buyers. Like,
So I'll give you a 4 for we'll say that the messenger hit up
Valorous.
Valorous for like what do you know of his estate, and like while his family still lives there, it is kind of like a historical property, so there are probably like maps and tours and stuff like that, and that can be found. Um, is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors?
yes.
Okay, so that's down to 3.
I would debate that one, but it's fairly straightforward. Get the book, get
back to
out.
4. All right.
Personally,
All right, I'll keep you at 4. Is a target strongest against this approach, or do they have defenses or preparations?
yes.
No,
Oh, really?
no. Are enemies or rivals interfering in this operation? Yes,
Oh, that's a
as we will
secret.
see.
Okay.
Are there other elements you want to consider? Yes. So that'll bring us down to 2. Um, so here is our engagement roll. A 4. So we start in, it's a mixed result. The crew is in a risky position when the action starts. And we'll find out a little bit more about that momentarily. One thing I will uh, have you note here on roll 20 is I have some clocks that aren't our normal 4-segment clocks. Some of the party guests that we'll meet momentarily have agendas that are unknown to the crew at this time. As we interact with the party guests, we might meet though or find out more about those um, uh, goals, and in which case I will reveal what they are trying to accomplish here. Um, when we have complications, fail rolls, those clocks will fill up. So those who are doing kind of the social aspect, or even the wait staff, get to know what is happening. So this mixed result, I will say, is going to come into the fact that the 2 groups of you, those going as guests and those going as wait staff, arrive at different times. Um, so we'll start off here with the messenger and Cole. And so what you realize is you get on the wait staff, and it's being catered by the Golden Plum, and specifically Chef Roselle, who's kind of the owner operator legend at the Golden Plum. And all of her wait staff is from the restaurant, which you might think might cause a problem because you guys aren't known there. But at the request of the host, all of the staff are in kind of tuxedos and all wear pretty plain black masquerade masks as to not interrupt the party guests and not burden them with knowledge of their existence. So you and the other wait staff are kind of obfuscated, and you know, who knows? Maybe you do work at the Golden Plum. It's hard to say. Whatever the case, Chef Roselle is happy for the help. So you were led onto Strangford's private island. If you bring up the Coleridge neighborhood map, you'll see, or sorry, Char Hollow map. You'll see that Strangford has a private island. He This is earlier in the day, well before the party started, because um, Chef Roselle needs to set up. But the gates open to Servant's Bridge, and all of these bridges are gated and controlled from the inside. And you guys come across Manor Road, um, and start pulling in to Strangford House, which is um, this kind of uh, grand fenced estate that's on this hill overlooking the rest of Char Hollow. And as you kind of go, even though you're going up the Servant's Bridge, um, you notice that you know a lot of the people who live in Char Hollow are workers who toil in Strangford's factories and workhouses. So like all of them are throwing evil stares up at the house, and they're kind of grumble as uh, these carriages pull through Servant's Bridge. And you also notice that kind of behind the convoy, kind of blending in and not kind of spotted by the guards, are some gray robed figures that are kind of making themselves look like they're part of the congregation going in. But you know that they weren't with you when you were at the restaurant. You either picked them up somewhere in Six Towers or here in Char Hollow. Um, but the carriages pull in to the Strangford house, and the servants entrance is opened into the kitchens, and you guys are free to set up.
So we
These robed people showed up with our caravan of someone's trying to steal our the
Yeah.
map we're trying to steal.
And I'll say that the gray robed figures who followed you, they don't go into the house with you. They're kind of milling around Manor Road. Like once you guys kind of pull in, they kind of break off and start doing their own things out of like staying out of the guards' watch.
Wait, so they're going where the guards can't see them, or they're not getting in the guards' way?
Kind of going where the guards can't see them. Kind of, and it looks like they're starting to like set stuff up. It looks like they have like signs, picket stuff, soapboxes.
Oh, the revolution is starting. Great. But they got across the bridge, which is a guarded position, with us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of doing the thing where someone opens a door and
They tailgated. Yes.
I think I just start picking up boxes off of one of the carts and taking it into the kitchen, following along with everyone else.
awesome. So as you walk into the kitchen, loading stuff in, you hear and into the kitchen step Lord Strangford's manservant, though the name is a bit of a misnomer because uh, this is what is known as a hull. The spirit of Lord Strangford's former butler, who now inhabits a steam-powered automaton. Good evening. Do you need any assistance with the setup or preparation?
I look to someone else. That's
Someone
like the
who's in
chef.
charge.
Yeah.
The chef kind of goes over like, yes, just show us where we need to be, and she kind of points to the messenger and be like, make sure you get the ovens ready, and turns to some other person who was there you don't know. It's like, start boiling the mushrooms. We want to get those out. That's the first course, and kind of goes off with who leads her into a main hall.
I start pulling out mushrooms and I look over at someone else. Actually, I kind of nudge someone out of the way, and I said, "You heard the chef. Make sure the ovens are ready." And I'm going to try to command them,
Okay.
like very much a yes, chef, like sous chef type thing. We'll see how that goes. Would you say this is a risky position?
Yeah.
Or yeah. Standard effect.
Ooh, a failure.
Yep.
Cool. Well, since the party hasn't begun, I won't fill up any of the party guests' clocks. But one of the masked figures, uh, who is identifiable in that, like most people are dressed uniformly, right? Like very nondescript in their appearance. He is slightly different in that he has a golden chain that runs from his lapel into like a interior jacket pocket.
Oh.
Um, whatever that might mean, but he kind of goes over to you, touches your shoulder kind of surreptitiously, not trying to cause you harm or anything, and be like, what are you doing here?
I step back with him and step off to the side. I'm working, sir.
He kind of gives you a once over and it's like, okay,
Is there
don't
something I
let me
can?
stop you.
help you with?
No,
You
you seem to know your way around the kitchen.
I'm just following chef's orders.
Mm-hmm. And he kind of goes off to the other side of the room.
I go back to unpacking mushrooms.
Cool. The messenger, what about you? What? And I
I
should
was
say for both of you, like during this time, because the party guests will start arriving momentarily. Is there any goal that you guys have? Anything you're looking to accomplish?
I mean, yeah, we need to. I need to get out of the kitchen and start prowling the place. Really. So I do want to make my exit. Basically, while he's making a scene, I'm gonna vanish. Like
Okay.
he specifically directed, like Cole specifically directed someone else to get after the ovens, and I'm going to cross over in between, shed part of my servant stuff, and start sneaking around. Um, which I think is going to be a prowl roll.
Mhm.
So, what's my position and effect?
Uh, Position. We'll give you a desperate position here. Get you some
Terrifying.
XP. Effect is going to be standard. If you pull it off, you'll be able to sneak. If not, you're getting an automaton to the face.
Oh yeah, and like I only have one die on this, and only 3 stress to work with. So, here goes something. Uh, ooh,
All right. So you, um,
We're explaining why we're in a risky position ahead of time.
yeah, uh, you, uh, begin your prowl. And you know what? You time it perfectly. The thing about the automaton, right, is he is very noisy. You wait for the to kind of stop, and then you kind of scurry. But you take a right where you should have taken a left, and you come about belly high on the good Lord Strangford, who looks down at you, and it was like, the messenger. You
sir,
shouldn't be here with the wait staff. You were invited as a guest.
a subtlety that I'm sure should not have been missed on me.
Come, come. Let me show you my estate and introduce you to my man, Mr. Tillman Murray. And you hear the good evening, young master. And then like you see like an Oculus device kind of zoom in and like, apologies, you are not as young as your height suggests.
Or as male. Moving on. So, I've been found out. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, I'm moving along with him. I probably need to make another attempt to dart away, but I don't think that's necessarily right away. Uh, is there
Yeah,
something
I
else you'd
think
have of me as the storyteller?
no, so like you guys have some time to kill. I think so like if Cole wants to try another action, he is welcome to do this. So I think at this juncture, uh Lord Strangford is going to kind of be on you until the party begins, making sure like he's wasn't born yesterday. He probably knows exactly what you were trying to do. But once the party happens, he's going to be distracted and you might be able to break off from him. Um,
Yeah, I think so I think Cole is going to I don't how does this kitchen is this kitchen like how does this kitchen operate? Are they very quiet? Are they very like, exacting? Do they as soon as chef is gone, do they like start to like talk about what's going on? Like what kind of happens there?
no, the it is, I think the golden plum is legendary for a reason, and it is very the kitchen runs very smooth even when the chef is away. Whoever is in charge, and again, because you're all kind of masked up, it's hard to tell uh who's running the shop, but they keep everyone in line. Um it does seem like the guy with the gold chain is not the guy in charge, and he almost seems like to be nearly as lost as you are sometimes.
Um, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to uh like I'll be chopping something, and I assume there's a bunch of like boxes or things that are like I don't know, trays or whatnot that we brought in all of our stuff on, and then like I imagine that they're like stacked next to us. And when someone's walking by a thing, I'm gonna do a prowl roll to just like nudge it with my foot just enough to trip them. Uh, and yeah, we'll see how that goes.
What the goal is just to trip them to cause a commotion here? Like,
My goal is to trip them. My goal is to trip them, and then I'll be like, "Oh goodness, we should be clearing this workspace," and I'm going to then pick those boxes up and leave, and that's how I'm going to extricate myself from the wait staff right here.
to try to do what the messenger was trying to do, right?
Yeah, but I'm going to be carrying a bunch of boxes around, like I'm looking for like a refuse area.
Mhm.
But first off, I need to like get myself out of here. I
Yeah,
think at least.
yeah. So much like the messenger, let's call this a desperate,
'Kay.
whatever roll, a
Yep.
standard effect. Because again, like the messenger, if you get through, you're in the clear. A crit, nice. So yeah,
Someone knows what they're doing.
you
Right.
trip a guy, you cause a commotion, and we'll say you sneak out, and no one spots you. You have free reign of whatever you can like physically get to, because this house is immense, of the Strangford Manor. You do in fact see uh both Tillman Murray, this automaton, who's helping like set things up, and um Lord Strangford with the messenger, like going through and this is a painting of me on my ship, and kind of giving the rundown, but like hand in such a way that if he tries to dart, it's gonna be right there to grab him, right? Cool. So I'll say you have some time free. I'll give you one final action to like, what do you want to do in your free reign of sneaking through the house, and then we'll jump over to when the guests arrive.
I guess I'm going to like use my cover as like I'm now essentially blending in amongst whatever servants are getting set up for this party, moving boxes around, whatnot. Um, I'm going to try to uh, gather some information on just the generalized layout of this place, and I don't know. I guess effectively, like probably find a place to lay low a little bit, um, where I can. Well, sorry. Besides the waitstaff, are there other servants for Strangford?
Oh, there's his automaton,
Mhm.
and there's like some house guards, which granted, you weren't in Brightstone, but of a similar description. Like, these look like a mercenary element of the blue coats that Strangford has at his disposal, but they're actually few and far between. Like, they kind of do patrols. You've seen they kind of guard the main entrance, but like Strangford seems pretty lax in security, or at least comfortable with whatever secret uh countermeasures he has in place, right?
Mhm. But
Getting
there's
more
not
and
like
more
a
funky.
with yeah. There's not like besides his automaton, he doesn't seem to have like other servants or anything.
For like, if he did, like, because you assume he has to, right? Like, he has to have
Mhm.
like a maid staff and stuff like that.
Mhm.
At this part of the house, and again, you don't have access to all of it because it's this huge thing, and some doors have been shut and locked. It seems like there's no maids, there's no
There's no footmen or
staff. It
anything like
seems like
that.
the point of contact for the outside help is this robo butler, right?
Okay. Okay. Um, I don't want to burn myself, so I think what I'm gonna do is actually I'm gonna approach is the Robo Butler away from Strangford?
Uh, at times, yeah, like there's times it gets close, but Strangford's definitely kind of more on a mission of like, I'm gonna keep an eye on this person I found trying to
Right.
sneak off. And the Robo Butler is more like, I was told to prepare for the party. That is my primary objective, right? So
Right. So I'm gonna go up to the automaton when he is farthest away from Strangford, and just say, "Sir, excuse me. I have these.
his
I have
Oculus kind of zooms in on you.
I have these, and Cole is doing his best, like imperial school impression of an Akarosi, of like trying to speak very clearly without an accent, things they tried to beat out of him when he was 12,
Hmm.
right? Uh, Sir, I apologize. I am looking for the refuse bin. I was told by the chef to take this trash out.
Oh,
Is it downstairs?
uh, yes, we do have a trash suit for your convenience, which I can show you.
Thank you, please.
And he kind of leads you into what's essentially like it's kind of a nondescript door, relatively close to the kitchen, that looks like it's just like you would mistake it for like a coat closet or something like that. But you open the door and it does have this uh, almost like coal chute looking thing that they toss the trash down and the servants kind of take it away from the lower level.
Mhm. I start to put another. Do you know, sir? Is this a incinerator?
Uh, no, uh, this goes to the lower level where the servants will transport it by wagon to designated waste areas off island.
Thank you very much, sir. I finish disposing of my refuse and then I close it back up and I head back to the kitchen to maintain my cover.
Awesome. Cool. So some time passes, and let's go to the folks who are arriving. So you guys uh, come probably by carriage or something at through Strangford Gate Bridge, and much like those who came over servants, this bridge is controlled, or this gate is controlled from the inside, and it opens up as you guys come in. Uh, Unlike last time, earlier this afternoon when the others arrived with the wait staff, Manor Road is actually kind of a bit of a commotion, and you see a bunch of gray robed individuals, holding up signs and you know chanting and praying, and it seems that a group of the Weeping Lady have were snuck onto the island somehow, perhaps with as the servants were entering, and one of their known numbers, named Father Yorin, is standing on a soapbox, and he's a wild-looking bearded man of mixed Akarosi Skovlander descent, and his flesh on his back is bruised and lacerated from his pious self-flagellation, and he's just screaming and hollering like, "The rich will fall! Give alms to the poor! The greed seen here, the avarice, the sin will be washed away as so much filth during the cataclysm." And you see the guards are trying to push him back and
Ooh.
kind of maintain some order. And then some other of his followers, again, all in these kind of gray robes, are silently praying and are trying to hold up alms glasses to the party guests as their carriages arrive, and most of them being elite kick them, scoff at them, but otherwise don't engage with this charity and pseudo-religious organization.
So all of us are in the same carriage, the ones that are attending.
That can be
Oh,
up to you guys, however you want to roll up.
yeah. I think that would make the most sense, and it would probably make more sense if this is a Virgil's carriage or something he rented himself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds like it sounds like a plan.
Are we able to read the protest signs at all? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, a lot of them are just like, they're like, give to the needy, like waste not, want not, like, um, uh, like pox on the elite or something like that. And it's very much like, this organization got wind that a party was happening here, and in their mind, you know, uh, such frivolous spending could have gone to them to help feed the poor, to help feed the destitute. Like the rich don't need another excuse to gather and party, right?
Right.
And so they're trying to get people to pay back, but
Okay.
most of the guests aren't doing it.
Nebra turns to Virgil and asks, "Do you have a spare coin?"
I was traveling light today.
Oh,
But
just curious.
That
Felt
is
like
something I forgot to do, and that is my bad. But what type of load was everyone carrying?
yeah, okay, good. I think I was gonna go either. Which one's the least conspicuous? Like medium or
Light.
light? Light. I think it's gonna be medium, but I think that is because he's trying to look a little bit like he's like trying to. He's dressed up in his normal clothes, but he's clearly packed some shit under there. But maybe he actually has his like Nighthawk utility belt, but you don't see that. It's just like it looks like a noble trying to pretend to do something, right? Like if you were a crew, you're like, oh, he's trying to like have some gear and like we're pulling off a job.
Okay.
Nebra's going to be light.
Reese will also be right. Light.
And our 2 servants.
Yeah, I don't know. Cole, what were your thoughts?
So for Cole, I was thinking that actually he had gone heavy, but that he had stashed his gear in some of the boxes that they brought in, and then while he was getting rid of the refuse, he may have like stashed it in like that closet right there.
Cool. That sounds like a bit of a flashback, but it was my bad for not calling for load earlier. So we'll
I mean,
give that one.
I would be happy to take. I am actually free of stress right now. I'm happy to take the stress to say that because that way maybe I can cover the messenger as well. That if the both of us want to be heavy because we're servants, and that maybe helps balance out the rest of the overall crew having to go light.
Works for me. If you guys both want to go heavy and it's stored in crates of goods.
Yeah, okay. Good plan. Good plan, Charles.
Yeah.
Okay, so I apologize for that. Thank you. But so Virgil was saying he was traveling light, which made me think of that. So
Yeah. That's a good call. Yeah. But like I think I will go and start talking about the charitable organizations that the Kasarian family contributes to help the working class and poor.
you say this to the Weeping Lady or to Nebra?
To Nebra.
Oh, I see. I thought it would be nice to, actually spare a coin here and now, since that's what they're here for, is to help the poor.
That is what the our charitable foundation does.
Hmm. Anyway, so is there like a line of carriages that are just waiting to be, have people dropped off, or what's the setup?
Kind of, yeah. Like we can say at this point, like you've seen like party guests go in and stuff like that. It's because of Dustfall's darkness. You weren't able to really identify any noteworthy people just yet. You'd probably need better lighting, but yeah, there's been several people who have been let in, and you guys are under the impression that 2 of your member are in there already,
Right. Okay.
and you guys are just now kind of pulling up to go in. The Strangford's kind of personal island guards kind of pushing back the Weeping Lady so they don't get too close to you.
Hmm. Okay. I guess once we get to a point where we can step out of the carriage, just do that normally. Just try to go in inconspicuously.
Like casual, like.
Casual, like, yes. As casual as you can be, and like I'm assuming this is like not a black tie, but like some sort of like evening wear attire required event.
Yeah. Everyone has to be kind of who's coming as a guest is dressed very,
Right. Okay.
very nice. Cool. So you get to the door, these grand double doors, and they open in a whoosh of light, and you see standing in front of you this golden steam-powered automaton, whose Oculus kind of gazes at you, and he's like, "Good evening, miss. I apologize. May I have your name?"
Oh, of course. I'm Nebra Siedemann. I have an invite from Lord Strangford.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you. And he goes and like some speakers that are kind of built into his chest kind of rumble a bit, and out through the ballroom you hear, "Lady Seatamen with guests," as he kind of opens the way into the
Oh,
lounge and dining area.
thank you so much. That was very kind.
I love the way you did that. Like it feels like it's one of those really annoying speakers. It's like vibrating a little too like badly. Like
Hmm. And this is like top of the line, but this is like
yeah,
1890s technology. So
right.
um, cool. So let's see who has arrived at this party. So you walk in. Uh, uh, the two of you. Well, so yeah, I'll say to start, you see Lord Strangford hovering around the messenger, or vice versa. They're very close together as Lord Strangford uh, greets guests. Cole, do you want to be in the kitchen still, or do you want to be out in the?
I think I will probably still be in the kitchen until we get to the point where I can or actually when guests are arriving, are they like given like champagne or something? Because I would like to
Absolutely,
be.
like they're
Yeah.
bringing out hors d'oeuvres and stuff like that. So
So I'm definitely out there doing either just standing like stock still, very military-esque, holding a tray of like 50 champagnes,
yeah.
or I'm carrying hors d'oeuvres around or whatever.
Cool. So you guys all see the assembled party guests. Um and uh there are quite a few. Lord Strangford obviously uh has many circles. So we'll start with the messenger and Lord Strangford, who is having a conversation with Lord Dalmore, uh, the executive officer of the Ministry of Preservation here in Duskfall. Um, Inside this hall, enjoying hors d'oeuvres, is also, uh, and I'll say these next two individuals, if I'm remembering your reputation with a particular faction correctly, definitely kind of squint at like Nebra, Reese, uh, or Nebra and Reese as they come in, because they wouldn't know Virgil's necessarily a part of this. But you see Commander Bowmore, a city council member and a chief officer of the watch in Brightstone, talking with Commander Cleland, a city council member and the chief commissioner of the city watch. That is essentially the gang boss of the Bluecoats.
Ooh.
In another corner, you see Preceptor Dunval, Dunville, sorry, a city council member and theologian, let's call him, with the Church of Ecstasy, and he's having a conversation with Elder Rowan, who is the spiritual leader of the Church of Ecstasy, and they're both kind of in garb, like picture like a member of like LDS in like Greek Orthodox clothing, like kind of a weird amalgam, but very conservative looking. Um, uh,
Uh-oh.
then you see uh, someone you may have heard by reputation, called Lady Clave, who is a fellow Leviathan hunter. And she's kind of like, she's still wearing very exquisite clothing, but the cut and the styling definitely makes her look more like a pirate than like someone who's come to a dinner party. Like she has a menace to her look. Um,
Sorry to interrupt. Does Lady Clave know Arkesh at all, or vice versa?
No,
Or do
she
they
is an
like miss each other?
Akarosi,
Okay,
Leviathan hunter, who might know Arkesh, is the only other Eruvian besides you and the two you brought present. Everyone else is Akarosi, and that is Lady Ankayat, who is an Eruvian Leviathan hunter.
great. Okay.
Um,
Oh boy.
um,
We going
then
TPK tonight.
Hell
you
yeah.
see, uh, like at first, you you see someone bearing a striking resemblance uh, to Emeline, to the point that you're like, I thought you weren't going to come here today. Um, though she seems a bit older, a bit more well-fed, and she is talking, she is kind of with the group, with the messenger and Lord Strangford, with the Ministry of Preservation. And then you hear the speakers announce again, announcing the Lord and Lady Penderin, and two more enter into the room. Lady Penderin, is a city council member, and the wife of Lord Penderin, who is the chief scholar of the Archive of Echoes, the place that Stasia mentioned, where ghosts are collected on imperial decree to collect their knowledge. With that, you realize, barring whoever fills the new seat, Lord Strangford has invited the entire city council to this dinner party. Everyone who may
jeez.
have voted him out.
Oh.
Are there any signs of the map book anywhere currently?
It's the least of our worries.
But you do
No,
not
no,
Lady Clave, but Lady Ankayet looks like she's searching for someone here that she hasn't found yet.
Can I schmooze up to her?
Of course.
All
don't you
right.
schmooze.
Yeah, I'd like to go talk to her. I assume you're looking for me. I reach out to shake her hand.
Speaks her Aruvian accent is pretty distinct. She speaks the Akarosi tongue, but it's very clear, like she probably speaks Aruvian at home. And she looks down at you and is like, "I'm sorry, should I know who you are?"
Virgil Caesarian. I've always admired and adored the Aruvian accent. Thought I'd introduce myself.
I'm sorry, are you coming on to me right now?
Is that a
Like,
problem?
There we go. There we go.
doesn't necessarily need to be. She kind of smirks.
Right.
Caesarian, was it?
Yeah. Virgil Caesarian. One of the I live over in Brightstone. Just thought I'd come over and join this party. Just new to the scene, getting to know my roots in the city.
Are you a hunter as well?
No, I'm not. My family business is more in larger investments. But
Larger than the Leviathan trade.
well, more like the stock market.
Okay. And how do you know Lord Strangford?
Oh, I was it. I wish there was a word for like the Akarosi, like sort of Rumspringer, like a noble just sort of like spending a few years to fuck around before he actually settles in, right? Because that's what he's trying to explain. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's like,
This might be a thing that only Virgil does. He's like, everyone does it.
I'm just
Just taking his gap year.
yeah, basically like learning the city before I settle into taking over my family's business.
Oh, well.
And this is
You weren't
obviously an
you weren't
important
born here? Or you were
uh,
sheltered in your upbringing?
a bit. My parents were killed when I was very young, and by a brutal gang violence.
I'm sorry to hear that. Unfortunately, it seems wherever you go in this world, gang violence is to be found behind every corner.
Indeed.
Yeah, there's a gang here called the City Council.
You see Cole standing in the corner, holding like.
So I'd like to talk to her a little more about what brings you here.
I was invited by Lord Strangford. We obviously travel in similar circles.
Nice. Well,
I'm sorry. You might not know who I am. I am Lady Ankayet of those Ankayet. And
Those.
there are Ankayet's a big name. They're like one of the two Aruvian Leviathan hunters who port here, hunter families who port here in Dustfall. And uh they the Ankayats have been in Dustfall in some form or another since 560 IE, which is like, someone can do the math, but that's like 300 years of family history here.
So like they're
Um,
almost as old as this as the Strangle.
No,
Oh, no,
Strangford was
predates.
like, yeah, he's like an original colonizer.
Yeah,
family.
He predates
But like
the Cataclysm. Strangford does.
her,
Strangford's family does.
there are parks throughout the city named after her family, including um, the largest open area in the city, called Ankayat Park in Silkshore, that has falcon aviaries, stables of fine horses. But yeah,
Nice.
she
Oh, it's like
reaches out to.
I will
She
smile.
gives you her hand.
I will smile. Of course, I know. I know. I know who you are. It's a pleasure to finally meet. You know these the Strangfords, man. They've been around forever, right? Not that your family hasn't been in the city for a long time as well, but they just nothing seems to sway their power in this business.
Nor should it. The Leviathan hunters need to succeed if the progress of civilization is to march forward.
Of course,
If our trade were to fail, there'd be nothing left.
of course, absolutely. So you are good friends of his?
Friends might be a touch personal. We're on good terms, he and I.
Yeah. But you run.
We stay out of each other's claims.
But you
We
run.
hunt in our own areas,
Okay.
and
Even though you are competing businesses, you don't have any direct competition with each other.
not as of late. I'm sure Strangford would love, uh, pardon the pun, but a stranglehold on all of the Leviathan trade. But there's too many of the beasts in the Void Sea for one family to hunt them all.
And thank
And
goodness for that. If if they were to suddenly disappear, or that would be a huge problem.
mhm. um, okay. She doesn't give any sight that struck a chord or anything with her, and she just kind of nods and like, yeah, it would be. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to get another glass of the Black Veil Reserve, and she kind of motions to her uh, empty whiskey glass.
Let's see here. Can I try to sway her to give me to convince her that I could help her out if she had any information about like if I like basically convince her like I'm trying to figure out what's a good business to invest in the whaling industry, and if I think I should invest in Stranglethorn or hers, like what
Yeah,
like give me some information about like why I shouldn't do like
yeah, that sounds more like a consort, but
sure.
because you're trying to get her to kind of spill the beans on something. But I mean, it could be sway.
Yeah, like okay, so in this case, sway is like persuade, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm trying to persuade her to side with me if she has any information.
Are you trying to persuade her, or are you just trying to like
Find out what she knows.
talk information out of her? Like, is she willingly going, "Oh, I'm going to give this guy information," or is she just going to answer questions in ways that give this guy information?
She wants to willingly. Like I'm trying to woo her over.
Okay. This is going to be desperate, and it's going to have limited effect.
Okay. Hang on. My character sheet is minimized. There goes.
Can I
Mark experience for it. Though.
can I walk in and assist, or actually, is a sister set up? Can I set up by grabbing a bottle of the liquor that she said she wanted and bringing it over to her and pouring her glass?
And this is sway or consort.
Whatever you want.
I'm gonna do sway. I have more dots in sway. Position is risky. And effect
Nope,
is
position is desperate
desperate. That's right.
for a sway.
For me, it's for my setup
Oh yeah,
Your setup, it'll be risky.
and
If she
standard.
catches on to what you'll do, and it'll put him in either a worse effect or worse position.
Woo.
We take the 4.
Like I'll
As
step
a
up and say,
consequence,
ma'am, I heard that you were looking for another glass of this reserve, and I
yeah, she so she seems her attention taken away. 2 segments of a clock filled up. Because it seems like when your attention was on her, someone else was getting something else done, which the messenger you will have overheard because it's happening in your vicinity. But we'll get to that after Kassarian's roll.
Okay. And so does that change anything about my roll? Is it still? It's still desperate.
Were you trying to increase his position or effect?
because it was limited effect.
Yeah, it's a desperate position, limited effect.
I think I'll let Cameron decide on that. Like,
How about a standard
realistically.
effect?
Okay.
All right. Desperate, standard, and I have this just the regular dice, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. We'll take the 5. And you know, kind of distracted by getting free Black Veil Reserve, which Silas is going to be desperately disappointed that he missed.
Keep them coming.
She kind of lets her guard down with you and is like, yes, trust me, if you're looking to invest, the Ankayat name is the one you want to put your money on. I think after tonight, you'll find the Ankayat are in a very good place to provide the city with what they need. And if we go ahead and look at the board, it seems like Lady Ankayat is looking to get this map book.
Yeah, we found our buyer.
Well, we found a buyer.
The messenger over near you, Lord Strangford is having a conversation with Lord Dalmor and Una Pharos. Lord Dalmor being the executive officer of the Ministry of Preservation. Una being a bit out of place here, being a professor at Charter Hall University, but a member in good standing with the Sparkrights Guild. And Lord Strangford and Lord Dalmor are keeping it polite. But the conversation gets heated in that way that only like old money can have, where it's still very polite, but these two men dislike one another. And from the gist of the conversation, you gather that Lord Dalmor thinks that what the Leviathan hunters do and the product they produce is too vital to the public well-being to be controlled by noble houses like Lord Strangford, who are prone to petty bickering and rivalry. And he thinks that the Leviathan hunting business should be brought under Ministry of Preservation control, which Lord Strangford heartily disagrees with.
All right. That's the conversation they're having.
Which you get to overhear just by your proximity to all of this.
I'm going to put my foot in. My mouth, but like also
Mhm.
in the door. Let's contribute to this conversation. So it was Strangford resents. So who the first fellow? Pharaoh?
Dalmor, Lord Dalmor.
Dalmor. Una Ferris is the one who is the outsider here to this conversation.
Yes.
Well, less of an outsider than the messenger. All right. Dalmor says that the Leviathan hunters are too critical to be influenced by bickering. They should be under the Ministry of Preservation.
Yeah. He wants to essentially
He wants to nationalize it.
Yeah.
Oof.
Strangford does not want that to happen. Okay.
And you do know, based on your political organization, right, in the way you pay up to the hive pays up to the Ministry of Preservation.
Cool. And I'm sorry, Strangford and what was the other one again? Pharaoh?
Dalmor.
Dalmor. Is Dalmor a lord?
He is.
I delivered his
An
medicine this
Akarosi
morning.
Lord Dalmor, could I ask you a question on this topic?
Yes, I value the conversation.
So, do I understand correctly that your concern about the Leviathan hunters is the infighting between separate groups and their lack of unity?
It is one such concern I have, certainly. The other is that these are private organizations that you know, are financed from the Lord's own pocket. Not to say anything about the wealth that you have accumulated, Lord Strangford, and he kind of looks around at the manor house. But if anything were to befall your station or your wealth, or any of the other Leviathan hunters, you would put our city and in all honesty, the rest of the Imperium or civilization as we know it into uh, well, a real spot of bother if the Leviathan blood ceases to flow into the city walls.
Of course. But in order to do that, you would need it would be very difficult to do that without the cooperation of the Leviathan hunters in the process of transitioning that. And Lord Strangford, do you think that the infighting that occurs between you and the other Leviathan hunters is good for your profession? Now, I don't understand it from down here, but it does look like if there's multiple groups trying to do the same thing and they're not under agreement, there's going to be a bit of loss there.
He claps you on the back and gives a hearty chuckle, and he's like, "That's the beauty of the system, my boy. Competition breeds innovation, breeds." It goes on a capitalist tirade about the beauty
Okay.
of what is happening
He,
here.
I'm literally writing that sentence in Discord right now, saying that competition breeds innovation, and then you said it.
So sure, but what if it wasn't under the Ministry of Preservation, but was just under the Ministry of Demon Blood? And what if you were in charge of that ministry,
Lord Dalmor
Lord
kind of is like,
Strangford?
whoa.
Like, because the
uh,
important thing, I turn back to Lord Dalmor and step in, because the important thing is the unity, right? You need them cooperating for the good of all humanity. But it could be, it is still its own thing, this going out and killing demons and bringing back their blood, which is different than other things. And having the people that know how to do that, like Lord Strangford here, would still mean it would get done better. So what if it were just under one Leviathan hunter family, but it's not a family anymore, it's a department?
well, you see, and Lord Strangford kind of big old grin. He's like, I'm not hating this idea. And to this, the young woman who's been quiet through this conversation kind of sparks up, and it's like, and you notice even her voice is very similar to Emmeline's, and it's like, the problem that our city faces is its reliance on Leviathan blood. This is a non-renewable resource that we can only assume at some point in the history of human endeavors will run out. We must innovate and find new means to fuel the lightning barriers, for if those ever come down, as you said, Lord Strangford, humanity is doomed. And he's like, no. The Leviathans are aplenty in the Void Sea. They'll never run out. You have nothing to worry about.
I want to continue upping the ante on the what if nationalism but you kind of thing, and see if I can get these two men engaged with each other on now the discussion of, because I'm trying to pitch something at Lord Strangford that says, hey, what if you actually did treat this minister what if this minister had to treat you as an equal? rather than a noble, and you'll still be a noble, right? So what I'm trying to do is get them bickering enough that I can sneak away.
Cool. Yeah. How about you give me a roll for that?
Yeah, and I don't think that's a consort, or I don't think that's a sway roll. Unfortunately, I think that's a consort roll.
Yeah. And I think this is just gonna be risky. Like Lord Strangford's not gonna like take you out in the middle of the party. I will say the effect will be where it might have been limited because Lord Strangford, God, you have me doing it too, was like on you with vigilance. I think you are disrupting him enough with some of this that will bump that effect back up to standard for you.
All right, here goes more failure.
Oh,
Huh?
okay.
No.
I continue to be ineffective.
Um,
Oof.
yeah. So
I'm a little
you
further
don't.
into his pocket now.
Yeah, yeah. You don't break away. He seems to like you. Like some of the nuances of what you may have been saying are lost on him, and what he heard is, I'm the only Leviathan hunter, I take everyone else under my fleet, I'm loving this idea. um
Oh
uh
no.
and
Ego.
the spark right is again being like, no, that's not what he's saying at all. Like the bickering does, but it's not between the ministry and the Leviathan hunters. Now it's between like the spark rights and the Leviathan hunters, and she's like, no, you're missing his point entirely. But beyond that, we need to um, move away from Leviathan blood, and another person's objective gets one more tick on their hidden clock.
Uh,
Oof.
All right. So the rest of you see that Virgil and uh, Cole are engaged with Lady Ankayet. The messenger has kind of sparked up a rousing conversation between Lord Dalmor, Lord Strangford, and Una Ferros. Um, Nebra, Reese, what do you guys want to do?
Okay, well, I think it's on us to try to track down this potential seller. Are there any other folks in the room of note?
No, like all of the big names are here, present, and accounted for. So I will, in Discord chat, I'll just type them out so you know who they are. So obviously we have Lord Strangford. I won't mention that, but we have Lady Ankayat, Lady Clave.
Can you add those to the Roll20 chat instead? Because I can't
Yeah, that.
really swap my Discord thing because of the
No,
recording.
yeah, sorry, I meant Roll20 chat.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
That's my
All
bad.
right. All right. Well, we're on the same page then, secretly.
Pharaoh, Lord Dalmor, who you correctly identified as the house you were visiting this morning.
Mm-hmm.
Lord Balmor. Oh no, sorry, Commander Balmor. Commander.
And of course, I just made up a bunch of stuff about Strangleford earlier, but it seems like the things that would exist. So.
Yeah, dude, I love it. We all create this thing together, right? Lady.
Strangleford.
Yeah.
I like that.
I love it.
I like that the messenger called him that to his face. Maybe he loves it.
And he didn't catch it.
And he
Or
didn't
he
notice.
didn't care.
Or he didn't care. Yeah. I think actually he seems like, he's a ruthless, arrogant person. I think maybe he doesn't care. He knows what his reputation is.
There is that
Exactly.
thing, the one step the single question diagnostic process for narcissism, which is you explain to the person what narcissism is and ask them if they're a narcissist, because like 80% of the time the people who score on the full questionnaire will just straight up say, yes, that sounds awesome.
Right.
All right. So, Lady Ankayet is the one that
He's being smoothed by
Virgil.
Is the Aruvian captain
Yeah,
that wants the book.
Lady Clave is one of the council members.
She's another
right?
Leviathan hunter. She's the one who looks like a pirate, kind of menacing, like bright
Oh,
red
okay.
hair, like very beautiful, but in like a you don't want to fuck with this person kind of way.
Okay. Una Ferros is one hanging out with the messenger and the other three gentlemen, right?
Hmm.
Along with let's see, Lord Dalmor, and obviously the Strangleface are hanging out with okay. And then what about Commander Bowman? So Commander Bowman, Commander Cleland are also Leviathan hunters, or they
They are not. So they are high-ranking members of the Bluecoats. One
okay.
runs the entire Bluecoats, and one is the Watch Commander of Brightstone. And
Okay.
they're also city council members.
Okay.
And they're off having a conversation kind of together.
The two commanders and who else?
Just the two commanders at this
Okay.
moment.
Which commander is which?
So Commander Bowmore runs Brightstone. Commander Cleland runs the whole of the Bluecoats.
Okay.
Preceptor Dunville and Elder Rowan are from the Church of Ecstasy, and they're kind of having a conversation together. And they're actually joined by Lady Pandaren and Lord Pandaren. And Lady Pandaren is a city councilor. Lord Pandaren runs what Stasia was talking about, this archive of ghosts that the Emperor has decreed be kept.
Interesting. All right. Well, I'll look
And what's
at
the archive called?
Huh?
What is the archive called?
It is called the Archive of Echoes.
Or the Path of Echoes?
Well,
Oh,
it's not called
gotcha.
that in polite company, but one might put two and two together.
Gotcha.
Okay, what's Lady Clave's deal again?
So she's a Leviathan hunter that kind of looks like the pirate.
That's
And she
okay.
looks like she's like she was the one who came in like Lady Nkayet was looking like she was looking for someone. At this juncture, Lady Clave isn't doing any like she's kind of milling about. It looks like she was probably looking to talk to Strangford and Kayet, but they're both kind of preoccupied, so she's just kind of milling about, standing menacingly.
All right, how's that?
Thank you.
Mhm.
All right.
And okay,
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, like, and correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, but like, these are the three captains, Strangford, Clave, and Ankayet, of the Leviathan that make up the Leviathan Hunters Guild, essentially.
Yeah, these are the three most well known.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There are others, but
Yeah.
they all kind of, and each one is a noble house kind of thing. Are these like the three faction leaders, essentially, of the factions within the guild, or like? Because like,
Yeah,
do they
so
have
like
like sub captains under them, kind of thing?
kind of like they're a loose confederation, right? They're not like us, who's like an actual gang, but like
Well,
as it
each ship is like its own gang, essentially. It seems like.
yeah, or each crew, or fleet, because they're multiple ships. But yeah,
Yeah.
like Lord Strangford obviously has the most powerful fleet, and is like if anyone could be said to be the leader of the Leviathan hunters, it would be him. Under him probably is Lady Ankayet, but she's in a tenuous position because her fleet is actually fairly strong, and it's Aruvian, so she has the backing of that whole nation. But she is Aruvian, so in a port run by Akros, there are,
Yeah.
you know,
It turns out the dockers work on her ships last, and like,
yeah.
yeah.
And Lady Clave is an Akarosi, um, but like, and has a decent fleet, but it's definitely third tier compared to those other two mentioned.
So while I'm like handing out drinks or stuff, and I don't know, I guess this might be like a hunt roll, which I'm terrible at, but I'm gonna try to. I remember from like part of the briefing that Nebra mentioned that this book is coming from the friend of Lord Strangford. So I'm going to try to like note who he is like buddy with, more or less. Um, Specifically of the Leviathan hunters, not like everybody, but just of Leviathan hunters who looks like a friend and who looks like maybe a work compatriot type person.
Hmm.
So I'll try that on hunt. What is my position?
I will call it risky.
Okay.
Uh, well, you know what? Let's call it controlled. I don't think you're gonna give up too much just by trying to observe.
Right. I'm a servant. Probably limited.
We'll call it standard effect. I think
Standard.
it's easy to.
Okay.
5. Cool. So of the Leviathan hunters, he doesn't seem to be buddy really with any of them, and that could be like Lady Ankayet is her time's kind of being taken up, and we also know she's on the hunt for something. But he seems to be giving like special treatment to Lady Clave. Um, and how to put this? It's almost like if like someone's got like a bad
Bad
medical
news.
diagnosis
Yeah.
before they do, and you're
Yep.
like, oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I think Cole is putting that together in his head. And once we get a chance to kind of like pass that along, he might he'll try to communicate that to people, but we'll get to there.
Race or Nebra, what are you interested in doing?
All right. Well, now that we have a catalog of everybody that's in the room, as we sort of look around, I think only a few groups left to try to explore. So I'll sort of turn to Nebra and be like, "You got any idea who we're supposed to find?"
Your guess is as good as mine.
Well, thanks for splitting up then. Do you want to talk to the pirate lady or to the cops?
I'll take the pirate lady if you don't mind.
Well, throwing me to the lion's den. I see how it is.
Uh-huh.
He grins.
And then it's like,
People just avoiding the church. I see how it is.
Yeah, she sent the Scovelander over to talk to the cops. You know, the thing that won't get us kicked out of here.
Yep.
Should be fine.
Cool. So who wants to have their meeting first?
I can go first.
All right.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay.
So you were meeting with Lady Clave, who's chowing down at the buffet table. As Cole could tell you, the wait staff have been bringing stuff out, and she's actually eating some of those goat cheese mushroom puff pastry balls that Lord Strangford took from your plate. Obviously, he was a fan, or at least a fan enough to serve them to his guests.
Right. Oh, excuse me. Is it Lady? Was it Lady Clave? Sorry.
Lady
Okay,
Clave.
Lady Clave. I don't believe we have met. My name is Nebra Seataman. My father works at the Ruvian consulate. It's a pleasure to meet you.
It's a pleasure to meet you too. And she's kind of she's clearly a noble, right? Like all Leviathan hunter captains are, but she doesn't act the part. Like she's very like she reaches out to shake your hand. Seems very like woman of the people, right?
Yeah.
How do you know Lord Strangford?
Through a friend, or a friend of a friend, I guess. You know how things are.
You have an interest in the trade?
Oh yes, I'm a student at okay, what was the college called? Sorry, that
Dustfall
escapes.
Academy?
Yeah, Duskfall Academy. I'm a student at Duskfall Academy. I'm studying economics. Yes.
I was a student there myself.
Oh really?
Yeah, most Leviathan hunters are. Teach you the
Oh,
trade.
that's right. That's right. How was that?
I'm not one much for book learning, but it made me a better captain, so I can't complain too much.
That's good. The degree helps you get farther in life sometimes. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what else to say. So this book, I've heard pieces here and there, but I don't quite understand why
She
it's
pulls a
so.
knife from under her, like she's wearing like a vest, like a pirate type vest, and she pulls a knife just like so you see the hilt in her hand and the actual steel coming out of her breath. Uh,
Mhm.
and she's like, "What book?"
There's a book here.
What book?
Can I read her face to see like.
Sounds like study.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like based off of her reaction. Like, what
Hmm.
can I tell? Like, how much info she has or doesn't have? I don't.
Yeah. Study. We'll call it. I mean, she's. about to pull a knife on you in a very public setting. So let's call this a desperate
Okay.
position. Standard effect. I think she'll tell you her story if you
Okay. Um,
don't fail, though, Nebra.
I know, right?
Well, don't die.
Don't die.
If you get a little stabbed, we'll all pitch.
Just a
We'll
little
all pitch
stab,
in.
a little
Well,
pitch.
but like, don't die.
Let's see. Seeing what else I can do. Um, could I offer a devil's bargain?
Of course.
Um, I would say, and this is going to depend on what the relationship is between Lady Clave and Nebra's father, if there is any. Word would basically get back to him that Nebra has, talked to Lady Clave, and maybe depending on if it's a rivalry or not, then he would
Sure.
get upset.
Lady Clave is Akarosi. I'm not sure it'd come from her mouth, but there's so many people here of high society, including like all of the city council, that I think I think word could get back to your father that you were in discussion with probably the most ruthless of known Leviathan hunters.
Hmm. Okay.
A daring, cruel, and accomplished lady.
Right. Yeah, so I wanted to do that to get an extra die, if that works for you. Okay. Do I want to do anything else? No, I say we'll go for it. So it's a desperate position. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. Standard effect. I totally.
Standard effect. Yep.
Okay. One die.
Ooh,
A crit.
nice.
Nice.
So could I offer? Um. So Nebra will backtrack a little and say, "Well, no, whoa. I wanted to learn more about what map books are. I first heard about it in school, but I didn't quite understand how important they are to the Leviathan hunters, and I was wondering if you could explain to me why, since you are a hunter yourself."
She stows the knife. I apologize. Of course, I'm a little on edge.
Oh,
Uh,
it's okay.
my personal map book was stolen recently while I was otherwise engaged in night market. I've been a little on edge ever since that. So someone just approaching me asking about books. I hope you can understand
Oh,
my.
no. I apologize. I should have been more discreet about it. I didn't mean to upset you. And I'm sorry to hear about you losing your book. I'm assuming it's a very valuable item.
Yes, well, all Leviathan hunters have map books of known Leviathan hunter spots, and we all stake our claims out in the ocean. That's why our business can remain as friendly, cooperative, and
Hmm.
profitable as it has been.
Right.
But and she kind of lowers her voice. The yields that we have been bringing in recent years have steadily been reducing, and while that's bad for profits, as I'm sure you can understand, a
Mm-hmm.
student of economics, um, it would also be very bad for the people of this city if our product was no longer in market. Um, this particular map book, I think, could have resolved some of those issues. I think someone found out about how special this particular book was,
Mm-hmm.
and I wouldn't be surprised if the one who stole it was someone who would otherwise call them my friend. And
So, question: everyone in the party is aware of that there is a map book available for sale, correct?
she was not. She is
Oh, okay.
potentially now. Um, so we haven't filled up her clock any, so she's still a bit nebulous on if the map book is here and what is happening. But you do know it's her map book that's up for sale, and her goal is she wants to retrieve it and make an example of the crew who stole it, which, a little spoiler here, we now know were the Wraiths.
Or the Wraiths? Okay.
Yeah, I think Cole, as he sees Nebra go do this, he's like, dang, I was gonna tell her not to say anything about the book because it's definitely Clave's. Fuck.
Oh well. Lesson learned.
You're muted, pal. What was that?
Oh, Clave stole it
No,
from. It's Clave's book. It was stole by Ankh-Cat. Yeah, are the Wraiths hers?
No, the Wraiths are a gang of thieves. Much like us, another outfit.
I need to look them up. All right, so it wasn't stolen by another Leviathan hunter.
No, but they're looking.
Eh,
The two Leviathan hunters here are looking to acquire it for themselves.
Right.
And the balls to invite the person you're about to steal from to your party.
Right.
Oh yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but like the Ankayet family or house is it's a rival house to um the house that Nebra's father wants to be a part of, correct?
Um, I believe they're a rival in that they are a different house. I think they actually have relatively close ties, actually.
Okay.
Like,
Okay.
I know a specific rival was Arkash's noble house, or the noble house he served.
Okay. Okay.
But I believe Enkayat and the Anixis are fairly tight.
Gotcha. Okay.
And if that is not the case, I'll look it up. I'll let you know. But
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what else to say to Lady Clave. I guess we'll just be a little bit more small talk per se, and then Nebra will probably try to end the conversation and say, "Well, I know I visit night market frequently, and so does my mother. We'll keep our eyes out to see if we see the book, and if we see it or find it, we'll let you know."
I appreciate your help. But I'm starting to believe it won't be found in night market anymore.
Oh, where do you think it is?
And she kind of smiles and gives you the I'm not going to play all my cards, but like, we'll see if by the end of the night my suspicions aren't confirmed.
Very well then. If you excuse me, enjoy the rest of your evening. Okay.
All right, Reese, going up to the cops.
All right. So like what's okay, so you said it's just the two of them having like a chat on their own, just the two commanders?
Yeah, and you get the sense, like, without you can't know for sure, but you could probably place good money on who at least two members who voted Strangford out, because they are definitely not engaging with him, keeping to their own devices,
Okay.
et cetera, et cetera.
All right. Are they just like standing in the corner? Do they have drinks? What's the situation?
They are, yeah. They're eating, having drinks, talking.
Okay. I will grab a beverage and make my way over to their area. And as I sort of walk up, I just kind of go, "Anybody else smell bacon?" Only joking, only joking. And I sort of saunter up to them. "Afternoon, fellas, how you doing?"
They do not look amused. They look down on you with disdain. I mean, because here's the deal: you guys are not on good terms with the Blue Coats. They have heard of your deal. Silas even threw his name around to one of their archivists, so they know what you guys have been doing. And Commander Clellan just sets his glass down on the mantle and says, I realized Strangford had friends in low places, but I didn't quite know how low they went.
I'm about as low as they get. You know, I was just over in your neighborhood the other day, Bomer, and I have to say it's nice and clean. You get down on your hands and knees and scrub it with your toothbrush.
Lord Balmore kind of gets up in your face and is like, there's no need because we keep the trash out of Brightstone.
Well, I should say, I found out about that right away. They kicked me right out.
I should see that they're given better provisions on our...
Boy, did they do their job real good. What you two fellas doing here?
We were invited, same as you, I would imagine. Though,
I was.
why Lord Strangford would invite us here, for what end? I don't know. He has to know our feelings on him.
Well, I mean, that's his, what are your feelings on him? Fellas aren't getting along.
No. No, we're not.
All right. Okay, the initial feeling I'm getting from these guys is that they don't quite understand why they're at this party. So it leads me to believe that they aren't aware of the actual sale. At least.
Yeah. Like, these are, like, it's like if your boss were to fire you and then you invite him over for dinner. They're like, this isn't a thing we can say no to. Strangford has a lot of money, but why do this? Like,
I actually highly recommend doing exactly that. If anyone fires you, take them out to dinner. They are going to have no idea what's going on, and you can get something out of them while they're confused and uncomfortable.
Right.
which might not be, what Strangford is up to here.
Right.
But I think they're also concerned. Like, Strangford has a lot of power, and they're in his place of power. They're like, is this going to be an ambush? I think especially knowing what your crew does, they're like, they're too prideful to say anything, right? But there is a sense of like, are we going to leave this place alive? Is this a hit? Is he going to have us murdered in front of the rest of the city council to send a message? Like, they don't know, and their gang is not here to protect them. The guards on staff are the Strangford's personal guard.
and a member of one of the crews there they don't like is getting up in their grill right now. Let's kick the hornet's nest a bit more, shall we? You fellas got no idea why you're here. You just come to parties to people you don't like, huh?
The Lord Strangford sends an invitation. That's not something you can walk away from. I don't care our personal opinions on the man or the politics behind our decision in the council hall, but money talks, and he's got a lot of it.
No, you sure of that? You're damn sure of that. Or at least you fellas make it so. I think at this point he's just gonna say, I just find it fascinating that all of us are at the same gathering. And he holds his glass up. Why don't we have ourselves a toast?
Sure. I don't see what harm it could do. Commander Clellan grabs his glass from the mantelpiece and they hold it up to
And this
toast
is
it.
why we remember, don't eat things. Just kidding.
And he says, to duskfall. He does, and he takes a sip.
And they say, to the new leadership, the new counselor, whoever that might be, and they give you a wink and drink their glass.
Oh, what's that? Oh, right, because the new counselor, if it's Vale, we're fucked.
Yeah.
And you do know, it was said in a previous game when we kind of went through Vale's connection that Hester's son, this woman who might be on council, the brother of Margaret Vale, was one Captain Vale, the quartermaster of the Bluecoats.
Ah.
So you're probably looking at the two people who have been actively campaigning to get Hester Vale on the council. Because that will give the Bluecoats a pretty good stranglehold on who's controlling things in the city.
Well, that's some interesting information. So I will make my way away from the police now before I get myself in any more trouble. It was fun to kick the hornet's nest.
Is the cohort doing anything in particular, or may I suggest something for them to do in the
Yeah, you
meantime?
can suggest something for sure.
I'm going to see if they can just basically kind of mingle around the area and see if they spot anyone either trying to slip away or something along those lines.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I will get back to you on that because they
Sure.
will spot a few things of note.
Okay.
Before that, though, there's still this other group we haven't checked in with yet. This church group and the Penderans. Does anyone want to talk with them, investigate them? And it could be more than one person. You could go as a group, should you want.
I'll schmooze with the church. Virgil will.
You're still trying to score?
I mean, maybe if I'm still trying to score, like we can keep that. Yeah,
I mean, Reese just stepped away. He can go talk to the
because
church people.
yeah, if we're gonna follow, I like we could follow up one way with that, but like seems like we have several buyers, not just one. So
I mean, it's up to Virgil. You could, yeah, it's up to Virgil. You could stick to Ankaya closely, or you can kind of take your leave and check on this other group.
she's almost filled up her clock, though, right?
She is not.
No.
She hasn't started it yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh, sorry. So since Virgil is stepping away, could Nebra approach Lady Ankayet
Yeah, we
and
could do
maybe
it like that.
start a talk like that? And I'm assuming they vaguely know each other because of the Aruvian connection.
Yeah. Like she's the Ankayet family is known in the consulate. You know, whether you know her directly, you definitely know the family name. So yeah,
Gotcha.
let's do that. Let's have Nebra meet up with Lady Ankayet, and let's have Reese and Virgil head over to the church group.
Mm-hmm.
So let's start with the church group, and
Sure.
we'll move back to Ankayet.
Feel free to start, Virgil.
So who's is this like a priest?
Yeah, so you have Elder Rowan is essentially like if this were an Eastern Orthodox thing, he'd be like a patriarch of this church. Like there's no organized religion, but the Church of Ecstasy might as well be, and he is the head of that. Preceptor Dunville is a weird one. No, you don't know what he does at the church. He does something there. You don't know why he's on the city council other than he is a Dunville, which is one of the original founders of Duskfall.
Gotcha.
So there's definitely nepotism in play for him. Why he was put on the council and not his brother, who is the watch captain of Crow's Foot, is also kind of a mystery, and something that the other two Bluecoats on the council are probably unhappy with.
Right.
And then the Penderans are not affiliated with the church. They're just kind of having a discussion. They have the Archive of Echoes obviously stores ghosts that upon imperial decree that can, provide information, etc., etc. The Church of Ecstasy is very anti-ghosts. So they're kind of having a theological debate about both sides of the debate.
Okay.
Ghosts. No ghosts. Ghosts. No ghosts.
I'll saunter up and talk. Good evening.
Oh, hello. I don't think we've met. This is Lady Penderan.
Virgil Kasarian.
She extends her hand to be kissed, as is custom. Virgil and Reese. Lady Penderin says, "I don't think we've met." You can't be 100% sure, but you would beg to differ. You recognize the voice, and you recognize her mannerisms. You didn't
Ooh.
see her face, but you're fairly certain she was one of the 7 leaders of the Circle of Flame at the Centernalia Club when you met with them.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
So are we doing the church interaction?
Yeah, this is the church group. All
So
right.
who's with
So
me?
this is Lady Penderin. You said is the one that the voice that we recognize.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm at this point. I think I'm still kind of on the outskirts of the conversation, right?
Yeah, up to you.
I'll let Virgil trek a little bit further before stepping in myself.
So Preceptor Dunville, Lady Penderin, Lord Penderin, and Elder Rowan are all together.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Just good. Yeah. There was a lot of names. I just want to double check that all 4 of them are. Yeah. Okay.
Mhm.
Good evening. Virgil, Kasarian. And I'll
Lord Penderin will shake your hand as well. The 2 from the church don't, and they just kind of nod, acknowledging that they have accepted your presence.
I'll interject. Sounds like a fiery debate you're having there. I've you know I'm taking some time before I go to get my formal education. I was curious. I love a good intellectual conversation.
Yeah, so I think Preceptor Dunville will speak up at this, and he looks like all these people are Akarosi. Who am I kidding? But like, he has slicked back black hair. He looks like a shorter, scrawnier Adam Driver.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that.
And he's like, "Tell us, Lord Caesarian, what are your views on the departed? The spirits that still linger. We seem to be at a disagreement, the Pandarans and I."
I mean, there are many cultural paradigms to consider. I myself lost my parents at a very young age. There are definitely days I wish I could still talk with them. But on the other hand, death gives us finality and closure. And we cannot have, the undead, destroying our culture, our lives, our cities, right? Obviously, it's a perversion of nature itself.
Exactly. This is Elder Rowan who speaks.
But to small, there are days I wish I could still commune with my parents, right?
Of course. Elder Rowan still speaking. Loss is inevitable and hardly felt in those of us who experience it. But you need to understand that the only thing that is divine, the only thing that is glorious and real, is the flesh that you have on your bones, is this body that you walk through this world with. The spirits, the ephemera, are a blasphemy against the divine order of things. Surely this is something you see. And Lord Penderin is not having any of this. He's like, "I'm getting another glass," and goes to excuse himself.
At the Church of Ecstasy's position,
Ooh, so
they're
Lord Penderin steps away.
vitalist hedonists.
Do you want to interject him? Like, I kind of give you a side eye. Like, do you want to interject him, or should I? Like, basically, one of us should track him down, and the other should stick here.
I'll follow Lord Penderin, and I'll since we don't want to miss a chance to engage with him.
Right. Like, I can make an excuse to follow and be like, well, actually, I'm really interested to hear your viewpoint. It's standard and of course practice to get rid of spirits, but there are there alternatives. What else would we do with, right? Like, I would do that too if you wanted. Like, I'm just trying to give you that option. So you're gonna track him down?
Yeah, I'll follow him.
Okay. Of course. I mean, that is that is the order of things in our city. That is how we do, how we have survived, right? Sticking with the present conversation.
Yeah. And Preceptor Preceptor Dunville and Elder Rowan kind of nod. Um, and Lady Penderin is diplomatic in the way she says things, but um, kind of counterpoints that just because something is the way it has been done doesn't mean it is the way it should be done.
And what other ways could there be?
We'll take my husband's position, for instance. He was tasked by the immortal emperor himself with the collection of spirits that might be useful, that might have some knowledge that will benefit the Imperium as a whole. Uh, the Church of Ecstasy claims that this is a blasphemous practice to commune with these spirits, yet in his infinite wisdom, the immortal emperor sees fit to have someone specifically designated to that task. And I don't think any of us could stand and say the immortal emperor is wrong.
Of course.
And Dunville and Rowan are like, you're twisting our words. That's not what we're saying, and kind of.
Right, of course. It's a good point. But of course, the question comes down to who gets to make those decisions, who is valuable, who is useful, right? What is the value of a soul or a spirit? Is it, as you know, it's Preceptor Dunville's the one who's making the point, right? Or was it?
Lady Penderin who made the point?
And Elder Rowan was the one who made the previous point, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it was like Elder Rohan would have us believe that the spirits are not only have no value, but are actually have a negative value. But as someone who, I have a study of value in economics, and my family has obviously amassed our status by understanding the value of things. You're saying you seem to suggest that spirits might have some value at all in this world.
I think that could be derived from the Emperor's decree. And Elder Rowan is like, no. Like you are stretching the extent of the Emperor's will to prove a point. Uh, can spirits be used? Most certainly. That does not make them holy or divine. They are
So
still something that ought to be eradicated. The spirit itself ought to be removed from that which is holy, that which is flesh.
So you're suggesting they might have some value, but overall not very high. They have
Even I think Dunville will say this, like even something that is evil, something that is blasphemous, something that is disgusting can still be valuable. But that doesn't change its designation.
evil is evil. I see.
And Lady Panderin's like, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Whatever you
The back and forth. I love it. Interesting. Oh, yes, I love this. What brings you all to here tonight?
Well, the three of us sit currently on the city council, and it would seem among with his Leviathan hunter compatriots, Lord Strangford has convened a special council at this dinner party. All current sitting members of the city council are here, and he kind of points over to
I hear he
Commander
was.
Cleland. And
I hear he was recently rejected from the council.
Elder Rowan speaks like, yes, there was a vote, and he was removed from his office.
What was your take on that vote? Were you for or against?
He kind of quiets up a little bit. You know, they're currently in his house. This is
Yeah.
kind of
Sorry,
personal.
I'll keep it down. Sorry, I don't mean to be so bold. I just I'm merely trying to discuss some politics, not necessarily personal grudges or anything. But obviously it's good to know where the politics are drifting, and I'll nudge in a little closer. Take a sip of a drink. so we
Yeah.
can talk a little quieter, right?
So Elder Rowan will say, it has been no uh, mystery that I personally I am not fond of Lord Strangford, nor anyone who makes their trade on the Void Sea. It is my belief that anyone who spends times among the demons themselves will inevitably be tainted. If
Ah,
Lord Strangford has not fallen yet, it is only a matter of time. Indeed, we should all be hunkering down behind the lightning barriers, praying that that which exists outside never breach its walls.
but is his work not what powers those barriers? Very barriers?
Well, to Lady Penderen's point, just because something has been the way it always has been, doesn't mean it needs to continue to be as such.
Oh,
I hear rumor
I lean in closer.
Investment
that
opportunities.
alternate fuel is in the works.
Interesting.
And Preceptor Dunville will chime in and be like, not all of us within the church feel the same about Lord Strangford. He has been a staunch ally of the church and a proud member of our congregation. I, for one, am sad to see him lose his seat on the council, and hope whoever is brought in his place does half as good a job as our Lord Strangford.
Mm. So you were sad to see this vote go the way it did.
I voted for him to keep his seat. I have made that known to everyone on the council, and I will continue to make it known.
Hmm.
I think losing Strangford was a great loss for the city, one that I'm not sure we'll be able to recover from.
And Lady Pandaren?
She kind of sighs. It was with some trepidation that I finally decided to vote Strangford off.
What changed your mind? Is it these new alternate fuel sources? I like seem a little titillated by that.
No, this is actually the first I had heard of these rumors, and I would very much enjoy to know more. Elder Rowan, if you have the time and inclination. Um, no, at the end of the day, it just came down to politics and what me and my associates thought best for the city.
Do you think? Do you fear that his ability, that Lord Stranghorn's ability to secure um, the our meet our energy needs, is waning, and he might not, be as good as apt as he used to be?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand your meaning. If anything, being ejected from the council should give Lord Strangford more time at sea, more time to procure Leviathan blood. Why would
Oh,
he think his supplies were waning?
sorry. I'm still learning the intricacies of politics. I figure if you have something useful, that's what gets you on the council. Maybe I'm just a bit naive.
Perhaps you should look into a life of politics after you've discovered what Dustfall has to offer, Lord Caesarian.
Perhaps I will. Uh, I do want to. I'd like to ask. Yeah, so I'd like to go back to Elder Rohan and say, so tell me more about alternative fuels. Like, is this sounds like a potential investment opportunity?
I just hear the rumors that the Sparkrights have been trying to develop an alternate fuel source for some time,
Hmm.
though their researchers and their work often disappear. Uh,
Uh-oh.
I have no doubt as to why or as to who is making this happen. But were the Leviathan hunting trade to falter, our city would have no choice but to invest in the Sparkrights research, lest what exists in the Deathlands
Of course, but unfortunately,
fall us all.
the whales are far numerous. It'll probably never happen, right? I know. Haha.
And I think with that, Elder Rowan betrayed a confidence of another party member here. And our lone Sparkright is looking to destroy that map book. For if the hunting trade fails, the Sparkrights will need,
Damn.
will at least have protection while they develop an alternate fuel.
Well,
So it's the
shit.
Sparkrights who have it.
No,
They're looking
that's
to
not what he said.
destroy it.
He said the Sparkrights know it's here and they want to destroy it.
Wait, how do the Sparkrights know it's here, though?
How do we
Rumors.
know it's here? How does anyone know it's here?
Ah,
Like
Ooh.
Clave knows the book is missing, and Cat knows the book is available for purchase.
yeah.
So let's go to Reese, who intercepted Lord Penderin on his way to the table, where he is
Mhm.
grabbing. What is he grabbing? Let's say he's grabbing some single-serving lark and suet meat pies.
All right, so as I see him sort of break off from the group, when he's about halfway there, I'm gonna catch up and be like, oh, I heard that conversation it was going on over there. I understand why you stepped away. I'm just surprised you're still awake.
The Church of Ecstasy's position is archaic and misguided.
This is damn near written on a stone wall. I'll sort of start glancing over the food along with him while he's partaking.
Now that we're away
this?
from prying ears, what is your personal position on ghosts? You got to hear ours.
Well, I think it would be a missed opportunity not to at least try to learn something from him.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And he gets in really close to you, like he's looking at you for signs of something. And it seems as if he kind of catches a whiff of something, or sees something in your face, or perhaps, uh, some indulging of your stress has lingered on you somehow. And he's like, you are a fellow seeker, aren't you?
Does he have the look on him of perhaps a Quicksilver user? Or is that what, at least is that what I'm implying? Is that what I can imply from that?
Yes, and you could. There's some signs that he has maybe used some. He doesn't look like an addict. It looks like someone who uses like psychedelics for like medicinal purposes or something like that.
Sure. Okay. Or at least just a very clean addict. One of the two. All right. I will kind of do that. I will do that thing. Let me turn my camera back on. I'll sort of do that thing where you like kind of sort of touch the sort of your nose. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I'll kind of grin at him.
What is your quest, if I might be so bold? Why do you seek the ancient knowledge of the dead?
Well, I'm just dreadfully curious. He says, with a bit of a smile. But to be more serious, well, I think an overall understanding of what's out there is a noble endeavor of its own. But learning what happens after, learning what happens during, and perhaps learning what happens before. If you catch my drift.
I come right out and say, well, my wife's one of them.
Not quite yet.
Are you so interested in the dead? Well, my wife's family. I mean, they're all dead. You know how it is.
Well, perhaps you'd be interested in a private gathering of some like-minded individuals, and he's gonna pass you a card. And you'd expect this to be a business card for the archive of echoes,
Mm-hmm.
but it's not. It just says follow the path, and there is an address on the back.
I will slip that card. Is it sort of like a secret slip, or does he just hand me a card and
So it's not secret. He makes it look like he's just handing a business card, but it's definitely not what you expected to be on it, right? Like that's like this is something different.
yeah, he will slip it into his front pocket, his front breast pocket of his jacket. Says, oh, look into that. And he'll sort of look across the spread, and he's like, whew, never seen such finery. He'll reach out and pluck up like let's just say like a hard-boiled egg of some kind, and take a nibble off of it.
Like
Whew.
a Scotch egg or something like that.
Yeah, something like he's like, oh, it's a marvel. So tell me, what are your interests in that area?
Well, I think that the departed have a lot of wisdom to share with us. I think they are persecuted unjustly by those who follow the church. I mean, even everyday citizens, we've built the lightning barriers to protect us from the ravages of these spirits, and never once have we thought that the departed were once living, and they have the same desires, the same drives that we still have. Can they not be reasoned with? Can we not commune with them? Can we not entreat with them? Will we one day live in a society where we can bring down these barriers and live at peace with those who came before?
See, I like the way you think. He Reese sort of like you can tell, like you can sort of feel that like the stress of the world as it is kind of weighing on his shoulders at that moment, or he kind of gives into a little bit of vulnerability when he's just like, the world is in a shitty place, and imagining it to not be so much is a very comforting thought to him.
Cool. All right, so Nebra, you move up to Lady Ankayet. What do you want to say to her?
Okay. So I'll, greet her accordingly. Um, uh, and then I'll immediately switch over to, is it Hadrathi is the language, the spoken language, or is that just the written language for Ruvians?
So Hadrathi is spoken by some in Aruvia. It's kind of like a a spiritual language. Like this is probably the language that is spoken by demons, and
Oh, okay.
like it was used in their summoning and communion with them. Some Aruvians do speak it, but it is a bit odd, you know.
Okay. So it's probably just Eruvian then. I don't think she would have any
Though the
knowledge.
messenger does speak some Hadrathi.
So yeah, she'll switch over to Eruvian, I guess, and ask her.
So I think as soon as you do kind of switch over to Aruvian, her guard kind of drops down because knowing that not many of these Akarosi will understand her, and she's like, "Oh, thank God," and like essentially make mention of like, "Can you believe this place?" Like, and she like points to you and like the other two Aruvians you brought, and like, what type of bullshit is this?
Mm-hmm. I didn't realize I was the diversity card for Lord Strangford. Um, but anyways, um, but just to clarify, you are here for a book, also, correct?
Yes, are you who I was supposed to speak with?
No,
Yes,
I'm not.
give her the
Oh.
dummy.
Oh. Oh.
Give her
I'm
the dummy. Sell it to her.
She's a buyer. Oh yeah.
Get
Holy
paid
shit.
3 times.
Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
I don't know who has it. I am also on the lookout for it. And basically what Nebra's going to offer is to offer the opportunity to maybe forge a copy of the book rather than having to grab the book physically and give that copy to Lady Ankayet.
Gotcha. So you're like, hey, I need the book, but I'll give you a copy, and you guys can
Right.
fight it out. Um, yeah, she seems intrigued by this proposition. Go ahead and roll me something. We'll call this a risky standard effect.
Okay. Sway seems the most
Mm-hmm.
acceptable, but I don't have any dots in it currently. So,
You can push yourself.
I'll push
Take a
myself.
devil's bargain.
So I'll push myself to get a die. And for a devil's bargain, could I offer that Elstera finds out that Nebra's been conversing with
The Ankiets? Yeah, love it.
Hankayets? Yeah. Okay. So that'll be 2 die. What else? I don't know if there's anyone nearby that could help. But
I probably could, but I don't speak Aruvian. So is there
So-
is there a signal you can tell me, like if you can tell me like somehow?
yeah, maybe I'll Nebra will signal you to maybe like bring some wine over and offer it to Lady Hankayet so she could be a little bit more imbibed, I guess. I don't
Okay. Sure. I will bring wine over. Do you need assistance or do you just want setup?
What's the difference? Sorry, I totally missed that conversation.
Assistance will give you, like, I take stress, but you get an extra die. Setup, I don't take stress. I make a roll, and if I succeed, you can change the effect or change the position.
Okay. And I'm sorry, what's the current position effect, Kyle?
It's risky standard.
Risky standard. I'll go for the extra die.
Okay.
I need all the help I can get.
So I take a stress.
Thank you.
And yeah, the wine comes, and she starts drinking, not really knowing what she's agreeing to.
Hopefully. All right, so I guess I'll make my roll then. Risky standard. So I'll push myself to maybe increase the effect. Is that
Yeah,
an option?
great.
Okay. And then I'll just have 2 bonus die. Okay.
Mhm.
Oh God.
Ooh. That is a failure. So,
Oh no! How'd
roll
you
for
do
Mhm.
that? Wait, why were there only 2 dice rolled?
Yeah, did
I
you
d-
hit bonus die?
I don't. Yeah, I don't
doesn't
have any
have
dots
any.
in sway.
Ah,
Amazing. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's
We're
why I
just
was doing all
we're just
the.
getting some low rolls. It's all right.
Yeah.
excellent.
So this clock goes up by 2. This clock goes up by 2.
Bum, bum, bum.
This clock goes up by 2. And Lady Clave overhears this conversation and is now well aware the map is here.
Does she know Aruvian?
It is unsure if it was from you talking to Ankayet, or if someone else's conversation, because we have many people looking for the book at this point, if someone else didn't mess up and she kind of caught wind of it. Though, does she speak Aruvian? We don't know. We don't know what her fleet is composed of, right? We don't know if she has Aruvians on staff. Ankayet narrows her eyes and is like, that is a bold proposition, but I'm not looking to share my profits with any other of these fools. And she kind of looks at Lady Clave and Lord Strangford and starts making her way over to investigate the wait staff.
We don't know where the book is.
We don't know where the book is. We blew my cover. And we also told a person that we weren't the person with the book. If we had just lied and said we were the person with the book.
So I think that would have gone disastrously differently.
Right.
But
That's.
Not
but
at all.
I think I just love the idea of just selling more dummy books would have been
Right.
great. But like
I agree.
with the clocks ticking and whatnot, I don't think it would have worked.
Yeah. It was
Um,
more being like, how can Nebra help with, just Eruvian interests in general? So that was the idea.
what
Yeah.
what blew your cover, Cole?
The fact that I've been helping every time somebody does a thing. Clave, or not Clave, but Ankayat is coming to go investigate the waitstaff.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that does kind of mean that. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Well,
filling me in.
also the wait staff, it also could mean that she's talked to everyone else in the room and none of them offered the book. So
Right. Do we know anything else about Lady Pandaren? Besides kind of that she's a council member, like
So Reese and Virgil know unreliably, but they have a good suspicion that she's a leader of the Circle of Flame, one of the 7,
right.
who are looking for the artifacts of Kotor. Right, we went on a mission for them. To what end, we don't know. She's a weird one where like all of these families, all of these names, right, are like the original colonizers of Duskfall from the time when it was just a Skov coal mine. This is why someone like Dunville, who does like question mark at the church, could have a seat on the council, right?
Yeah.
Pandaren is an interesting one in that it was probably her husband who like has the family name, right? She married into it, yet she's the one on the council, and whether that's she's better suited for it or he didn't want it, or whatever the case. But she's kind of a mystery at this point. But um, she's got stuff going on under the table, that's for sure. Um, so I'll say this: so riding that failure with Ankayet, what sparks her leaving to go investigate the wait staff is actually uh, Una breaks away from the group that's talking with Lord Strangford to go over to the wait staff, and Lord Dalmore kind of grabs her and whispers something under his breath, and she's like, "We'll talk about that later." And as Ankayet sees uh, Una move to the wait staff, she starts to follow, and the messenger standing next to Strangford, he kind of looks over and sees what's about to happen. Looks over at Cole, who you get the distinct impression like he knows that you're a Nighthawk, right? Like he sees you, and he turns to the messenger and is like, "Would you mind heading to the kitchen and checking on the main course? I think some of our guests are getting hungry. I hate to impose, but you know how it is." And he kind of gives you a clap on the shoulder.
Before we continue, do we still need to roll anything for the cohort?
If you want them to do anything in particular, that we'll start rolling for them. Like if you want
Okay.
them to intercept or something like. Other than that, they've just kind of been milling.
Okay. I think my original idea was to have them kind of just look out for anyone suspicious that like try to slips away from the main area of the house, I guess.
Yeah, I don't think they need to roll for that. I think they can report back to you that at this juncture, the main party guests have all been kind of congregation. This move is the first that people have started breaking away from the groups they were initially in. The only people who have come in and out of this room are the automaton, who is helping direct the caterers and stuff like that, and the wait staff.
Right.
Okay.
I will
Gotcha.
go ahead and bail. And
Well,
I'll. Oh God.
so yeah, he asked the messenger to go into the kitchens for some reason because something's about to happen. So I'm like, oh yeah, let me go check on that before you decide, to look at alternate sources of demon blood.
Uh, and Yeah, so he's kind of like side eyeing the kitchen, just making like trying to keep an eye on these two who are moving towards the wait staff. And Lord Dalmore too looks like you can sense that he like you're a hunter, right? You can sense when an animal is tense. Like he's realizing something's about to happen, and he's not sure where the cards are going to land. And that's kind of the state of things right now.
Now
Uh,
Dunmore is again the
he's the Ministry
Ministry
of
of
Preservation.
Preservation. Yes.
I'm going to intercept Dunmore, I guess.
So Dalmore's not moving. He's staying with Strangford, but he did
Never mind.
whisper something to Pharos, and she was like, "Not right now."
Mm.
So she's moving.
She's moving, which
But they
sparked
were,
Ankaya to move.
which sparked a cat to move. Gotcha.
And now Lady Clave is watching the both of them.
But he's gonna get stabbed.
This might be why Lord Strangford invited the entire city council here.
Right.
So
Kill
that
them
someone
all.
gets stabbed?
2 birds, 1 stone.
I mean, he might become mayor. You know.
Lord Governor Strangford, yeah.
Right.
Okay, so we're all in motion. What do I find in the kitchen?
Yeah, so you break into the kitchen. Cole, you said you were gonna move? Are you heading to the kitchen too, or?
So, well, I was of two minds. I think as Messenger passes me, I might say, I might whisper under my breath, something about, I'll hand him a drink, right? And as I hand him a drink, I'll lean in and say something effective. The man with the gold chain, doesn't belong, and then I'll keep, in the doesn't belong in the kitchen, and I'll keep moving. And I'm actually going to intercept, uh, Pharos, uh,
Cool.
and I'm going to kind of bumbling, like, I'm going to try to make it look like, well, I'm just going to spill a drink on her, I think.
Great. Cool. So I'm starting a new clock down here, which is just gonna be others enter kitchen, because that's where things are going down. 4-segment clock because they're heading that way. None have been filled just yet. So you spill the drink on Pharaoh's, who is like, "Oh,
And I'll be like, "Oh my God, my lady, I'm so sorry." I'll pull my rag and
no,
like
it's
offer it to
nothing."
her.
And she's trying to push you aside.
And I do not move. I am stood still. No, I must. I'm so sorry. Please let me. And I'll wave to the butler. Sir, can you direct Lady Pharos to the lavatory?
Yeah, great. Let's get a roll.
All right. I will do. I'll do command, I guess.
Yeah.
And then I'm commanding this automaton to help the guest. What is the position on this?
We'll call it risky. Pharaoh's
Yeah.
isn't gonna deck you or anything. She's just
Yeah.
gonna try to push past you, right? And standard effect.
Standard effect. Okay.
Crit, yeah. So the Tolman Murray, the autonomon, comes up like, "It seems that the lady has had a spillage of her beverage. Please let me help you clean up." And it just becomes this huge commotion to the point, following that crit, that
Can I
Ankaya
block
is kind of
Ankite as
blocked
well? Yeah.
by this giant automaton who's like trying to move. He's like, "Oh, excuse me, lady," and like the other guests are like, "What is going on here?" And the messenger gets into the kitchen during the midst of this, and people are kind of cooking and stuff. And yeah, as Cole said, they're the only distinct member of the wait staff is this guy with a gold chain who is like just kind of standing there like a worker on his first day of the job, like not seeming to know what to do and kind of trying to look busy, but
All right. I'm gonna put a knife in him. I'm just going to walk over to a station as though I'm working there. I'm going to pick up a knife and I'm going to turn around and I'm going to throw it across the room at him. So this is hunt for ranged attack. I'm not sure I should do that. Like, I feel like what I should do is go to the crate and pop it open and get the gear for Cole and the messenger. But I think this has more style, so this is what I'm doing. So yeah, he's not supposed to be there. That's the first thing I'm gonna deal with, because that is now the top priority, is like making sure this guy has more than 2 problems. I don't need to kill him.
But
We know how this
I'm
goes.
trying. Boy, we're getting impediments ringing so quickly.
And this is the game, the score where Cole learns the importance of clear and direct communication.
Here I go killing again.
Yeah.
I'm fairly sure he knew what was in that torpedo he just let out, but like, that's all right.
Look at the look on
Dude
Charles'
doesn't
face. He knows
belong.
what he did.
Dude doesn't belong.
I'm
It's
just
entirely
sad that I don't
possible.
get to go do violence. You know.
It's entirely possible that this is Strangford's man in the kitchen. This is a security person posing as a cook. I don't know that. I know I got something sharp though. All right, what's my position?
Desperate. Standard effect though.
Push yourself for a
Spoil
great
me.
effect.
All right. No, I'm not. I'm still too close on 5 or 6 stress. So here's what's happening. Am I not pushing myself? I'm not pushing myself. Quality isn't a thing. Here we go.
All right.
Woo!
A crit.
I want him pinned to the wall.
Okay.
So this is like this vegetable knife. No, it's a sharp pointed knife, so a cleaver wouldn't work. Goes through him, like at the shoulder, somewhere like he could die of this. This could kill him, but it ain't done with him yet. Goes through the shoulder into a post. Like it's not just into like the plaster part of the wall, it's into a post. And well, he's not going anywhere for a minute.
Yeah, so you turn around, you chuck the knife, he's pinned, eyes wide, gasping as a knife that wasn't there momentarily, moments ago, is now sticking out of him. Seeing this, the other waitstaff and Chef Rizal, the head chef, scream, rolling with that crit. Instead of running into the hall, they filter out the back servants' entrance to try to get away from the scene. And he's there, like, trying to scream too, but not sure what's happening, not sure why he's being attacked. And he's like, I don't have it on me. I don't have it on me.
Great. I love to hear that. Where is it? Who are you with and where is it?
I'm with. Who are you with? No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'll come
Wrong
back with a gun.
person.
Oh, no. It's the tenderizer mallet. I'm like, toes, dude, toes. Who are you with and where is it?
I'm with the Wraiths. I'm here to make the sale. And he kind of points to a vegetable crate that's like almost like adjacent to where you guys stored your gear.
They had the same idea.
That's a good plan. Excellent job.
Oh, we are not making friends tonight. Not with the Wraiths, anyway.
Like we ever were.
I need him quiet. I need him to have more than 2 problems. Okay. He's here to make the sale. He's with the Wraiths. No one was watching him. He didn't have backup that was immediately with him. But if I send him running out, he's still going to bring back trouble. Whatever. I'll stab them too.
The bravado. I love it.
Oh, but paranoia. Wait, this is a kitchen.
Mhm.
I'll lock him in the pantry.
Okay.
All right, so I'm locking him in the pantry and then I'm breaking open the crate.
Cool. And as he's like being pushed in, he's like, "Whoa, am I getting robbed here?"
The answer is I am saving you from me. I am saving your life right now. Shut up.
And yeah, inside the crate, buried in like some root vegetables, you find the map book belonging to the ship Storm Palace, which those in the know is Lady Clave's flagship.
Fantastic. I grab that, I get our forgery gear, and I'm hiding in a different cabinet and starting to work.
Cool. Yeah, let's roll something for the forgery.
I think I'm gonna have I think finesse. It's either finesse or study, but I feel like finesse is what I'm working with here. Now, we did prepare for this.
Yeah, so you have 2 books that are that look like Leviathan Hunter log books. I'm just gonna do a quick fortune roll to see if they are an exact match, or what. If you were lucky.
Ooh.
A
Close.
5. So they're close enough. Like Lady Clave will probably recognize it's not her book. But the other Leviathan hunters probably will be fooled.
Okay, so the fake book then goes in, but I'm gonna make it look like I missed it, right? Someone clearly was rummaging this crate, but they didn't find it, right? And then
Okay.
I take
And is this the one because one had Arcash did like a forgery already on.
Right, right.
That's the one you put in.
The pre-forged one goes in there. The blank one comes with me, and I'm gonna start copying.
Gotcha.
So, I actually want to be doing 2 things at once. I want to finesse, and I want to study. Because, like, I got another place I can keep some of these maps.
Mhm.
Maybe not well, but we'll try. So, but first on the finesse. So we prepared for this. We have the appropriate equipment. It's with us. What's my position? And
I think your position is still going to be risky. I think the effect will be great from the pre-work that you guys have done.
Can we can I propose a flashback maybe? I don't know if it'll
first
help.
flashback of the session. How did we get
Right.
this far?
Because we did a bunch of planning ahead of time, I think.
We did cheat.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking that when we realize that we're going to be doing a forgery, we go get like the messenger and Cole go get are in a flashback, and they're like going into like a forger, like a printer's shop, right? And we're actually I'm happy to take an item or 2 of load here of like essentially a specially designed kit for this job. That we brought in our box that is available to the messenger for their forgery in this case.
Are you trying to help?
Inks and
Yeah, I'm trying to help you. Exactly. Trying to essentially help you or set you up, depending if you wanted to up the like make it less risky.
No, I'm not too worried about the risk. I want this to work.
Yeah.
So are you like taking stress in the?
I'm taking stress in the flashback, and then I'm gonna take load for the specialty inks and such.
Does that sound like it's decent for another die?
Do you want it to be 1 stress or 2, Kyle?
we'll do 2 for
'Kay.
which would be 1 for the flashback, 1 for the help action, right?
Okay, done. And then I'll take. Do you want to say it's 1 load, 2 load for this?
Let's call it just 1.
Okay, 1.
I'm trying to think of a decent devil's bargain instead of pushing myself. But all of them are things like getting caught. And like, I don't really want that. Getting caught with ink on my hands. Could I work so fast and so hard I give myself an RMI? A repetitive motion injury?
Take a level 1 harm.
Level 1 harm, arthritis.
Would a level 1 harm be acceptable?
Yeah, for as a devil's bargain, I kind of like that. As I mean, you can imagine the speed at which you have to work, the stress that you were under as you're in this pantry.
It could actually give you like light sensitivity or a headache. Like you have a beginning of a migraine starting because you're like fucking just focused in.
Yeah, any of that works. What should we call this level 1 harm?
I think whatever you want, either like eye strain, migraine, arthritis.
The Devil's Bargain only takes place if you fail, right?
No.
Oh, okay. So it okay. Never mind.
It happens no matter what. Yeah.
So, cool. Thank you for agreeing to that. I do want to remind you that the messenger has the tough as nails thing, so level 1 harm have no effect on him, except that the next level 1 harm is a level 2. Here we go. Big money, no whammy.
All whammies.
One, two, one.
Oh
one.
my god, that's a botch if I've ever seen one.
All
I
whammies. All whammies.
can't believe that just happened. I was not prepared.
Oh my god, back in the day, I'd be taking a smoke break.
So, we're just gonna go ahead and fill up this enter the kitchen clock.
Oh, shit.
As
Well, because everyone screamed.
yep, and not only did the
Okay.
the Uniferos and Kayet, the fucking automaton comes in to see what's happening, but the fucking commissioner of the police department, the chief of the watch of Brightstone are in there, all members of the church, and Lady Clave comes in brandishing her flintlock pistol, being like, "Where the fuck is it?" and starts shooting at the wall. And Lord Strangford
Oh my god!
looks at the Nighthawks, and is like,
Canonically.
Well, so it's just Charles and the messenger, or it's not. It's just two, right?
Charles, Nebra, Reese, and Virgil, right?
Virgil-
Canonically, the messenger's in a different room.
Yeah.
Because he
the
left.
messenger's in a pantry. Yeah, he's not in there.
Wait, Virgil's
But you
here?
do hear like maybe a bullet like whizzing by your ear as it ricochets through the pantry. That you're like, go. No. And then
What
to
happened
top
there was
off-
a failure of a finesse roll. That
Wait.
was a failure to forge.
So Virgil rushes in. So Virgil wasn't here until now.
Yeah,
he was-
Reese wasn't making his way into the kitchen either. So did we end up
Sure, but
following?
he can be in the doorway and looking between you.
All right, because if that's the case, because I would like to do something, because I was thinking at that point when people
Smoke
rush over
bomb.
to the kitchen, flashback, before all this happened, I stashed the Nighthawk outfit in an upstairs like a bathroom. Right?
He's gonna jump
And
into it.
as soon as everybody starts running to the kitchen, I'm like, hang on, I gotta go take a shit, right?
And Kayet is unfazed by that.
yeah, sure. Let's call that just a one stress flashback. That was maybe you gave that to Cole to be like, hey, when you're in the house, drop my gear, much like he was doing to his, but
Right. And so that way nobody knows it's me, but it's
oh
like
my god.
Well, Strangford seems to know, but
no,
other than that,
oh yeah, I actually know what he.
and we can say in the commotion, the forgery does not go as planned.
So I actually, and I think canonically, yeah, like, for you, pal, that was the fail of finesse roll for the forgery. What I actually think happened is that the scream of the guy brought all these people in here. You duck into a thing, and you're trying to do it, but you fail because everyone's rushing in, doing this thing.
Ooh, all right. Well,
We're in a bit of a pickle.
And I feel like
yeah.
as the gunshot happens, that's when the Nighthawk shows up.
well, you're off changing. You're off changing. Let people who are there react.
Sure. Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to react by becoming very quiet.
Okay, so who's all in the kitchen again? It's Pharaohs, Ankayet.
Both
All the
police
police.
officers.
Everyone is kind of circled around the kitchen. The ones inside, and Kayet is inside. Pharaohs is inside. The automaton, Tillman Murray, is inside. Clave is inside. She's the one who's shooting. The others are kind of arranged around the door that leads back into the dining area. The messenger is in a pantry somewhere in the kitchen, and in another pantry is a stabbed
Wraith individual.
Wraith. We didn't catch his name.
No, we did not.
All
I
he
think
did
it would
was
be very
catch some
appropriate for
seal.
him to get discovered first, just for humor's sake, because things are going to get wrapped up when they discover the
Yeah, well, I
messenger.
want to give people an opportunity to react because I don't think things have gone completely foobar at this juncture. Though we're getting there. I will do a fortune roll to see if in the commotion he makes a sound.
I don't know if he
Or
does
if-
after the gunshot.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe with the gunshot, like that might surprise a squeak out of the man. But certainly he should know to keep his head down. Now, when you come in, though, as y'all are coming in, you do see the gear crate, and then next to that is a crate that has been very clearly rummaged.
And the real map book you still have, correct?
Yeah.
Yes.
Real map book and a forgery.
And
and
your forgery. Okay.
A bad forgery.
At the start, and then just a line goes off the pages.
Well, so I like to believe, and I guess maybe not, because I don't know if there's a crit fail in this, but I like
There
to
isn't,
believe,
but-
okay, that it's a real copy. It is a copy of the book, faithfully, but it is clearly in the messenger's handwriting. Like it's the wrong color ink. Like they accidentally dipped it in the wrong thing. It's like in a red ink or something. I don't know.
I don't know.
Wiggles
That's-
everywhere.
Was the one our cache did, or the one that's in the crate is the one our cache did back at the hideout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the one that the messenger
one he
has.
has.
I don't know.
is
That
a-
sounds like recovering a lot from this failure, because like if we have that, that's still valuable. But this is a one. This is a failure. So maybe a success with a. Well, you're right.
I think so we failed to make a forgery. We successfully, I would say, successfully made a copy.
I'd like to roll fortune for that. Kyle, do you think it's acceptable that we could actually have a working copy that is very clearly a failure of a forgery?
Yeah, let's leave it up to fortune. Let's say a 4, 5, 6. You do 1, 2, 3. You do not.
Oh no!
As stated, the line goes off the page as soon as the
Damn
door
it.
was breached.
I am just made of fail today. I fed you fuckers. I fed you.
Yeah.
Remember this.
Oh my god. All right, somebody else
This is
gets to
why we
try and
play.
rescue this.
All right. So in the room, in the actual standing around so we've got the two chiefs of police or whatever. We've got some angry pirates inside. One of them shooting a gun.
How well lit is the kitchen area?
It's pretty well lit, because people were working in here.
Okay. Is it like candles or house chandeliers?
It's like gaslighting.
Okay.
All right.
Trying to see if we can cut the lights somehow.
Either that or
Light switch.
I know how you can cut the
I
lights.
mean, we just light the damn place on fire and get out of there.
Make a good attune roll.
I don't want to fuck with
Just bring in
Strangford's
all the
house.
ghosts.
Yeah.
I will let everyone else have a plan. Like if you come up with a plan, we'll do it. I have a bad plan that I will do in lieu of any other plan. So
I probably have a bad plan too.
Okay. Well.
I think mine's worse,
Mine is to go out the other side of the cabinet.
which is solid.
I actually
I
thought
love
about that too.
Like I need some cover noise
just a
first.
wall.
Oh no, no,
behind
okay,
you.
okay. Here's my bad plan. I would like to do a flashback to the last time that Cole came back to change out his tray. He picked up a pistol and tucked it in his he actually picked up just a single pistol, tucked it into his
Or load.
uniform. Yep. And so I'm checking that off for load. And now that everything has hit the fan, he's still masked as one of the people, right? And so he's going to yell, "Wraiths, get out!" And he's going to try to shoot one of the chief of police.
Can I offer my plan real quick? Sorry, before we.
No, let's
You
do
can
it.
flashback if you want.
Let's do it.
You can do
Well,
it
okay.
first. Do it first. I don't care.
What? Oh, okay. So I don't even know if this requires a flashback, but my plan was to somehow turn off the lights in the kitchen. Nebra has dark sight goggles so that she can see in the dark, and then she can go and rescue Messenger and go from there. But
I like that plan as well. I'm still
Yeah,
going
I
to shoot
just-
the chief of police.
I just don't know how to turn off the lights.
So
Effectively.
can we do like a dual flashback or how does that?
So
can we
turning off
one
the
person
lights.
does
First,
it.
I'd like to answer the question about turning off the lights.
Well, it doesn't. We just need to obscure vision. We don't necessarily have to turn off lights. So
Well, that's what she asked.
sure,
You can definitely do that with either Tinker or Wreck.
that's what I was trying to get to.
On what?
The wall, man. There's something in there that makes the lights work, and if you just hit it hard enough, maybe it'll stop.
Okay, that was just my question, how the lights are set up.
Well, so
okay.
that was the sort of the idea I wanted to. Let me piggyback off of that. So, let me just propose a two stress, or multiple stress flashback, wherein essentially we set up a steam trap, essentially. So I mess with the hot water heater in such a way that basically just turning a wrench will fill the kitchen full of steam, and essentially like hot steam. And so one, you won't be able to see, and two, it's hot. Get out of there.
I like that. It's just everyone runs in.
Well, so when I'm super cool with that as a flashback. When do you think this happened in the?
Yeah, so I think
Maybe you have a bucket of water you throw on the fire or something that just.
Well, let him answer, Cameron.
Sure. So I think that's why I thought it could be like a combo flashback, something describing a process to Cole, and Cole can set it up for him when it's time. It's just like, I need you to take this monkey wrench, put it on this nut somewhere, and I will hit it off if we need an escape plan.
That works.
Okay. So essentially, so how many stress would you say that would be? Like maybe 2, 3?
I think great steam. Let's call it a 2 stress flashback.
Okay.
And yeah, so you your conversation with Cole, was this during was this at the party, or was this back at the lair? It's like
I think this was probably at the party. I think he would need a little more information about the house. So I think at one point he
like
was
as
just
you're
like,
getting food or something.
yeah, and he's just looking around. He's like, oh, there's some of these exposed pipes over here, and that will expose those are some pipes inside the and then
So, I think at one point in my head, Reese comes up to Cole and is like, "Excuse me, waiter, could you show me where the restroom is?
Yeah.
Like, or where the lavatory is?" And so then I take, like, as I'm escorting him, he's like, he hands me the wrench and whatever else.
Yeah,
and I can mark that off of my
Mhm.
and I can mark that off of my I'll just say a gadget as part of my load. So this is essentially I'm giving him something that will set off essentially fill the kitchen full of steam very rapidly.
Yep.
Causing a catastrophic failure of the hot water heater in there.
Cool.
I would like to point out, if you can get these people to find the Arkesh forgery, they may just start fighting over it.
Get you.
But the steam explosion is definitely great too.
I mean, honestly, if Reese had it his way, he would just kill all these people because they're all the worst people anyways. This is the fucking city council and the cops. Like, if we just got rid of these people, maybe some people could eat again.
I mean, maybe that's
because it's immediately going to get filled by the veils.
Yeah, I know. that's why he's hesitant. But yeah, so essentially, okay, Reese sees that shit is dire, and do you want me to do like a tinker roll to set the thing off?
Could be a tinker. Sounds like potentially a wreck, but your call.
I mean, I have both. I have more dots in tinker and prefer to be tinker.
Well, tell wreck. Yeah, I mean, if you want to go tinker, that's going to come with a different position and effect than wreck.
Yeah, so I don't think he's trying to break the system. I think he's more, because I'm not trying to break the wall either. This is more I'm trying to set up a mechanism that would I can quickly activate, which is why I was thinking more tinker than wreck. Because I'm not trying to destroy the hot water heater. I'm just trying to make it malfunction.
The system's not supposed to vent tons of steam into the kitchen, so it's malfunctioning at that point, which would be the paradigm in which wreck works.
Yeah, I guess let's go with wreck. That makes more sense.
Okay, I think this is let's call it a controlled position because Cole set you up in the flashback.
All right, I'm gonna push myself.
And I think expect will be great.
All right, cool. So I'll push myself to give myself an extra die. So here we go. So you said from a controlled position or a risky position?
Controlled.
Controlled, okay. And with a great effect, I have 1 bonus die.
Okay,
Not a
so
failure.
we take the 4, a success with a complication. So the steam vents out into the kitchen, which causes obscures vision. Lady Clave gets burned by the hot steam as she's standing in the middle of the kitchen firing off her gun. She's like, son of a bitch! Una's in there as well, tries to dart out the servant's entrance to avoid getting burned herself. Lady Ankayet jumps kind of back into the semicircle of people out the door just to get out of the steam, which is chaos. As far as a complication, um, that's a tough one. What do we think, guys? What's the complication of this?
Oh, I'm sure somebody saw me set that fucker off.
I could
It
see
could be that. You
I
could
could see
also
some harm coming some folks' way.
Oh,
you could also
yeah.
burn the messenger.
Well, I could also see burning grease. If like as
Yeah.
he turned the mechanism, steam vented onto his hand as well.
Yeah. All of the above.
Sounds good.
So
Leaving
level
this
2 harm
to
burnt, maybe?
I would go with
I
level
think
1.
yeah, I think level 1. Just
Okay.
level 1 burned.
Alright.
The guy in the cupboard next to you screams as all of this is happening. It's pandemonium out in the kitchen. Did you want to take your shot at the chief of police?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no, we're gonna be at war with the blue coats.
We're already at war with the blue coats.
No, we're not. We're at -1 with the blue coats. We're fine.
But the steam does disguise who's here, right?
In the
Yeah,
kitchen.
this is a great point for an entrance. Just let Cole make a shot.
Yeah. Because he is are the police in the kitchen with everyone else? Like
They're not. They're in that semicircle kind of surrounding the entryway.
Okay.
People who were the only one who's actually currently in the kitchen getting a face full of steam is Lady Clave, who's having a rough week.
It's true. That's true. Yeah, I do still want to do that. I'm thinking I do so. Well, my flashback was for getting the pistol, so I have the pistol. I'm debating if I want to actually take this shot, because I was hoping they were in the kitchen, and then I was gonna try to blame it on Clave firing wildly around. Barring that, yeah, I'll go ahead and still stick with what I said I was gonna do. In which case, I will, I'll say, Wraiths, get out of there! They're on to ya! And I'll and I'll fire at the chief of police, and I'm gonna turn around and run the other direction, completely out of this
Oh
area.
god.
So roll it for me, and then multiple things are gonna happen at once.
Oh yeah. Is this desperate? I assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. With the standard effect.
Yeah.
Okay. Should I push myself? Yeah, I'll go ahead and push myself.
Who thought the dinner party would be the most desperate of scores?
I failed.
No.
Okay.
Again.
Man, we were sucking at rolls.
So I
there.
missed.
Yeah. So a couple things happen here. You yell, "Wraiths, get out!" From the cupboard. Door slams open, scampering on the floor with a knife still at his shoulder. Runs this guy, gold chain, which you see has a jeweler's loop dragging behind him, is crawling out of the kitchen, and he's like, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." And then you take your shot. I'm gonna say you don't completely miss. You wing Commander Clellan. We'll get you a little hit. Because what happens next is Commander Bowmore levels his essentially like magnum-looking gun at you, shoots you for
Yeah.
3 harm, point-blank shot.
Yeah. In the back, because I turned around and
Yeah,
started
as you're
running.
trying to run away.
Yeah.
Just like a
As
cop.
those 3 of you who are in here see that Strangford has the biggest smile on his face. At which point his automaton is like, violence detected, and it starts going berserk to try to disarm the police before any more violence can happen. And Strangford is just gonna kind of start sauntering off, making himself scarce.
Don't mix a
Knowing,
drink.
yep,
Oh,
join Silas in the upstairs room with their.
I'm telling you, Silas is upstairs somewhere.
Right.
I guarantee it.
Well, and apparently now is so is
Nighthawk.
Nighthawk.
Right. Yeah, as you're changing, you hear all this happen.
I love the Nighthawk swinging in right as all of this is going down.
That's what I was
Always
hoping
not in the
for. Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I get shot in the back, which would I would need help. Like theoretically, it would drop a man, but
What
his
do you want?
metal armor shines through that he had put on
Oh,
earlier after
yeah.
bringing it inside, and so 2 more of my load is gone. And he takes off down the hallway, trying like immediately dodges around a corner to get out of the the fucking line of fire. But yeah,
Oof, took
What
one
armor's
arm.
for?
Took one
What's
arm,
that?
like winged or something.
no, it negates harm.
Yeah, armor counts as a free resist.
Oh, dang. That was lucky.
That was load.
Yeah, that's
love
good
you.
job going heavy.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, so the status, we have the Nighthawk has just emerged from downstairs. You've seen Lord like as Lord Strangford walks up, he probably gives you a pat on the back. Is like, hell of a show. As he walks up, Cole, you see booking it down to like the closed off areas of Strangford House. Nebra, Reese are kind of standing with the crowd. The chief of police has been shot in the shoulder. There's a woman screaming in the kitchen. It's pandemonium. The messenger's in a cupboard.
Yeah,
Messenger is probably making his way out of that
I
cupboard.
was gonna say,
However,
when is
where
he coming out of the cupboard?
he's
I-
not coming out. Well, he's coming out the other side because again, load. Well, what do you've got for me?
Remember, there was a trash chute.
Doesn't lead to the incinerator.
Good.
Trash chute is in the kitchen though.
It's it's next to where I put all the gear.
Yeah, listen,
It's-
for a stress flashback, I can say the cupboard you went into is the cupboard with the trash chute right behind you. Because how epic is that moment?
Absolutely.
Into the garbage chute, flyboy.
Sold. One stress. You bargain at twice the price. Into the garbage chute we go.
Oh my god.
Perfect.
I am taking both the very valuable book and the book of the messenger's shame.
It makes
And
it
the
makes the
fortune
trash chute a
gift.
Chekhov's gun, which is great.
Yeah.
Now I'm going down the trash chute with heavy load, so this might not be John McClane. This may be the god of what? How does freaking walrus guy call it? This sounds like the god of thunder is sneaking up on me.
Okay.
Well, it also might not be like a chute, like a thing. It might just be a plummet down. Like,
Well, that's fine. You brace yourself against the sides and
Yeah.
slow as you go down a chimney. Yeah.
Cameron, was there something you wanted the Nighthawk to do?
I was just trying to think if I could flashback my way into also trying to climb up the garbage chute and bumping into him. Like that's how I'm trying to get
That's a
into the
flashback
kitchen.
just for comedic effect. Let's not do that.
I don't know. I like it.
I don't hate it.
Maybe I shouldn't do. I don't know.
It's up to you,
I
man.
don't know. I don't think we're quite running a slapstick campaign, but like,
Yeah.
because the funny stuff is happening, but we're not trying to make it happen.
But I just got shot in the back with which should have almost killed me.
Yeah, especially
So-
with the gun they shot.
Yeah.
So we have the right book now, right?
We have both. Yeah, we have the
No,
I'm not
hold-
sure.
hold
The
on.
only one who knows this is the messenger.
Yeah.
And the messenger doesn't know that for sure either.
right.
The messenger believes it because he believes that wraith was that scared. But we have a book, right?
Yeah, true.
Right.
And it does have the right information on it. It's clade, da 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 da. We probably have the right book. But also, it's true. You guys don't know that. Only the messenger and maybe the wraith know that. And you've got that box that's been rummaged through. But like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think as the steam subsides, holding her face because badly blistered and burned, no longer the kind of shining pirate beauty she once was. Clave is rummaging, like I think she catches the rummage thing and she's looking for it and finds what was, if I had to give it a scale of 1 through 6, it's about a 5 uh, in resemblance to her own book, but in her bloody state, as you know, she's so blistered and boiled, she can't really tell the difference. And she's like, "Which one of you did this? Which one of you was going after it?" And like full Pulp Fiction diner scene, starts pointing the gun around, yelling. The chief of police have their guns, like, "Clave, put it down. You don't want to do this here." The Sparkrite, Pharaohs, as like, "Too rich for my blood. I'm out." Dalmore's like, "I'm never coming to Strangford's party again." He went out the front door. And Quiet is like, "Okay, Clave has the book. I don't want her to know I had it." And she's like, "Yeah, who took it?" And like, it's quickly kind of playing sides. Like, "I think he ran that way," pointing to where Cole limped off. And that's the state that the four of you witness outside the kitchen.
Well, we
And
gotta
the
get-
automaton.
And and the automaton.
Well, we gotta get
Who's
that
currently
book.
the automaton currently trying to disarm the other captain of the police.
Okay, well, Clave. So
Aye.
Clave has the book and the gun. Well, we gotta kill Clave, guys.
You gotta get that book.
You really don't.
I know.
I don't know that.
You actually do. You know that you could fail and not be crazy, but
Well, you know, there is such thing as necessary metagaming.
No. I mean, really, in setting, it's okay to fail a job.
right.
Yeah. We just have to give Strangford his money back if
Yeah.
we think we failed.
Because
Actually-
because you're in a room with the entire city council and the chief of police and the captain of the most powerful district of police.
No, that's
You
why I'm
don't
s-
have
that's
to
why
go
I'm so
for it.
motivated to kill them all, but I guess I don't.
Okay, from Nebra's position, does she see the book that Clave is waving and recognize that it was the forgery that her and Arkesh created?
Yeah, you were the one who went out to buy
Yeah,
it. I think
I
you
know.
would recognize it for sure.
Okay, alright, so I'll try to go to Reese and I'll like pull him down and whisper,
Like, it's cool. It's cool.
that's the forgery, let's go. Like,
All right, I'll ditch right the fuck out of there. Bye, Nighthawk.
exactly.
I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, I don't. I can't think of anything to do here.
Dude, start
Get out!
punching mobsters. Do you have dots in skirmish yet?
I think so. I don't know. I don't
Just do a
think I do.
classic Batman bow zoom and just
Nope, I have no dots. I have one. No, I have one dot in skirmish.
Okay. You could punch a cop. You could punch a councilman. They're all crooked. You could punch
a priest.
You could punch a priest.
Actually,
You
yeah,
could
I'm
punch a
gonna
cop,
punch a
you could
priest.
punch a priest. Yeah.
I'm gonna punch the priest who thinks all spirits are evil.
Well,
Because I
that's
serve.
both of them.
No. I serve a forgotten god who might not. Yeah, like
You're punching like the head priest, Elder
Yeah.
Rowan.
yeah.
You're just gonna punch a priest on your way out? Excellent.
Roll me it.
Okay.
I look forward to watching this later so I can actually see all of your faces.
oh,
Because
yeah.
What is
Discord
this,
does not show me them all.
No.
What is this? Risky, controlled, desperate.
You're punching the priest. in the
Nothing is
middle of
controlled right now,
everything.
buddy.
Yeah, this is desperate.
Yeah, I would say so.
A standard effect though. You punch a guy, you're gonna punch a guy.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be great. Priests are not known to be really hardy.
Ooh,
Three,
fail.
yeah.
So you punch Elder Rowan in the face. I'm gonna give you that. The patriarch of the Church of Ecstasy. Yes, get square right in the jaw. The complication of this failure, however, is that from behind you, what you don't notice is Preceptor Dunville's under the breath chants that give you level 2 harm. Heck.
Oh, you just got magic, son.
A little too harm. Oof. All right. Let me mark that down.
Can you contest that at all?
You always
could
can
resist.
try to resist.
What do I roll for that?
So what is it? How you roll your highest
So you're rolling
It's
either
whichever
insight,
one's
prowess, or
appropriate.
resolve, right? So
yeah,
probably
this would be
resolve.
prowess.
Prowess,
Or no,
yeah.
you're right. This is contesting in a tune, so this would be resolve.
Yeah.
So you'd
So
roll your resolve.
That'd
So
be
you
okay.
basically you cancel it out, and then you take 6 stress minus the
What?
best result on your resolve roll.
Ah, there you
So
go.
if you
So-
click on resolve,
All right, I'll roll my resolve.
Whoop.
you take 2 stress.
Okay.
And Subware Cole, perhaps in the room above the Nighthawk, your Spirit Bane charm glows as it seemingly prevented something from happening.
Yikes!
Nice.
I keep running.
Yeah, let's get out of here, I guess.
Cool. So I think in all the commotion, you guys are able to escape. As you're getting into the carriages outside, Lord and Lady Penderin are getting into theirs, and the Weeping Lady are kind of dispersing as people are running out, and there's gunshots and stuff like that. And they'll kind of look to you as they're getting into the carriage, Nebra, and be like, it's always a pleasure. I hope you had a wonderful evening. Hope to be seeing you again soon sometime.
Likewise.
And Lord Penderin will look at you, Reese, and be like, indubitably.
See you soon.
I like to think that that Cole gets like to his second floor or gets to the other side of the house, jumps out, and comes back around to the servants like area and to meet up with ideally the messenger, where the servants are supposed to take the trash chute out,
Mhm.
the refuse.
So you guys were originally going to blame Virgil, and Virgil is was never part of any of this action.
Yeah,
Well,
he
he's
definitely.
MIA now.
Yeah, Virgil immediately disappeared when everything went down, so that's not suspicious at all.
Right around the time the Nighthawk showed up.
I mean, he's not the only one who disappeared. Someone else booked it out the front door as soon as shit went down. Because like
True.
that's what sensible people do. Excuse me,
Yeah, they
what?
do.
No, I was here to network.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not here to get shot in the face,
Right.
especially
All
by
right.
Steam.
So, what do we arrange to give Strangford the book?
I would say so.
I think so. We should probably copy some information from it.
I was going to say, I would like to make a second copy of the book.
Yeah. Like
Okay.
some of that
'Cause-
information
'cause-
might be valuable in some way to us
Yeah,
or
I'll
someone
let-
else, right?
That is like, let's be clear, that is fucking him, which he made very clear what he will do if we do. But like, he doesn't need to know that.
It's just insurance, man. If he ever comes after us and we're like, dude, we're gonna give this shit back to Clave. We have our copy. We can give it right back to her if you fuck with us again.
Right.
He also could try to like, as a thing, as a project in the future, could try and make it look like it gets released by the Wraiths, because they had it for a while
Oh,
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear, like, making a copy is not a freebie. Like we're taking a cost on for doing that. I still think it's the
Yeah.
right thing to do. So
I
like,
agree.
Yeah. I would like to
Yeah,
copy.
I'll think like the amount of time you have with the book is a bit limited. Like Strangford is expecting it, right? And if you don't get it to him, he will hunt you down for it. But so I'll let one person make a roll and see how good of a copy they can get, because I think you will
Okay.
have time to do some copying.
Yeah,
but-
could I have Arkesh help with this as well?
Yep.
Okay.
This is
I'm
Lean
gonna-
into action.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to do a finesse.
right. So the cohort can't help. Helping is something only players can do because it costs stress.
Oh, I see. Okay.
A cohort can make their own roll, and you can have that die as another thing, like I did with the dog with the redress earlier. I had more dice, but it was leading a group action, so I would take stress if redress failed. But if I failed and redress was successful, then the whole thing was still successful. You probably want help from us,
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
because we can give you dice.
I mean, if you want. I already have 3 dots in finesse, so
Yeah, but I rolled 1, 2, 1, 1.
right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I'm totally okay with accepting more dice or assistance or whatnot. That's fine, or not.
So did you want Arkesh to do the group action with you to help you forge it for a dice on his end?
Is that possible? I thought he couldn't give dice, or did I
Well,
misinterpret?
he rolls a dice. If he fails, you take a stress. But that's the only negative that can happen. If he gets a success and you don't, your whole thing would succeed.
Right. Okay.
right.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go ahead and do that.
Sorry if I made that more confusing than it
No,
needed to be.
it's fine. Yeah.
I'm also happy to again set up, like going back to this will be part of the setup. I'm happy to do a setup roll here of arranging for the inks, arranging for the whatever we
Well,
need.
we're not forging this time. It's just a copy.
That's true. That's true.
We're
Okay.
going for data, not.
Yeah.
But it's the lurk doing it who has 3 dots in finesse. So even if she has 2 dots in study, it's still finesse.
Mhm.
I thought you were a pretty solid academic.
I have study, but that's about it.
Ah,
Because we're not trying to make an exact copy, right? We're just trying to copy the
I mean,
information down.
I could maybe Kyle will accept this. I could set you up when we meet up. Like we jump on. Like I think as they're leaving, we jump on top of the carriages or whatever. And I grab the driver and I'm like, you keep fucking driving. And if you don't make it nice and smooth for her in there, I'll fucking snap your neck.
Love it. You have the smoothest yet also quickest getaway ride.
Yeah.
You
Wow.
can steal Virgil's carriage.
Driver's just sweating bullets every time he gets close to a rock. He's like, "Oh shit!"
I think Virgil needed to do a quick change and come back to us.
Woo!
No, Virgil left. He'll talk to you later, I think.
Yeah, we'll take the 5.
Well, you're gonna roll what's his name, right?
Well,
So
that's a setup.
that was my
help.
setup
Oh,
to help her effect.
Oh, that's cool. Right, because that says Lysander.
Mm-hmm.
To get it out of the way. Here's Arkesh's rolls coming from Emeline.
Fucking Arkesh. Oh my
Take
god.
some stress.
That'll be a stress for Nebra.
Okay,
You know,
but
Skovlander refugees, they would totally get this right.
right,
Yeah.
but now I get to
Yeah.
roll 4 die. Is that
No. So
okay?
you get but your position is going to be controlled. An effect will be what you were trying to up position or effect? Effect. So then it'll be a risky position, great effect.
Okay.
You can get a 4th dive just by pushing yourself for 2 stress, if you would like. Kyle, just to let you know, there is a roll button on the cohort itself.
Oh,
You
is
could
there?
click
Oh, cool.
instead of a fortune as well.
Or if the Nighthawk's there, they could help you, right?
Yeah, Nighthawk's in the carriage with us, yeah? Making the getaway.
Yeah.
Really?
We just lost Virgil somewhere in the commotion, but
Yeah.
Right, Virgil just
fuck
ran
that
off.
guy.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck that
Yeah.
guy.
Fuck that
As soon
guy.
as soon as shit went down, the Nighthawk went ahead and came in just like he said he would.
Yeah,
so
he was like, I'm scouting. Yeah.
he was backup
Okay.
the whole
Fair.
time.
That's
Yeah.
fair. Okay.
The Nighthawk is your friend.
Okay. So.
So I think maybe the Nighthawk is like holding the book up for you or something. Like is what I would suggest.
Okay. Yeah, that works. And would that be
That just adds a die.
Oh, that adds a die. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
You could push yourself for a 5th die because you can have 2 bonus dice. Or
It's
not.
true.
I don't know if I want to risk that.
I don't know. Do you want to fail the first mission you were in charge of?
Look, I already failed.
Push
Let's be
yourself, man. You
real.
might as well.
No,
It's
no.
only 2 stress.
Strangleford was fucking happy. He was ecstatic about everything that was happening.
Right. As soon as we find out the spider's gone, it's like, well, we're fucked. Okay.
I'm looking forward to when Nate watches this later and
You
like,
say-
what?
Like, fuck, Nate. Come on. Okay. So I'll just use 4
I'm
die.
already regretting not being in the garbage chute somehow accidentally. Like,
It's all right, man.
So controlled position and
Risky
Great.
position.
Risky
risky.
position, great
risky.
effect.
Sorry, great effect. Sorry.
All good.
4 dice. Or
Oh
1
my
extra
god.
die.
I would push myself. The last person. Oh, yay!
5,
Oh.
4.
Lands it.
6. So
Lands it.
flat success. So we do have a copy of this
A
book.
great copy.
Yeah. It's unless we decide to become Leviathan hunters, it's fairly useless to us. And I mean, we could sell it, but yeah. So
I
we
think we should
give,
sell it back to the Wraiths.
yeah. Just keep on doing this con again. We'll just generate coin after
We should
coin after coin.
host a new dinner party.
Yeah.
No. Let the Wraiths host the dinner party. They clearly have that down.
So who wants to hand over? We're kind of moving into downtime and payout here, but who wants to do the handoff with Strangford? And where do you want to do this?
So I think at this point, Virgil can do this. He could come and meet up with you later, and he can be your point of contact with Strangford.
Okay, and where do you want to meet up with Strangford? God damn it, Strangford to have
Strangford.
the hand off the book.
Yeah, thanks, Charles, for the Strangford.
You're welcome.
It's just what it is now.
I'm
This
thinking
is
of
how narrative is formed.
I'm thinking it's actually the same restaurant we first met.
Okay, at the Golden Plum.
Sounds good.
Cool. Yeah, so you hand over the book. He is pretty much all smiles. The one thing he does say, his one regret about the entire evening, is that he just wished your friend hadn't missed.
Do we hand over the real book or the copy?
The real book.
Real book.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, guys.
Actually, can I shake his hand and say, like, so does this mean, we might have some work in the future together?
Perhaps I'll be in touch with either you or the other one.
Okay. The other one.
Creep.
Yeah. Our absent leader.
This no, he was talking about the young student that he was hitting on at the at the restaurant.
No, he's
Oh
talking
no,
about
I
the
think
other
he's talking about either him or the Nighthawk. I think Strangford is trying to hint that he knows. Probably because he serves the same dark god and
That could be.
he's chatty or something. I don't know.
I mean, that if he served the same dark god, that'd be really interesting, actually.
Cool. So, payout. Well, guys, we're getting 10 coin from Strangford because we never bought the book. So well done there. We also get 1 coin paid to us for the Dimmer Sisters for Emeline's services since she was absent today.
Nice.
Do we want to pay tribute to the Hive? It's going to be 2 coin to them. There's an argument that we probably wouldn't need to, but there's also an argument that it might be viewed favorably if we do.
I think we should.
Yeah, I would argue we should. We still have plenty of coin left after the fact.
What if we pay them 1 coin and the copy of the book?
Ooh.
Because if we all get wiped out, that's pretty easy to do. The Hive is a much larger and better organization than us.
I would say
if you
just
guys
give
want to
them
do
the
that,
book.
I think once you explain what it is, Jeremiah would be fine with that.
No. Hold up. Not 1 coin in the book. The book on its own, I think.
Just
is
the
enough.
That's what I just said. Yeah, like the book itself is worth 10 coin.
Okay.
But then we don't owe them for a while, right?
Right, I've made another copy.
No, we owe them next time we do a job.
Well, no, it's true. You do actually have time to make as many copies as you want.
That's true.
That's true.
You can make a
Because
copy
this
of a
is no
copy.
longer under pressure.
Yeah, but once you
Before-
give it to someone else, once someone else knows it.
Yeah.
And
So
also, is that fucking Strangford over?
Yes, but it is what it is.
But does that come back to us?
Probably. But we
Everything
also are
has
letting the Hive
consequences.
know it comes back to them.
Okay.
Because he threatened them.
Proposal.
They get
My
they've got skin in the game is all I'm saying.
My proposal is that Nebra maybe use one of their downtime actions to make a copy of the book.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I think.
Or we start a clock if we do a 4-segment clock.
Yeah, well, I mean, a downtime activity is fine if someone wants to do that. I think like the more copies of the book are out there, right, the less value
Right.
it ends up having.
It's only valuable that we have the only other copy. If we give it to the Hive, what's the point?
Which is fine. It just know that as as other people find out about the devalue of their stuff, that may come back to us. Right?
I don't
Sure,
think
but
it's
could
worth
be-
a downtime activity to do that.
Well,
personally,
someone else can. The person whose downtime activity is spending can decide that for themselves. But we can tell the hive that we're not fucking the hive over. We're telling the hive, this guy said if we fucked him over, he's gonna come for you.
Mhm.
So here's the thing: how we would fuck him over is by distributing this book. So we're gonna hand it to you,
Mhm.
and you can decide whether or not you want this
Yeah,
guy
so they have
to cause
leverage over
problems
him
for
if he,
you.
yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, and I think the hive appreciates that, right?
Yeah.
Now,
That
if we
gives
then
them
turn
leverage.
around and sell the book to the wraiths,
We get fucked.
that fucks him even more.
there's a different differential, is all. Like,
Yeah.
So my
Uh,
proposal, I think, would just be that I would be happy to take the copy of the book to the hive.
Yeah, as their tribute, and as said, I think they're fine with that.
Would I still be able to copy the book as a downtime activity, or is it too late at this point?
If
should
you
be able
wanted
to.
to, in
think
that
you should be able
meantime,
to.
you could. Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
Just be careful who finds out about that copy, right? That is kind of a contraband item now.
Right.
But
I'd say let's keep that in the
We're
lair and then
smugglers.
remove it.
Contraband is our thing. Yeah.
all right, so we have a total of 11 coin. So we're a crew of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 because Emeline wasn't here. If we don't want to cut her in, granted, we do have 2 others. If we do want to cut them in, how do you guys want to split that coin?
I think 2 each is fine, and one in the group stash.
Fine with that.
Just proposing that. I'm gonna be spending my 2 on like getting more downtime actions probably, but
That works for me. Do note, we're at 3 of 4 coin before we have to start putting things in the vault of our, or we need to start having vaults in our lair. So something to keep in mind. But that's fine. Everyone else gets 2 coin. As far as
hype.
what was that?
I'm just saying hype. We've got
Oh, yeah.
coin.
Yeah, a lot of it this round. It pays to have people who make money and have it be of no interest to them. All right. So as for heat generated for the crew,
We didn't kill
um,
anyone.
yeah. So 1 heat for a high profile or well
Despite your best
connected
efforts.
target.
Despite Cole's best efforts.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna give you this 1 heat because everyone in that room was pretty high profile and well connected.
Yeah.
1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. No, I don't think necessarily. I think most of you are pretty good in Char Hollow, and Strangford's house isn't actively hostile towards you. But
I same team, but I will point out that Char Hollow has a descriptor that says all jobs here count as being on hostile turf
I think it's against the people of Char Hollow, which
against the
I'm gonna
people of
say,
Char Hollow. So
yeah,
he's not.
I mean, he is, but he isn't. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
He's
think,
the rich. I understand. Eat the rich. Yeah.
Like if you had done this at his Brightstone Manor, it would have been additional heat, but no. Plus 1 heat if you're at war with another faction. You are still currently at war with Bear. Add plus 2 heat if killing was involved. I think despite a guy getting a knife and bullets flying and a shot to the shoulder, a shot to the back, no bells rung
And the
tonight.
steam burns.
Yep, and steam burns. So that has us at 4 heat. How about someone give me a fortune roll as we find out what our entanglement's gonna be?
I'll do it.
Weren't we already at 4 heat?
We were at 2.
We're at 2.
Oh, okay.
So
All
now
right.
we're at 6.
No, sorry.
Fortune.
2 more total. We're at a total of 4 now.
Oh, okay.
And
So
what?
plus 1 for high profile, plus 1 for being at war.
How do you do
It's
a
the
fortune roll?
killing that really ranks it up.
How do you do a fortune roll?
There's a box
I'll roll
on the
fortune, I
right
see.
side of the page that says, yeah, okay, you
Right.
found it.
Number of dice, I'll do 1, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
What is
And-
this fortune roll for?
There's a 4.
This is our entanglement.
I thought you rolled a number of dice equal. Oh, I thought you rolled.
That actually.
I think you roll a number of dice equal to your
Yeah.
wanted level.
Yeah, so it'd be 2 dice, Cameron, and you're picking the lowest.
Okay.
So say 0. If you say roll 0 dice, it'll do
Yeah.
that.
It'll roll 2 dice if I roll 0.
That's right. Probably.
Okay, A3. Now, Cameron or someone else, I need another fortune roll, just 1 die.
Okay. You guys want me to roll it again?
Go for it.
All right.
A 1. That is going to be gang trouble.
Again. There is a roll. Oh no, that's engagement, not entanglement. Never mind. Keep going. There was a roll entanglement.
So
Mhm.
one
should
of
be a
your
roll
gangs
entanglement.
or cohorts causes trouble due to their flaws. You can lose face, forfeit rep equal to your tier +1. We gained +6 rep, by the way. Sorry, I should have said that.
Oh, wow.
Well, that fills the thing up.
Yep, so that will move our hold from weak to strong. And then we go back down to 0.
to 0. Yeah.
Okay, so zero rep, and do we keep one in turf or no?
Yes.
Turf
Yeah.
does not change, but you bump instead of weak, you click strong. So you should have a little red
Yeah.
diamond to the left or to the right and below the word strong.
Okay, and the rep bar.
By the way,
itself
you
will be
can-
empty now, right?
And the rep bar is entirely empty.
Okay.
You can actually roll entanglement just by clicking where it says wanted. And it'll roll your wanted dice.
Oh, cool. Thank you for that.
There's also a roll entanglement button, right?
I think that says roll engagement.
Or engagement. You're right. Never mind.
I thought the same thing too.
Good to know that there's a role engagement there as well. I'll start using that from now on. But anyway, so gang trouble. So we can lose face, forfeit rep equal to our tier +1. So we'd lose 2 rep, which we can't. Unless we want to lose hold, which I'm not sure we want to do. Or we can make example of one of our gang members or face reprisals from the wrong party. So I'll let you guys kind of paint the story of what happens here. It could be someone attached to our crew. We also know that our rovers are out doing something on Silas's behest, so maybe something went afoul on that mission.
I'm willing to put Arkesh under the bus because he's failed me a couple times already.
He was not that
He's on
great
my
today.
he's on my shit list right now. No.
Get to
Like all
spend
the way under the bus.
get to spend a month
Yeah,
in jail. You
how
little son of a
exactly are you
bitch.
gonna make an example of Arkesh?
I'm trying to figure out how to do this
Keel haul him.
in an Aruvian way. 'Cause I don't-
WWMD, what would the messenger do?
Cut his hand off.
I
This is
love
what
how
the
that's
messenger would do.
WWMD.
So I don't know how this happens. So I'm going to propose that since he's already on bad terms with his house already, but maybe this kind of tips it over to the point where they basically publicly denounce him completely. I don't
Is
know.
this
But
us making an example of him to manage problems inside our own gang? Because I think that's what gang trouble means, right? It's not another gang coming after us. It's we've got management issues.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a problem was caused by Arkesh, and I think rightfully so. He failed every roll he made tonight, and we need to make an example of him. If we do nothing right, we lose faith. Right, we have to
right.
manage
Okay.
our team.
It sounds like so. To me, it sounds like Arkesh probably goes out and gets drunk, and we know that he talks a lot. He starts telling people about how we were at this party and how we did some shit, and basically, yeah, either we can lose rep, like we lose face because he's making us look bad, or we have to make an example of him.
Could I just slap him?
I mean,
Could I just
giving
beat
him-
the shit?
Yeah.
giving him a beat down is definitely appropriate. Like that's
Do it Aruvian style, like, you know.
I mean, if you'd like to yell at him, I can backhand him. I'm happy to play Sergeant Major.
I think
I can
like
get, like-
Aruvians have a sword school. Like Aruvian style discipline might be like losing hands or fingers or something like that.
Or
Like,
just
you
beat
have
him with the
5
broadside of a
fuck-ups.
sword. Like, I don't... Like,
You could take a finger.
Yeah, let's take
I
a finger.
don't
I
want
don't
to take
think-
a...
Let's take a
we
finger.
can work our way up to that. Next time Arkesh fucks up, maybe the finger.
No,
Right
no,
now,
next time he fucks up, he loses the hand. He's lucky he just lost his index finger, okay?
I can't...
Look,
I talk you down to just a nail.
fuck.
What if we just break
Like,
a
you can
finger?
talk me down to one knuckle. You can take just the, take the top right off there.
What if we just break a finger?
Just
Well,
take
then
it
he's
right
less-
off.
All of these also make him less useful too.
No,
I was
because
gonna say, just like beat his ass and make it somehow known to the public so that's an embarrassment to him.
Or you could
it's not
beat
the
him
public.
publicly,
It's
right?
it's
like-
to the other members of the gang.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we collect all the rovers together, and if you want to dress him down, I'm happy to
Just give
do
him
a little
lashes.
skirmish. I'll lash him. I will military lash him. How about that?
Yeah. Like that
And
scene
Nebra
from,
hand you like a Ruvian like paddle or something to make it.
Yeah.
Well, lashes will
Yeah,
be
the
a...
cool-
Oh, you want to do a paddle instead of a whip? All right.
Yeah.
It's like that scene from what is it? Starship Troopers, right?
If there
Yeah.
wasn't a Ruvian version of a chancla, I would also accept that.
Hell's a
Like something
chancla?
along those lines.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with a chancla.
It's basically a shoe where it's like
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
right,
Oh,
right,
it's
right.
more
Oh yes, okay.
where you beat him with a shoe. Yeah.
gotcha.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Which maybe
Ooh,
that
cool.
might be detrimental since the
had-
shoe is
Are
like
Ruvians the ones with horses?
The
don't think-
Severosi.
The
Yeah.
Severosi are. Never mind. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so you make an example of Arkesh very publicly for the rest of the crew. We'll say like, everyone who wants to can kind of get their licks in to be like, don't talk, don't mess up when we need you, like that, and we'll say like this won't matter because we have plenty of other rover members, but on our next gore, Arkesh will be recovering, kind of in the infirmary,
That's fine.
healing up from the beating.
That's fine.
So if any named
Plenty of-
rovers, Arkesh won't be one.
We got plenty of physicers. Like we can look after them, but like that's where the dice
Cool.
came up.
I also think. Oh, never mind. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh no, go ahead, Charles.
I was gonna say afterwards. When we're doing this, I'm gonna do the thing that they actually, like Peter said, that they do in Starship Troopers. In which case, I'm gonna give him a piece of rolled up leather. I'm like, bite down on this. It helps. I've been through this many times. Don't worry about it. Like,
Yeah.
You fucked up today, but tomorrow you'll do better.
Love it. Cool. So I'm gonna move us over real quick to our reputation screen as we talk about that.
Action.
Well, first things first. You guys are going up +1 with the Leviathan Hunters.
Oh, really?
Lord Strangford got exactly what he was bargaining for at that event. He was pleased with your performance. Again, the only thing he wishes is that you hadn't missed your shot.
Me too.
But he is very happy. I think Lady Clave didn't put 2 and 2 together that you guys necessarily had anything to do with it. Well, very clearly realized that like it's a forgery, but like it also still has the information. So she can battle Lord Strangford at sea.
That
That
one
one
doesn't have the information.
Oh, it does.
That's
Oh,
the
yeah,
one
that's the
Arkesh-
Arquette. Yeah,
that one's
so
in fact a fake.
she might be a problem later. And Lady Ankayet, I think, especially with Nebra, she respects the hustle. And Lord Kassarian, if you ever need a date to the ball, I think you made quite an impression on the good lady. I'm also not with that one in particular. You might have issues with him, but as a whole, you gained +1 with the Wraith because at the end of the day,
Oh, that's right.
oh no, sorry, you didn't buy the book. You stole the book from them. That's
They don't
right.
know that. They just know
Don't
they just know they. I mean, do they? I mean, supposedly she got the book back.
Yeah. All they know is that they got pinched and that Did the guy get out? No, he didn't. He got arrested.
No, he got out.
Oh, good.
Bleeding and crawling, and he got out?
Because there were the cops right there.
Yeah, but the
With-
cops were also shot and then barricaded by an automaton.
Fighting the automaton? Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm thinking. Does he recognize? Could he, in a lineup, could he pick out the messenger? Does he know where the crew is?
How many children, how many threatening children does he meet in his life? I mean, more than one, yes, but
Well, he took note of me, but we were also all wearing masks and the same clothes.
yeah.
he took note of you because he thought you were he thought you were like also working the scene, which he was right about.
He was
you just
correct,
threw him
yeah.
back off.
I'll leave it neutral for now, and we'll see how this plays out in future games, because we're gonna lose some rep with some folks. So the blue coats, obviously, let's drop that down.
What? How do
One
they
more.
know? I said I was a wraith.
True.
Uh,
Well, they did see me there. I mean, I did show them my face. They're like, the Nighthawks were involved somehow.
They
That's
literally
true.
saw the Nighthawk.
That's fair.
Punch a priest. They saw the Nighthawk punch a priest.
I'm also not sure Lord Strangford hid who you were. He targeted you guys specifically because you were brutal.
Yeah. He got what he asked for.
He
Yeah.
certainly
Got what
did.
he paid for, yeah.
The other options here, the Ministry of Preservation, you had an opportunity to go down with, but I don't think things went that direction.
I tried to introduce them to a compromise.
I feel like the Spark Rights are
I mean,
interesting.
you tried to punch him in the face, Nighthawks.
The Spark Rights are one that you may have dropped down with.
Yeah.
By messing up their plans. So I will give you a -1 with the Spark Rights, which
That's fair.
Tell that to Emeline, she'll be pleased. And we'll give you a +1 with the Path of Echoes, thanks to Reese.
What?
He talked to the religious zealots.
No.
Oh,
These are the Secret Society of Ghost Whisperers.
that's right. That's right.
Ooh,
what about the Church of
Ecstasy?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they got punched by the Nighthawk.
Yeah.
That sounds like a -1. Good job, the Nighthawk. Definitely good choice. No regrets here.
And then the one that you could have raised rep with, if you had the coin to spare, was the Weeping Lady. Nebra was onto something with let's just give him some coin now.
Virgil, no.
But yeah.
So
All
we
right.
-1 with Church of Ecstasy. Sorry, I missed that part.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
What about the? Can I pitch you on getting a +1 with the Hive for turning in the book?
We're at 10, right?
No, we're at 2 with the Hive.
No.
Yeah, 2 out of 3.
The
So
book.
that would make you full allies.
I mean, we told them about a threat to them.
I'm not gonna do that yet, and I'll tell you why. I think when the call to assassinate Lissa comes through, especially because this is a personal thing for Maha, that's when we'll get that level 3. So long as it goes to plans.
Yeah,
But I'll say you guys are like a 2.5. You're a solid 2 with the Hive.
We've unlocked this cohort, this side quest, and with it we'll have, if we complete it, then we'll have full faction.
Yeah,
it's faction. Yes.
Cool. Anything else? Any other factions that people think need adjusting? I think that's probably good.
The only other thing I could think of, and this is stretching, I guess, a little bit, but we could move the Dockers back up to neutral, since the Leviathan Hunters are heavily impacted upon their trade. I don't know if that's something that will have an effect, or we could bring the Spirit Wardens back from the brink of war, since we're helping fund the lightning barrier.
So I'll move the dockers for you. I think because if nothing else, you're giving them work.
Yeah.
The spirit wardens, for reasons I can't move up yet. They're
That's
still
totally
angry
fair.
with you.
They should be.
They're just a bit preoccupied. Dun, dun, dun.
Uh-oh.
Cool. So moving us over to our downtimes. I think we've done heat, we've done our entanglements, we've done money, we've done
Did
rep.
rep. We didn't do crew advancement.
No, crew advancement, player advancement. We can do that, and then we can move into downtime.
Okay.
I currently have the crew at 4. Is that correct?
That is what I have.
I think we both successfully smuggled and we acquired new clients. So that sounds like 2.
Yep. We definitely contended with challenges above our current station.
Did we contend with more than one challenge above our current station?
I would say so.
Probably. Oh, yeah. The city council is on, like, thinking of rep is on a teeter
They've
because
taken notice of us, I say, right? We're on notice.
on one hand, the cops hate you.
Yep.
That the church doesn't like you now, but the Pandarans do, or Lady Pandaran. She's the only one on the council, but her husband has a lot of power in the city as well. So, and Lady Pandaran knows that you've done good work for the Circle of Flame, which pleases her as well. So I think you're going to remain neutral. The majority of the city council wants you dead, wants you arrested, and she's the wall of defense, keeping you guys still operating in the city. So make sure you thank her next time.
We'll have to send her a gift basket.
So we definitely contended with
Not from
challenges
Barrowclef, though.
above our station. I would say twice. I also think we bolstered our crew reputation in
From
that
weak to
we
strong.
did the same things that we normally do.
Well, that was hold. Weak and strong was Peter. But yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Like at least once. I don't know if it's twice. Twice
I'll
levels
give you
us,
one
but
for it, because especially since Lord Strangford sought you out specifically for your brutal reputation, right?
We did not disappoint. I mean, we
That puts
we
us.
literally
Well,
burnt it. We
the city
literally
council is still alive, but
yeah, but we did burn like one of his greatest competition's face off with steam. So
So we're 1 away. Did we?
and we still have expressed drives, goals, and our conflict.
yeah, I'm trying to figure that one if that one happened or not to myself here. Like the essential nature of our crew is
to be ambitious.
And the inner conflict be that our usual ambitious spider guy was not there and was replaced with a lurk that is definitely not as capable of leading a crew.
I don't think that was conflict. I think that worked well. Like
Yeah.
that was actually.
I think
good.
everyone kind of fell into line of you operating this, and like from an RP perspective too. I think that was a cool way to see how things work. Of like we have the founders, and like Silas is generally like the leader, but it seems like people are able to be like, you got this scored, you lead this, and I think that's a cool precedent to set for the crew.
whoever brings the job in gets to essentially help lead it, kind of thing.
But our
Mhm.
goals are to smuggle stuff and make money. Our goals are to make
We made
friends.
a lot of money.
Our
Our
goals are also to like make the most we can because we're ambitious out of everything. And what we did this time is we were like, okay, what you get is 10 gold,
Yep.
less what you pay for the thing. And we're like, yeah, what if we don't pay anything for it at all? Yoink.
Yeah.
That's
agree.
almost exactly what he wanted too, right?
He technically said that he wanted us to be above board. He wanted us to pay for it and just handle it and be done. But he also very clearly hired us because we're insane. So I think
Oh,
that
boy.
expresses our kind of goals and drive, just because that's how that was.
Our essential nature, if nothing else.
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. So that will drop us down to 0, but we do get an advancement.
Right.
I think if we took, man, we're gonna need a vault soon. Do you want to
Yeah.
just double up on the vault and get the full thing?
I don't want to double up on the vault. because so we could take a special ability, right?
Get a crew upgrade.
Yeah, the special ability is cool. I'd still like to build towards mastery or steady, but there's probably something better.
Yeah.
Upgrading the vehicle, making the place secure, getting a
Right.
workshop. Maybe one bump on vault and one bump for workshop.
Possible, yeah.
Because one bump
I
on
was
vault
also
just gives us 4 extra coin spots, right?
yes.
2 bumps is it somewhere we can stash people as well.
So there's also a couple of other options in there. All hands would allow us to use cohorts to do downtime activities, which is pretty powerful. Just passing through lets us automatically remove heat, 1 heat for every during a downtime, which is pretty good.
It is. Also, like, oh no, where is Elite?
Smuggler's rigging looks pretty rad.
Where's
Elite Rovers is a 1 crew upgrade.
Yeah.
I'm sure Emeline would like Ghost Passage.
Maybe 1 in Vault, 1 Elite Rovers. Where is it?
Are we going to
It's
turn
under
the
crew upgrades up top.
It's up at the top. It's in the gray part
our
of the
cash, and the rest of the crew gets in line real quick.
I mean, what about like part of the family though?
I don't think we use the vehicle. Well, maybe
Yeah.
we would use it more. Maybe we
Right.
would use it more.
We could also take and pick up the other boat. Since we have that boat that's just sitting there that needs to be repaired.
Would that mean we
Yeah,
put a
we
dot in vehicle and a dot in vault, or what are you thinking?
I'm thinking a dot in vehicle and a dot in elite rover.
I could see that too. So that means we'd have 2 boats and one of them that has a Gatling gun on it.
Gatling gun's still not operational.
Yeah, we need 2 dots to get the gun and the armor. And we could put 2 dots into the vehicle, but a dot in vehicle and a dot in elite rover is fine.
Yeah,
as
I'm fine
well.
with that. I don't think we need the boat, the souped up just yet.
Herman and Tiffany, your thoughts on this?
I like part of the family, but that's
I think we'll get part of the family eventually. I just
Yeah.
don't think it's the thing we're gonna get right now.
Yeah, I'm good with Elite Rovers and
Kind of
vehicle. That's fine.
Well, yeah, I think part of the family would be a lot better later on because its quality is equal to your tier +1, which means it would just be 1, right?
It'd be 2 right now.
It'd be 2, right? Oh, do we have 1 tier?
We have 1 tier.
Well, if we got like part of the family, we would literally get a 2-point vehicle for free. So it's essentially the same thing, right?
No, it's not. It's taking the vehicle you already have and
I
letting
see.
it roll dice.
Oh, I see.
Right now, the vehicle doesn't roll dice itself.
Oh, okay.
Part of the family makes the vehicle kind of like a cohort.
it's like our Knight Rider, right?
You probably shouldn't be doing that until it's an upgraded vehicle, though.
Yeah.
So I think vehicle and elite rovers.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
So
We could also take patron. It lets us spend half the amount of coin needed to advance our tier.
That's not bad.
It's very good.
That is very good.
yeah, but it means we have a patron.
I mean, we have a patron.
Yeah, Virgil Caesarion.
No, it's the hive.
The hive, yeah.
Or Lord Strangford.
Or
Lord Strangford, yeah.
yeah.
I don't want to work for that guy, but I will do it if that's what ends up happening. Yeah.
I mean, do we think we gained him as a patriot then?
Well, are you
Not right
buying
now,
it?
but right.
My vote is patron's a good thing to consider, but
Yeah.
So
I still like vehicle and elite rovers, specifically for the Akesh got what was coming to him, and now the others fall in line, and they're going to start working better.
I like that a lot too. I think having the other vehicle means we can send our rovers out to do something, and we still have a boat, which was a problem tonight, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of like that a lot.
My vote is for elite rovers and vehicle.
I'm good.
Cool.
Have your
So,
unanimity, Cameron?
Yeah, that's fine.
Let's do character upgrades before we move on to downtime.
I'll start first. No vengeance this time. Also, no vengeance for the team. Very sad. I did address 1 challenge with tracking and 1 challenge with violence, so I think I get 2 there. expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I definitely went on in the academic background in talking with the Ministry of Production and the Leviathan Hunters. I don't, and I made a crack about being Taikarosi like later, but I don't know if that's really enough with the, I just want to get out of here before you start looking for alternative sources of demon blood. But I think I can get one there. Struggle with issues of your vice or traumas. I don't think I struggle with my vice at all this time.
Well, there's the paranoid option of chucking the knife at him rather than asking him, "Hey, are you the guy I'm supposed to meet?"
Yeah, I did escalate really hard there, didn't I?
Yeah, I think that's very true.
I am 1 point away from getting a playbook advancement. Is there
You
something
could have
else that
probably
fits?
got a vengeful tick if you had messed up Emmeline's sister a little bit more than you did, as they don't get along.
Didn't know that though. I don't have her on the list. Got to talk to
Yeah.
Emeline. Emeline's putting a lot of people on my list. Y'all need more. Y'all need to tell me more about your backstories.
Right.
Yeah. All right. I guess I'm sitting one away.
I guess I'll go next. You address a challenge with technical skill or mayhem. I would say yes.
Yeah.
That rec
Steam.
roll for the Steam is definitely one there. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. I'd say probably twice. Once with Statsia and once with Lord Bungus, who gave me a card, whatever his name was.
Well, definitely your background with the cops of like the revolution's coming, eat the rich.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, plus just the whole ghost thing with looking into what's going on with his wife, and then as well as the I think this episode was full of that, so I do 2 probably for that one. And then you struggle with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I would say the vice part came up because he openly talked about it with someone at the party, like being a common user of Quicksilver.
Yeah. No, it was actually, it opened a gate to more contact with the guy. Definitely.
Yeah. So I'd say that's 4. Does that sound fair, everybody?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Okay. And that would give me an advancement, which I'm now an alchemist.
Nice.
Sweet. Congrats, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, those studies with Statsia paid off.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, no more than 1 drop of Viper Essence.
unless you want to kill somebody. Who would want to do that? Alright, who's up next?
I'll go next. You addressed a challenge with stealth and evasion. I feel like I did. At least, I guess my example is trying to, stealthily broker a deal with Lady Ankayet. I don't know if that's the best example, but I'm open to other examples too.
I think there was some good social kind of stealth in there. Like you switched your language to Aruvian to try to make sure other people didn't know about it. What else did you do?
Try to talk to Lady Cleve. Almost got stabbed. Avoid getting stabbed.
Right.
So much stabbing and shooting this game, and no bells ringing.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, I definitely, like, socially, I think you done stuff. As far as, like, physically lurking, I think this mission, you didn't do much of that, because it didn't, your position didn't call for it, right? Maybe
Right.
if you were on the wait staff or something, maybe.
Yeah, sure. I'll count 1 for that. You expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Definitely did that with the Aruvian stuff. I want to say twice. 1 for Ankayet, obviously, and then the other, I don't know if this would count, but just accepting the bottle of wine from Virgil, being like an Aruvian
Yeah, and if not that,
specialty.
like, making sure that the 2 others who came with us were the 2 other Aruvians rather than
Right.
the Akarosi of our rovers.
Yeah, that works. Okay. I'll do 2 for that. And then you struggled with issues from your vice or traumas during the session. I'm not 100% sure if that came up.
I'll give you 1, right? Because your father's gonna hear about that was your devil's bargain, right? Your father hears that you were conversing with pirates and Leviathan hunters, and
Right. Okay.
that will probably have a, if not a struggle now, will become one.
You were seen on the arm of a known playboy.
What's okay? I'll accept that. All right. Okay, sounds good. 4 for me.
All right, I'll go. Let's see. So every time you take let's see. You address a challenge with deception or influence. I feel like that's like all I did this game.
I think you get 2 there.
Yeah.
Easily. Yeah.
I think that was like my entire game. So yeah. Express your beliefs, heritage, or background. I mean, I punched the priest based on that. Does that count?
Yeah,
Think
I
of
mean,
that.
you lost a rep, so for
Oh,
status.
All right, I'll take that. Cool. And then let's see.
kind of think your background as nobility came up too.
Did
Like,
Oh yeah, that's true. Macros really came up quite a bit actually.
so yeah, I think taking 2 there between the priest punching,
Fair.
Punch him right in the face.
heathen strike.
And struggle with issues from your vice or traumas. I don't think I did.
You don't have trauma yet, do you?
I don't have trauma, and then my vice is well, yeah, it's
So I disagree
8.
with you.
Oh,
And it's because oh no, I guess it's not your vice. I was gonna say your
I mean my vice is faith.
oh yeah, so you punched the fucking priest because you don't believe in their religion. Like
Is that more a background thing? I don't know. No,
that's
that's
his
you're right.
vice. Like
Sure. All right. I'll take it.
I would
Yeah.
say 1, but
Yeah. I think it was just 1. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that'll actually give me, if I put this at dots and prowess, I can actually get wreck.
Nice.
Yeah.
nice.
Nice,
Wait,
man.
reckon not skirmish?
I have 1 in skirmish already.
But you could get 2 in skirmish.
It's true.
What do
Who
you
is
think?
more punchy?
Should I get more punchy?
Yeah.
Your
You
call,
might not
man.
be able to. It depends on how many flags he has, right?
Maxed out the row. So what's that mean?
They're both wreck and skirmish are in the same. So
Oh, or
he's
the
like,
same. Oh, yeah,
yeah.
you're right.
Yeah. So I could just go do dots and skirmish instead of wreck.
that's
How
what I
many
would
do you have totally in prowess though?
I have right now total of 4 in prowess. So I have 1 finesse, 2 prowl, and 1 skirmish. I
Oh,
have
okay. So
0
you'd be
wreck.
going from 3 to 4 for prowess, or picking up another dot of skirmish.
Right.
I think skirmish is much more Batman-y, but like, what are you doing with the character? What would you like? Would you like to be able to punch priests better?
Maybe. Skirmish then?
I'm gonna be picturing Batman punching like a guy in a collar, like for
Forever.
days.
Right?
because like well so I guess the only mechanical difference, Cameron, is that you could punch better, or technically if you pick up wreck you will have a 1 dot in everything, so you have the highest you can have for a resist roll, a physical resist roll.
Which is not bad. I'm all dodge.
Very
and
good.
I'm all dodge, and I'm all influence and persuasion.
Right, you could be like, it's up to you.
That's not bad. That's not bad for a slide either. But I think I'm gonna go skirmish. I think it actually makes more sense to have a slightly punchier Batman.
I agree.
But what is what are rec rolls anyway? What are they?
If you scroll over, it'll tell you. It's wreck a place, an item, or obstacle with savage force, carefully applied sabotage, breach defenses, create distractions, chaos.
That's
You
all
know,
pretty bad.
normal things you do. Yeah,
All right. I'll go with the dot and wreck. Fine.
always
max-
causing chaos.
Yeah, that works too. That's a very Batman thing. All right, 4 dots in prowess.
All right, I'll go last, I guess here. Let's see. Address challenge with violence or coercion. I definitely tried to shoot the chief of police. So that's at least 1 on
Succeeded.
violence.
You just didn't get the kill.
Next time. Next time, Gadget. Did I do anything else that was violent? I can't think of anything necessarily.
Were you the one that paddled Darkesh?
Yeah, but that was like a That was as a result of the entanglement. I don't know
Fair.
that that's like in the score. I did threaten. I did aid Nebra in doing. I did a setup action for Nebra by threatening to break the neck of the driver.
True.
I'll take 2 on that. Then I guess.
That's coercion. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
coercion.
Yeah. Express your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Yeah, I mean, I did the first thing I did in the kitchen was try to use my military background to try to get that going. I feel like beliefs, drives. And I think still my work with Bear, even though it was not necessarily part of the score, I would take that one. I don't think I struggled with issues from my vice or trauma though, so just 4 for me.
All right. Cool. So let's go ahead then and move into downtime activities for you guys. Even though you are at war, you're war dogs, so you all get 2 still.
So yes, I am going to be uh, indulging my vice, which there is a button for. The messenger is absolutely going to be doing some reading. Need to know some more about leviathans. Need to know some more about demon blood. That's important. And I just click indulge vice, and I'm adding no bonus dice. I don't remember how this works.
So it should roll the highest. Yep. So you have 7 stress and you remove 4.
I remove 4. 3 is an okay number. That's better than I started last time. Okay. And I think we need to find out what the 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 farming people are. I need to find out what the Vales are up to. Do we have do they have an agenda that I can research?
They do.
Probably should be doing a
It's a
progress
special
clock on
one. You'll see
healing,
it's
but
this. They haven't filled up anything yet, but they have this 6-segment clock, the Citizens of Barrowclef, which we can assume include the Vales at the very, very bottom.
all right. I feel threatened by them, and I don't want to keep having to raid for food. So let's go ahead and
So investigate the Vales clock, we're saying. This will be a 4-segment clock to fill.
right. And so what I do is I roll an activity,
Mm-hmm.
an action, right? And of course I'm going with hunt, and I think it's very very reasonable for me to be looking at people in spyglass with a spyglass from a sneaky place and trying to figure out what they're up to and taking notes and then following up with people. Does that sound good?
Mm-hmm.
All right, hunt roll it is. It's risky standard just because those are the basics. Doesn't really matter for this though, right?
No.
Cool. Terrible roll again.
All right. So we fill up a 1 segment of a 4-segment clock.
Fuck that noise. I am spending a coin for another downtime activity, and we are doing that more. Can I just do the same thing again? I
Yeah,
can't,
of course.
right?
Yeah.
All right, you little shits.
You could
Love
also
me.
spend coin to increase. Oh well, that wouldn't help much in this case because of the low roll. But
Yeah. All right, you little shits. Love me. Not love.
well, that's 2. With if you want to spend another coin, you could bump that 4, 5 up to a 6, which would fill you up completely.
Yep. Tell me about it. What's up?
Cool. So let me take you back real quick to our faction clocks. This should come as no surprise. I haven't moved this clock yet, but they are looking to avenge Margit Vale's murder. More specifically, what they're doing right now, when this clock fills up, is they have identified Logan Brocken, one of Cole's contacts, who was the one who helped set up the score that resulted in the Foghound's death. And they're actually sending their people after him And when that clock is filled, unless something is dealt, you're going to find either Logan Brocken or pieces of Logan Brocken in your next food shipment.
It's not bad at all. It's not even poison. That's just bad meat.
Well, Cole might have. They go back.
Cole makes sad. Charles makes sad face. Thank you.
But at least now you know and you can do something about it. So thank you, Messenger. It's
Well,
not just a random.
The messenger knows, right? I don't
Yeah.
think the messenger tells anyone right
No,
now.
no, absolutely. I am absolutely telling everyone about this.
Oh, okay.
Like, I might even write an article for the Ink Rakes. What the citizens of Barrowcleft are up to. How badly they handle the misfortunes that their errant scions encounter when they go off to play at being gangsters.
I can go. I think for my first downtime action, I'm going to indulge. So let's get that roll going. Ooh. Oh, I overindulged.
Oh. All right.
We get to see what happens
Reese,
when I overindulge.
roll me 1d4 if you would.
All right.
Oh, we've got room for the heat at least.
Oh, it's slash roll.
Slash roll.
4.
4. So tell me, what are you doing to like? Where did you go to indulge this vice? How's?
I mean,
what happened?
unless he's really like, you know, going out and about with like, you know, Silas and Emeline or whatever, with like to indulge their stupor. He usually does it by himself in his you know, in his little apartment.
Cool. Who's selling you the Quicksilver?
Generally he gets it from Stasia.
Oh, that is unfortunate because your current purveyor cuts you off.
Ooh.
Find a new source for your vice. Maybe Stasia has some, you know, bad blood with the Path of Echoes, and now she sees you cozying up with them. We don't know, but Stasia starts stonewalling you, and will no longer provide you with Quicksilver. I don't know if that necessarily means that you lose her as a contact and you might want to pick someone new, but you are tapped.
Maybe your delivery went really wrong.
Maybe. Well, I mean, you know, I have a person in high standing in society that's also an addict, so maybe he'll have a guy. All right. And I guess for my second, so does that mean I stay at 4, or does that?
No, you've reduced your stress. You have indulged. It just before you can indulge vice again, you need to find a new purveyor.
Okay, makes sense.
Which I will say, this tapped would be really bad for someone like Nebra.
Yeah.
Or even the Nighthawk.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be bad for me.
God doesn't love you anymore.
Yeah.
Or somebody found the secret like shrine that I use. That would be
All right, and then for my second piece, I'm gonna do some more work on the personal lightning barrier for our boat.
Okay.
So that's a tinker roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. With just I guess the positions don't matter, right?
No, not really.
4.
Okay, so we're gonna fill it up 2. You could spend a coin to fill it up 3, turn the 4 into a 6.
Or I could spend a coin to do it again, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll do that instead.
Yep.
All right, one more tinker roll, and then I'll save my last coin just in case, because now I need to be able to buy stuff. Where did my thing go? Okay, there it is. All right, one more tinker roll. Another 4.
So 2 more.
Yeah.
So progress is being made.
Mm-hmm.
All right, who's next?
I can go. No, it's actually Nebra's turn first. Next.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'll go ahead and indulge my vice first. And I'm trying to figure out what she does for that. So would Nebra be aware of any other Aruvians living in Duskfall that are also part of House of Nixus besides Elstera?
There are probably diplomats in the consulate who are, based on like where your contacts lie now. Like they might not be very close with you, but you could probably get a meeting and chat them up.
Yeah, sure. Could it be something where like Nebra's father sort of arranges kind of just like a quick meeting, sort
Yeah,
of
I
like
can
an
see that. It's
introductory
probably,
meeting?
let's say it's a nice young eligible bachelor from House Anixis, right? Because we do know your father wants to marry you into this house.
Perfect. That's perfect. I like that. Okay. Let's go with that.
So it was a milk toast date,
Yeah,
lukewarm,
I expect that.
and I think it was more him. Like he was kind of like, you just go on a date where you're like, wow, we have no chemistry. You're kind of a douche canoe.
Yes. That's perfect. Well, it's not perfect for my stress, but
Yeah.
oh, at least I didn't overindulge. I'll give that.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. Hey, I did it last time. That's what I was referring to. Okay. So I guess for my second activity, as much as I want to maybe make another forgery of the book, I think it's more important for me to make more progress on my long clock of doom. What should she do? So I don't know if this is doable, but since she is a student and has access to a school that has an Aruvian studies branch, I'm wondering if she can do any sort of research through that.
Yeah.
Like if there's any Aruvian specific like books or whatnot that she can go through to see if maybe her family name pops up in some way as
Yeah.
part of like Aruvian history. So that'll be a study roll, obviously.
A 5, which would fill up 2. You
spend it.
can spend coin to up that to 3, or you could spend coin to roll it again and try for another 4 or 5 and find out the truth.
Okay. All right, I'll spend a coin to do it again, to roll again.
The 4 is enough to do it.
Yay!
Oh god, can of worms. Let's go.
Um.
Boom, boom, boom.
All right. You find out a lot.
Great.
You don't find your family name in the Aruvian Studies section at Duskfall University, but what gets your attention are 2 things. One are newspaper clippings that are, to the microfiche, that are kind of stored at the university, which you can kind of cross-reference from some of the stuff you've got from your parents, some of the stuff you got from the consulate, and you can put pieces together. And also like the long ancient history of Aruvian and their ties to the 4 demon lords,
Hmm.
yeah, Ixis, Hyatt, the people that these noble houses are named after, right?
Right.
So we'll touch on the newspaper clippings first. So Scotland was conquered by the Empire. Aruvia was not. Aruvia entered an agreement with them. So we have like a Rome Byzantium type of situation with these 2 empires.
Hmm.
And what you have come to realize is the Empire is no longer pleased with that designation. And they're moving warships into the port of Bright Harbor, which is one of the north-facing cities in Aruvia. and it looks like the Empire is trying to do what they did to Scotland to Aruvia, finally.
Okay.
In Aruvia, there are different factions who have different views on this. There are several noble houses who stand to gain from complete imperial subjugation of Aruvia, and the almighty coin is clouding their judgment when it comes to what would benefit their people. Others are obviously trying to fight against imperial aggression. House Anixis is in a weird spot, the house that you're closely tied with, in that they were the first ones to notice what the Imperials were doing.
Okay.
And they got the word out there, but their detractors from other houses spun it in a way that made it seem like they were part of the Imperials' war plan, like they were in cahoots with what was going on. And even in your reading, it's difficult to see, like, is this true or is this a fabrication? But they were definitely in the know about it, and they were trying to do something about it, for good or for ill. Your father, in particular, you now know, is in a camp that is trying to stop imperial aggression towards Aruvia and is willing to perhaps take that fight to the streets if it need be, which is probably why he's been recruiting so many Skovlander refugees to work at the Aruvian consulate.
Okay.
The problem with Aruvia breaking ties with the Empire is that they really need Duskfall as a port for their Leviathan hunter fleets. But the Ankayets and the Ankusets, the two Aruvian Leviathan hunter families, know the same thing that Lord Strangford knows. Leviathan hunting sites are coming up dry. And in their mind, Leviathan hunting is moving north, right? These beasts are going out of their normal hunting grounds. So there are elements in Aruvia who question, we don't need a port at Duskfall now if the Leviathans aren't there. We need a port more north in Tycheros. And many of the Aruvian captains are starting to go to Tycheros to start making alliances with them to be like, hey,
Wow.
how about we have the same agreement that we had with the Imperium? We honored that. And hey, if a war does break out, we can maybe get Scotland on our back. Like, we could take out this impressive force, right? Like, so there is a war that is brewing. So that is
Wow.
the political thing of your family. But you do know Nebra has a brother, and uh, he is not here in Duskfall.
Okay.
And so you find this information in some of the ancient history of Aruvia. So in Uduasha, the capital of Aruvia, there are these obelisks in each of the four main quarters that is each ruled by a family. And
Mm-hmm.
these obelisks were originally used to bind the demons inside. The OG demon lords are trapped in these obelisks, which allows some freedom from the demon's rulership. Um, of all these four obelisks, the one that stands in the parks of House Anixis is broken and cracked, and this is a recent development. When this obelisk cracked, your brother was in the park having lunch that day, and he is now being held by House Anixis, essentially going through Dalai Lama like tests to see if he is the demon emperor Ixis reborn.
What?
According to these charts, your brother was not alone in the park that day. He was with a nice lady training to become a diplomat by the name of Elstera Evrathi.
What? Yeah,
She's and she's a demon. I know for sure she is.
Bomb.
A demon, the demon. The lines have become blurred.
Wait.
All right, it was worth the
Damn.
wait. It was worth it.
Damn, drama
Yeah.
bomb.
Well done, Kyle.
Woo.
That's a worthy prize.
All right, I think Cameron's next.
The setting is fucked.
The Nighthawk goes next, I guess, for downtime.
Yeah, I can go.
Good luck following that.
I'd like to de-stress a little.
Yep.
Fair.
I have 2 away from max. I had a clock going as well, I think.
You finished it. That was to investigate Bezo Baz.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, you won that.
Yeah, all right. First thing, I'm going to de-stress.
Indulge, baby.
So what is the roll again? That's
Just click the indulge button on your character sheet. It's right under like your main, like front like center
there it is.
left. It should say indulge vice. Oh. Down to 2.
5 stress. And so what does this stress release look like?
I am going to not after punching the priest, I'm going to consult with my forgotten god, talk about eschewing the other religions and faiths, communing with them about that, and getting my focus back onto vengeance and justice. All right, so that removes 5. That's pretty good. That's as good as I want to get without overindulging.
We also have a map of the ancient gate that we need to use to look into.
Yeah, actually, I could do research into them using Virgil's connections. Maybe even look and find some contacts and do some research into the ancient gates.
Yeah,
because I know that those are passed around by like some of the old families in the city and stuff like that have that knowledge, right? They know about these gates, right? Maybe I can actually do some research onto that. Start a clock.
Yeah, we'll call it we'll do a 6 segment clock, and it'll be to research ancient gate construction. At which point, once filling this clock, you'll know what materials, what to get to get this stuff going. Which will probably end up being like a score to like who do you need to rob to get XYZ,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
8 segment, you said?
6 segment.
6. Okay. So I'll use my other downtime action, I think, to advance.
Well, so you have to.
You have to pay coin for another one.
Well, you do get a roll on this clock.
That's what I was saying. Okay, I get a roll. Okay, cool. Then I will do a roll. What's the roll?
That's you tell me.
So my best stat is sway.
Well, it doesn't need to be your best stat. It just needs to be what you're doing.
So all right. I am trying to persuade people to who might have information about gates or might have operational gates about the gate network system to figure out where we might be able to acquire a gate, right?
I think Virgil Caesarian is going into like a library somewhere
Or a museum.
or a museum and is trying to like seduce the
Yes.
librarian. Or
That's exactly what he's doing.
All right. See that roll.
All right. It's risky to control. That doesn't matter.
Yeah.
He's Batman.
Woo!
6.
Take the 6 for
Nice.
3 segments.
Or
Nice.
1 more coin, and you can bump that to 5.
Pay a coin for that.
Cool. You'll wrap that up next time.
Yeah. That means
You're
we'll have...
you're not coming
Oh,
through. Cameron.
that was my second downtime activity, right? So I could pay a coin to do it again, right? And finish the clock.
You could. That'd be all your coin, I think. Yeah.
So I had to pay a coin to start the clock, and then that took a downtime activity for the roll, right?
The clock was free. You paid a coin to up the result.
So I have 3 coin.
Okay, then you have 2 coin left.
Right. Because I think I had 1 from the previous game that I just did.
Well, 1 we took from you to upgrade our tier.
Oh, okay. Well, then I only have 2 coin. Okay,
I think you only have 2.
Then I only have 2. Yeah. I totally spaced on that part. Yeah. Okay, so then I have 2 coin.
You
So
have a coin left over.
I have 1 coin. I could use that last coin to finish that clock, and we could know potentially what to do, where to get a gate.
you could set up a score for that. Though I will say that we're likely not going to end up doing that next time anyway, since
Yeah.
our next score should theoretically be the Jeremiah special mission that we've already we've been asking to do.
All right. I could also use my last coin for something else that might be useful for the group.
What's our heat at?
4.
You can also ride on the coin. It's okay.
Yeah, you don't have to use it.
I will
Pick up the
note that
coin.
again, we're not going to be able to tier ourselves up again, but the next tier cost is 16 coin.
That's a lot of coin.
It's a
Good
lot of
reason to
coin.
have vaults.
Well, it's also a good reason to have a patron, because
Yeah.
it'd only be 8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the patron's not bad. I mean, yeah, I kind of want to know where the gates go, but I guess we can wait till the next game.
It's up to you, man. It's your coin. Like
Fuck it. Let's finish this clock. I'm paying the coin. Fuck it. I
do
want
it.
to know where the gates go. I want this information.
Well, you got to remember, if you fail, you lost a coin. You don't get it. You only get one.
This isn't telling you where the gates go. We have a location of a gate out in the
That's-
desert.
yeah,
This is
that-
to tell
yeah.
you how to make one on our end.
Yeah,
Right.
get one, make one, find one, seal one, whatever, right? Yeah,
He's learning how to use gates, is what he thinks here.
right.
He's learning to think with portals.
And also,
Yes.
if he fails, he still gets one segment, right?
Yeah.
So like he wins no matter what.
So he's
Right.
guaranteed. So. Boot.
Oh yeah, that worked.
Well, that
That was your
wasn't
vice.
exactly what you were looking for, I think.
But
That was no nice. Yeah, yeah.
But that's fine.
Well, that's what he rolled last time too. Was Vice. So.
No, he
I
rolled
rolled
sway.
sway. I rolled
Oh,
sway. I did
sway,
not
yeah,
mean to
never
roll dice.
Yeah.
I clicked the wrong button. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Roll swag. Is it?
I'll roll sway.
Yeah.
I'll re-roll sway. It's fine. Yeah, there we go.
Take the 5. That's still 2 segments, but as Charles said, you couldn't really fail that. So you'll need a couple things. Like these ancient gates are of ancient provenance. These aren't something that can really easily be manufactured. But in your research and with knowing the skills of the crew you have available, you think something can be jury rigged on your end. It'll require a couple things. One, to mimic the technology that went into this, you will need some spark craft technology, the type of stuff that the spark rights use to generate the spirit gates. You will need some steampunk level technology, right? The major thing you need is this stone that's called psycholith or phasmosite. This
Spirit Stone.
Reese heard a little bit about this earlier. That's there's a lot of rumors about it. The poetry says that this is the stuff that the gates of heaven were made of when the cataclysm had, and it was burst open and it rained to the ground. This stuff is rare, and it's not something that like you can go and like buy from a store, right? This stuff have to kind of be found, and the places that spirit stone congregate are in ancient gates, which you could break someone else's ancient gate to take the stone you need to make your own. The other is spirit wells, um, which perhaps Nebra can fill you in on some of what those do, and we might have some contacts who deal with spirit wells themselves, who we might be able to contact about procuring some of that stone. Needless to say, procuring the stone from a spirit well will probably have a negative impact with the dead and their faction, and the dead do have a faction called the Reconciled, the Reclaimed, something of that nature. The Reconciled, whose active job is protecting these places because spirits generate longevity and protect themselves from the insanity of endless life from communion with these stones. You can almost think of like how the druids are said to have gathered at Stonehenge, the spirits do with these spirit wells, um, when they're not sucked into oblivion entirely. But that's neither here nor there. And so the reconciled, who are a group of spirits, probably don't want anyone messing with their spirit wells. But the gondoliers have a reputation for destroying them.
Interesting. That's not bad. I like it. So I'm assuming like I'm schmoozing and like I find somebody like either gives me some text or book, or literally it's just like, okay, well here's how I would do it if I were to get a gate, right? Like, and I'm
Yeah, I'll say, like, when you're
let me write that
smoozing,
down.
someone tells you this information I just told in very first-hand account, and it's only later that you realize you weren't talking, like, you were talking to a flesh and blood body, you were not talking to a person.
Oh,
Oops.
okay. Interesting. Cool. I like it. So so they probably maybe gave the warning about the spirit wells then as well.
Yeah, they're probably the ones who told you that the reconciled would be pissed if you interfered with it, and that the gondoliers have a reputation for destroying them.
Right. Cool. Sounds good. I like it. Awesome. Yeah, we don't have to necessarily do that next time, but we could activate a spirit gate at some point, and if the opportunity happened at some point along the way, like if we could set the gondoliers on something and make some kind of deal. All right. Cool. That's everything I got.
I think that's
All
everybody,
right.
right?
Nope.
Oh, Charles?
Yep.
Okay.
So in getting the 4 XP, I dropped it all into my playbook advancement, and I got a playbook advancement. I'm going to take calculating as a veteran advancement to get +1 downtime activity.
Okay.
So I will have 3 downtime activities. My first one is going to be to reduce heat, since we are at 4 heat. I want to make sure that we don't necessarily draw too much ire out of this. So I'm going to essentially through I think it's framed in such a way of like the like very jovial, but I think it's very much his commanding presence, his just force of presence, that he's going to be seen drinking pretty heavily around, like not heavily drinking, but he's seen throughout these nights of this week, drinking in Night Garden and toasting people and things, and making it very clear that the Nighthawks aren't doing anything. We are just, we're just here. We're looking for jobs. We heard the Wraiths ran into some problems. Maybe kind of deflect a little bit
Wasn't
off on
me.
that. Wasn't me.
But we saw you in the pantry. Wasn't me.
Yeah, exactly. And so he's gonna do a little bit of that, and that's going to be a 3-3-4 for reducing heat.
I believe that reduces us by 2.
I think so. Yeah, something like that. So it should put us at 2 heat, which I'm much more comfortable with.
Woot!
That effectively removes the heat that we got
Heat
from
we
this score.
generated.
Yeah. So we are
Which
net
is
0.
That's a feat.
Yeah.
He shot the commissioner.
He thinks it was a wraith who did it.
I'm pretty sure that guy was. I heard that. Yeah, I hear somebody say that someone shot the commissioner. I heard it was a wraith. Like,
Oh!
I like how you made that happen. Basically, you lost the at the end.
Yep. So I'm taking care of my own garbage this time. I'm going to. I'm actually going to train in prowess. I'm going to use our kind of prowess training area to help me get better. Looks like I'm working out some aggression. Maybe I want to be able to wreck things better at some point here. And then I'm going to reduce stress by indulging my vice. So I'm going to hit up the. I feel like there's a every week there's a night where like I can get into the Saturnalia Club because I know one of the performers, and so I go see the lounge singer, do that. It's not a very good night for me.
Yeah. You get stopped at the door. There's a whole like
Yeah,
classist.
there's a whole thing. I walk out with 4 stress, which is annoying. Yeah, this is Scovlander bullshit. Like this is terrible.
Your date just
Actually, I
just
go ahead
complained
and
about their
I
ex-boyfriend the whole time.
right. I pay a coin. Well, no, I think they stop me at the door. I actually pay a coin to try to indulge my vice more. So I feel like that's me like paying off the
Yeah,
bouncer to
bribing
try
him
to
the way in.
bribing my way in the door here because I'm clearly not supposed to be here.
Ooh, you
And I
overindulged.
overindulge. Yep.
Okay, Cole, roll me a 1d4.
All right. 2.
All right. Unfortunately, and you can tell us how this is done, Cole.
Mhm.
You get brag, generate 2 heat.
Oh no!
So
Yeah.
you maybe have a little too much. Like, yeah, I did shoot it.
God damn it. You got up to the
Uh,
bar, yeah.
Yeah, I think. How does this happen? All right, I know how this happens.
Oh
So
my
I'm sitting
God.
there and I'm in the Saturnalia Club. I've indulged. I'm feeling good. And so I'm stress free for the first time in a while. Feeling very good. The lounge singer's up there, and I see Marcellus, who is a blue coat officer, come in. And I actually, he starts talking about how, they can't figure it out, but they know that it was the Nighthawks. Like they're pissed. Like the Bluecoats are, they're watching out for us now even harder. Because I think we lost rep with them, right? Like,
did.
yeah. So like they know it's not. They can't prove it, and they can't come at us because we're too popular. But they know that it's us, and I buy them a drink, and I just give them a toast and a wink and say, you know, I'm not a very good shot, and I leave. Uh,
Give him the finger guns. Beep beep beep.
yeah, I just
But just so you know, I missed.
right next time.
Okay.
Yeah, so I shot him.
We're back up to 4 heat.
I in fact shot
Damn.
the sheriff, but I
Cool.
didn't shoot the deputy. The last thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna spend my last coin, and I'm going to recruit a group of Scovlanders as well. Just a group of Scovelander refugees for my own little uh, purposes that if we need them for whatever comes up.
All right. So we'll have 2.
Mainly because after seeing that Silas wasn't there, it was very unfortunate that we all of a sudden lost access to some of our people, or some of
Yeah.
the people that we'd want to use. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good.
Nebra's not going to complain this time either because our cash.
Yeah. Cool. All right. Whenever folks are ready, I'll say thank you guys for playing the first game of the new year. I'll get a poll out for February, either later tonight or tomorrow. I got some things to upgrade and such, but it was really nice getting to play with you guys again. It's been like a full month between our games with the way they kind of played out. So it was nice seeing all your pretty characters again.
Oh, thank you. It was a really fun game.
Yeah.
Getting to
Good job.
do some some schmoozing with the upper crust was pretty fun.
Yeah, I liked that a lot. It was very very fun.
Should we start rounds or are we waiting on
Yeah.
Cameron?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, cool. I can go first. So what did I learn about my character? Well, I mean, I definitely got to see a little bit more of his rabble rouser side come out in this game. Especially because, these elite dickweeds are, throwing their weight around and, spitting shade in my direction. So it was rather fun to to mess with the with the their leader plus the actual head of the Bluecoats, especially seeing him getting shot. That was amazing. Um, what did he learn about the world? I think just a lot of the corruption that he was pretty sure was happening. He just kind of got to see firsthand. I mean, with the Bluecoats basically being like, "Yeah, we rigged this vote, ha!" So, all right, well, nothing, same shit, different day, I guess. In terms of the other characters, um, Cole, I think you were just as impressive as everybody, or as you ever are. Like, seeing you, you know, shoot the police, take a shot back, and come out of that with, you know, unscathed, I think was pretty good. Well, mostly unscathed. So I think that was pretty damn awesome. I like the idea that you brought up about having two separate egresses into the into the place. So what a group of folks who are sort of working undercover as servants and as well as dinner guests. I think that was a nice sort of double attack. I thought it was pretty awesome. Moving next to Nebra. Congrats on running a mission, a successful mission, I should say. I think it was pretty awesome. I thought
Our most profitable mission to date, too.
Yeah,
Easily.
I would say that I thought you Nebra fit well as a leader. I think he didn't mind following her at all. I think it was awesome. Let's go do a job. I think that was great. I mean, I definitely continue to see Nebra grow as like this mastermind criminal. It's pretty amazing to see work every time we play. I didn't get to see Emeline at all. The messenger. Yeah, I mean that was knifing that guy and doing the getaway down the trash chute. All that stuff was fantastic. I think everybody worked at really like peak capacity in this game. Everybody's special skills sort of stepped out and had a chance to shine. So, good work. And then I didn't really get a chance to see the Nighthawk much, but in terms of Virgil, he thought you were a douche. I mean, but again, like Reese doesn't like rich dudes, and Virgil's a rich dude, so there you go. So, I think he's glad he doesn't have to deal with Virgil anymore. Well, unbeknownst to him. So, who wants to go next?
I can. Let's see. What I learned about the world. This was a great, I think, slice of life type thing. In this world, we got to see again some. This felt very much like an episode of Firefly. Like the one where they go to the party. Like definitely felt like a fancy party. Everyone got dressed up, pretending to be wait staff. All that kind of stuff felt very good. And it's neat to see. It is neat to reinforce the thing that I knew, but that was fun to see in game, which is that everything is a gang. Like if Cole, at least that's how Cole views it as well. It's like every ship is a gang, the city council's a gang, the police. I bet you the different police like regiments or whatever are gangs. Like they compete with each other. They have different they have a lot loose alliances that work or strong alliances that work. But ultimately, it all comes down to gangs and leaders and whatever that politics is. Which is why I think that the more that so the reason I took the veteran upgrade for calculating is I think that Cole has been doing a lot of work on like trying to make things right with Bear, trying to be involved with a lot of that, and I think that kind of that is representative of that fact, where it's not just he is the cutter, he is the guy that is the most likely, I think, to kill a person, maybe besides the messenger. The messenger is probably the most likely to kill a person. I think Cole's most likely to be the one to hit a person or hurt a person. But ultimately, I think that's why I took that. But as far as, but yeah, it was really interesting to see the high society, really classist, like the fact that actually, I love in this episode that Reese got barred by the police, like from entering a facility, like entering a whole district, right? Uh, and then we got invited to a high society function. And then in my own downtime activity, because I failed my roll essentially, I got a 1 on my stress roll, my vice indulgence. It was that I got barred from going in to do my stress indulgence thing by, again, probably, yeah, these people that look down upon us, etc. And we're also both Scovelanders, so it's pretty hilarious. It just feels very thematic for that. Um, and yeah, I think that was really interesting to see. As far as other characters for Reese, yeah, I think Reese is I think Reese was very impressive actually in this episode. Probably even like I think the last couple have been very very good for Reese. Like seeing you in the previous one make your lightning barrier thing was pretty good. And then having you in this one really kind of turn on the like doctor charm. Like you were definitely kind of the because you weren't like a noble or anything. It's definitely people are like, "Why are you here?" kind of thing. But you are. It was very like Clue, right? Especially when gunshots started going off. It felt very much like Clue. Everyone run to the door. Everyone run to the thing, and it's like, oh, he's the doctor. He's here to be the doctor. It would be hilarious if at some point he had been able to push in there, like, oh, someone's been stabbed, and like if the messenger had just murdered that person, or like and like he's like, I have to check it out, like kind of thing. That would have been pretty great. Um, let's see for Nebra. Yep. Still always saying the most competent criminal out of all of us. Someday you should give up on your studies and you should come be a criminal full time. You'd probably make more money because we made 11 coin this game, which yeah is like I think twice as profitable as our most profitable score. Especially because we didn't pay up to anyone really, because we didn't use the canals, so we didn't have to pay the gondoliers, and we didn't. We gave the book to the hive, so we didn't have to pay the hive. So that was it was very very profitable. But throughout, I think Nebra proved that because Cole doesn't speak Aruvian, so Cole doesn't know any of the attempts that were made by Nebra to like get information and kind of fail or reveal our hand a little bit. It is that happens, and so definitely I think Cole, like Cole said, you're the one that like brought this, so you're leading it, kind of thing. And to Cole, that also was a little bit for like a I guess not distancing, but also being like, I'm not in charge of this. If this goes completely pear shaped, it wasn't me. Like that's on you, kind of thing. And if it goes well, that's also on you. It succeeded, right? As far as Emeline, didn't get to see Emeline. That's she's off doing her dimmer sister's work. So that's the scene. As a out of character perspective, that scene is having her there was really fun. I think, and having her in the plum was really cool. And seeing all of that and seeing their interactions with Virgil. As far as the messenger, uh, I think this was a very good, like, especially with the messenger and Cole going in as wait staff. I think it again reinforced that we are the martial aspect of this, and it wouldn't really have made sense for us to like put on suits and like go out and try to be party guests, even though you ended up getting drawn out immediately and forced to be a party guest. Though I actually even love that because you're Taika Rossi, right? Uh, like the fact that you're kind of an oddity to these folks, like to me, that's what in my headcanon, that's why fucking Strangleford, that's why he like grabbed onto you and was like, "You're with me now," because he wanted to show off to everyone. He's like, "Look at my little friend Tagarosi here," like.
He has
Which,
such strange ideas, and now you have to listen to them.
yeah, exactly. Listen to this little person that's only the size of a child talk like a crazy adult. Like, so yeah, so that was really great. And seeing, and so I really enjoyed the aspect of like, for me, and again, for Cole, it bonded them together of like, yeah, we're the marshal, we're doing this. And also, you're the one that I went to when I was like, hey, this person's a problem. And then deal with it, right? And
Oh.
it kind of, it went down the pathway it went down. But uh, then also getting to see you be the like not be able to blend in and have to be well, now I'm a party guest doing stuff was pretty great as well. And then as far as Virgil slash the Nighthawk, um, I don't know if I actually met Virgil or not, except for when he was at the party, and I was told that he was our contact. So like, I guess I saw him. I probably took note of him of who he was, but I probably didn't. Yeah, the only thing I think about that is that Cole probably tried to take note of him, like handed him a drink and was like, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Kassarian," kind of thing, because he's like, "I'm going to remember you, and if this all gets fucked up, I'm coming to find you and murder you," like, because that's how Cole's brain works to a certain degree. He tries to remember the people that have power over him, and this guy, for whatever reason, seems to have some sort of power over him. And as far as the Nighthawk goes, actually, I always think the Nighthawk is usually a little funny or silly to Cole, but I think in this case, because Cole didn't actually get to see anything that happened, the Nighthawk was great. The Nighthawk was pulling like Overwatch was pulling, kind of a security detail. Like he was outside as backup, and when shit hit the fan, the Nighthawk was there. So like in Cole's mind, everything went to plan. Uh, and that was great. Uh, and Cole is just really pissed off at himself that he missed. He really wanted to kill the chief of police. Because as soon as Cole was like figuring out what was happening and like standing there being a waiter, like listening to everyone's conversations, he definitely was like, "Oh, those guys are why this guy's no longer on council, which is why that the Veil lady is gonna try to get on council. So if maybe I kill one of those guys, I break the deadlock on the vote, and then I can block her." He was like, I'm just gonna go for it. I'm making a play." So that was me.
All right. I'll go next if that's all right.
Yeah.
So, what did the messenger learn about the world? I'm not sure how, like, obviously the Leviathan blood thing is weird. Like, that it can run out. Hadn't really considered that. That's just this weird thing that people who can't deal with the world do so they can deal with the world. But like the fact that the people in charge are silly and making bad decisions, that was predictable. Um, there was something he's going to put a thing out. Oh yeah, yeah, no. Very pleased to the fact that the people of the farming district,
Barrowcleft.
the barrel clefters, are planning on dismembering someone and delivering to us like food. It's like, oh, I mean, it's a little theatric, but like I get what these people are about. They just like maybe need a new hobby. But other than that, that makes sense.
Not necessarily an action, but I do want to go tell Logan that happened, like as part of that. I forgot about that part.
Um, that's a very legit thing to do.
I
So
was told by the messenger that we're supposed to tell our allies when this happens. So,
oh man, bringing it back
Yeah.
like Letterman. Um, so yeah, the take care of that. Uh, learned about themselves. I don't know that they did. really pick up anything new about themselves. Other than that, they have correct opinions about politics and people need to listen to them. And then there were these really powerful people and they didn't know what the messenger knew, which is what they needed to do. I'm so ready to make this character a talk radio host. At least a caller, regular caller. All right, so
Are there radio broadcasts in this game actually? That could be.
I don't think there's wireless. There's still the printing press, and the messenger does contribute to some effectively zines. The ink rakes might not put him in the actual broadsheet, but he's probably on some other pamphlets. But in any case, didn't really learn anything about Virgil. I don't think. Like I'm not sure the messenger was in the same room, but Virgil wasn't interacting with the little group of people that the messenger was stuck in. So like it was just some guy over there. In fact, I'm not even sure they picked him out.
Again, this is why I regret not coming up to the garbage chute.
The Nighthawk didn't actually encounter the Nighthawk on the job either. The Nighthawk was there for planning, and then we had our separate roles, and the messenger made his way out and he heard the Nighthawk covered their exit, which like that's great. The Nighthawk delivered. That's fine. This Virgil guy, whatever. Maybe Cole will murder him, and like it won't be a problem. We'll see what happens. And Cole, who handed off the problem to the messenger, said, here's what I'm dealing with. The guy with the chain, he's a problem. Cool. I'm on task now. Know what's up. Everything's going to be fine. And everything was fine because Cole had, set up the boxes by the garbage chute, and that's where everything went down. So yeah, Cole did his part and things worked out. Nebra, the best of all of us, continuing to demonstrate that it's not so much that like she should stop studying and become a criminal. No, it's fine. She's a criminal. She's a criminal who happens to study, and that's whatever. Everyone's got their thing. But yeah, no, Nebra just has this together. And finally, Reese. Boy, did get to see you just walk up to people and like pick fights with them and dare them to punch you in the face, basically in the party. Like there was definitely moments during the party where the messenger is having his own awkward silences after he says things to these powerful people, but he feels them when you cause them too, like two pods of people down the line. Yeah, no, that's great. Fearless. Yes, you have thoughts, put them out there. Other people need to deal with them. Don't think we dealt with Emeline. Did I hit everyone? I think I hit everyone. Although I really did like how that scene went with the and the plum. There are a lot of reasons that was really good, and one of them is Nathan isn't here.
Yeah, this is what happens when the spider doesn't show up and we get invited to a fancy party. We just shit talk everybody to their faces and shoot the cops.
Yep.
I mean, that is the best lesson I think for Nathan to take away from this at a point is if
Definitely,
Silas
I
isn't
think
there.
like the Philip Seymour Hoffman in The Big Lebowski when he's just like laughing at like what just the bluntness of the dude would have been a lot of Silas's interaction here today.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and go next. What Nebra learned about the world. The world has definitely opened up to her, definitely in a couple of ways. One is being able to interact with actually some of the members of the council and all these other groups or gangs. She might have heard their names before through her father, but that's just one thing. It's another thing to actually see them face to face and possibly converse with them. So there's that part. My long-term project finally ending was great, and what she learned from that was way off the deep end. Like I had some notion of what it's going to be, and it was absolutely not that at all. So so props to you, Kyle, for that. That was great. In terms of Nebra the character, I'll admit she's exhausted. The character's exhausted, the player's exhausted. She tried to be a Silas, and even though the mission was overall successful, she still feels like she failed because it didn't go as smoothly as she wanted it to. Like she had an idea in her head about how things would go, and it totally didn't work out that way. It could just be pure luck that it was still successful regardless, and that's fine, but she still has it in the back of her head that's like, she is definitely not a leader type. Silas should have been there. She tried her best, but it's his fault. Excuse me. But yeah. In terms of other characters, I'll start with Cole. Didn't really interact too much besides, trying to talk about the heist or the job. Excuse me, sorry. But she never definitely appreciated the fact that Cole took some initiative in terms of like being like, all right, let's dress up as some of the wait staff or whatever and get in that way. Because she definitely knew that some people were not going to want to go to the party as a guest, and she was trying to figure out how to balance that out, what to do with those that didn't want to attend, and that definitely helped fill that void. So very appreciative of that. For Emeline, wasn't expecting to go to the Golden Plum of all places, and the fact that Silas wasn't there for it is even better. So that's great. Definitely missed Emmeline's presence during this job. Like, totally understand why she wasn't there, and at least we got a coin out of it, I guess. But in the end, she prefers to have everyone there. Honestly, like she feels like we're kind of like a well-oiled machine, basically, and you need to have those leaders. Like she sees Silas as a leader, and she sees Emeline as a leader, and it felt like the leaders were gone, and she was a poor replacement. Um, for the messenger, I don't think we interacted too much, but it's kind of similar to what I said about Cole, in that you took some initiative to you didn't want to be at the party, but at the same time you still wanted to take part, so you did it in your own special way. Wasn't expecting the messenger to be forging things, but hey, props to you for trying. And at the end it worked out, so that was cool. For Reese, yeah, it feels like I didn't interact with too many people besides trying to share the job. But yeah, I think if Nebra was there with Reese when he was doing all his errands and all his stuff, I feel like Nebra would be a little bit proud of Reese. For one, to stand up to like blue coats, because she doesn't have the balls to do that. And also to have the confidence to talk to some of these hoity-toity people at the party, especially coming from a background that's not noble like at all. So overall, all good. Virgil, just going to echo what was said before. Virgil's just this rich playboy that thinks he knows shit, but was he? It's a good question. Was he a necessary evil? I guess. Definitely the Nighthawk was probably a lot more useful. Though I don't know if she was there to see the Nighthawk like punch that priest, but in any case, she definitely likes the Nighthawk much more than Virgil in this point. Yeah. I think that's it.
Nice. I can go. Is there anyone else? I think I'm at the last, right? All right. Let's see. It was fun to actually do kind of the reverse again, where like I think I'm playing like 3 characters in this game right now. Like there's but like one character is kind of 2 characters. It was fun to play Virgil, which and like actually play it with more like slide abilities, like the manipulate and sway kind of things. That was actually really kind of fun to kind of take on some of that. I think I definitely enjoyed the plot. I liked the approach to the mission. I liked that we actually did technically succeed the mission, although we caused all kinds of mayhem, which is par for course for our group, for our crew. I think the only thing I wish I was more part of the mayhem, I guess, but which would be more the Nighthawk, right? But yeah, it was fun doing that. I'm looking forward to more games to see how that develops, and how things go with the switching, masquerading as different aspects of somebody like that. I'm glad to hear it. It mostly went all right. Like it came out all right. I mean, like I do try to play the Nighthawk for the most part. Um, let's see here. As for the world and everything else, I think this was a good mission overall. It solidified and strengthened and gained us new connections and allies. Even though it made some other connections a little worse, I think right now we like as of last game we were definitely, especially like when we had the war going on, we were definitely light on allies, and I think it's good to have stronger connections like that. So that was good, and I'd be interested to see how some of our next missions play out. For some of the characters, let's see here. I think I obviously I enjoy playing with everybody. So like I can go with Emeline. It was fun to have some interactions with Emily in the very beginning. And Emeline very much does not trust anyone, dude. It would have been interesting to see her in this mission as well. But I think by the end she probably would still not have trusted Virgil because he just disappeared right off at the end, right, from her perspective. Um, for And actually that reminds me as well as characters. What does Strangle or Strangler or whatever Strangler? What does he actually know about the Nighthawk, and how does he know that information? So that's another clock I might want to do at some point in the future of like, how did he find out? What does he know? Now as for let's see here, Nebra, I think we had some good interactions and as well. I think especially getting like, I think however this game played out, it seems like Virgil like how like some people are just like, oh man, I just love the Australian accent. Like I feel like Virgil's that guy who's like about the Rosie just you could talk to me all night. Like it's kind of like that. Because the thing is like he is like, I think just like barely 18. Like he has just come of age or whatever that coming of age is in the city. Like he's still a fairly young person, 18 or 19, I think. I can't remember what the. Yeah.
Nebra's older than you. Wow, I wasn't expecting that.
And he's a founding member.
Yeah, like he's like he is like very he is fairly young. Like he's a young adult who's
He's a precocious criminal.
Yes,
That's why I love about it, actually. I love it even more because that's why he talks like the way he does. Because he's like trying to masquerade as this adult. He's like, yes, of course.
Right. Yes, exactly. It's like a 19-year-old who's an empire, a trade empire to run because his parents were killed, and he doesn't know what to do, and he's kind of traumatized. So this is how he deals with it.
Oh man.
And let's see here for Reese. Did not get many interactions with Reese. I think it's fine if Reese doesn't care for him just because of his social status. I think that fits Reese. That's fine. As for the Nighthawk, we didn't interact either, but yeah, it's good to know that at least you know that the Nighthawk was there for the crew. Yeah. Similar with the Messenger, we didn't get
Who
a
is
lot.
that for? Who is that for? Because you said the Nighthawk.
Oh, so the Nighthawk was there. Reese knows.
Reese. Gotcha.
Reese knows that the Nighthawk showed up, right? Like, I was gonna say something similar, like what you mentioned as well. What Cole mentioned was for Cole's characters that like the Nighthawk took care of what he needed to take care of as far as Cole is concerned.
Yep.
And like it's weird. It's like the one time the Nighthawk didn't do the thing he was supposed to at all. Like that's like that guy. He had our back.
Really cool how you set it up because it ended up working really good for the Nighthawk. Like that was a really cool way to play two people at once, right?
Yeah.
Yep,
I loved that entire thing. I think you should do that more, personally. But I also think it's a testament of how the Nighthawk, I think, is a child, and by being too much in the moment, like actually ruins his own plans.
right. Yes. Yeah, no, exactly. Like he's kind of a young, messed up person trying to find his way in a world that is not. He has a lot of weird things going on with him, right? Like, but it's fun. It's actually a really kind of fun character to play. I would say for let's see here. Who am I missing? I did the messenger, did Cole, did Emeline, and Nebra, and Reese. Oh, Silas. Silas was not here, so okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
No.
that guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Screw that guy. No. I think Cole. I think Cole is like similarly like. I think that'll be a fun conversation of like, well, at least you got our back this time. Like, I'm glad. Like, I feel like that would be a fun, like, earning trust by actually not doing the thing is great. I love it. Yeah. All right. I think that's everything I had for everyone.
I'll be very excited to see what Nate comes up with for what Silas was up to during this mission. I think that'll be fun for us all to discover. But yeah, guys, thank you all. I'll shoot off updates on the faction clocks before the end of the night, and then either today or tomorrow I'll shoot out a poll for a February game. But again, thank you all for playing. It was great seeing y'all.
Yeah, thanks so
thank you
much.
very much.
It was a great
Thank
game.
you.
Uh,
Thanks.
Game, everybody.
that was a good
Yeah.
time,
Thank you,
everyone.
Kyle, for running it. Very
Yeah.
fun.